Okay, so welcome back to this channel. So in this video, we are going to build a complete e-commerce application in Next.js 13. We are going to use MongoDB for database, Next-Auth for authentication, and at the end, we are going to deploy this application on Vercel. Okay, so before starting the video, I just want to tell you that I already have a complete playlist on this application. If you want to follow all the videos one by one, you can watch this complete playlist where I have added all the videos until the deployment. Okay, so I will add the link of this playlist in the description of this video. Otherwise, you can follow this complete video. So now let's start the video. So let me show you a complete demo of this project that we're going to build in this complete series. Okay, so make sure to watch the complete video, and I will share the initial files that we need to start the project, and then from the next video we will start working on this project. So this is the homepage of the website. You can see that we have a logo here. The project name is Buy It Now, just a simple demo name, then a search bar to search the products, then cart, then sign in button, then we have list of all the products, then we have here the filter on the sidebar. Okay, so first of all, you can see that here we also have the pagination. If I click on page 2, I can go to the page 2. We have 2 products per page. You can definitely increase that, and we will discuss all that in our videos. So you can simply go to first page and second page, and that depends on how many products do you have and how many products do you want to display per page. Okay, so this is the pagination, and I can also search anything here. For example, I want to search this microphone. I simply type here like Shure. You can see that I only get here this microphone. In the same way, I can search here like this monitor. So I type here monitor, and you can see that here it is now searching here. Okay, so in this way we can search and pagination. So on this sidebar, you can see that we have some filters. If I want to get only products with specific rating, I type here, for example, I only want 5-star products. I don't have any. If I click here on 4, you can see that here we have this product that has rating of 4 or more than 4. In the same, if I click on here 3, I get more products that has rating more than 3. And if I click here on 2, you can see that we get more products with this rating. So in this way, this rating filter will work. And now we have here the category. If I click on electronics, I only get the electronics products with this category. If I click here laptops, now this is not a laptop, but I have given it category just to show you. In the same way, we can filter out all the products based on the category. Also, we can define here a price filter. For example, I only want to see the price or only want to see the products that has maximum price of $100. If I click here on the go, you can see that I only get here this product. If I type here only 200 like this, and now I have products that has price less than 200. In the same way, I can define here the minimum price like 100 to 200. Go, now I have only those products. In the same way, I can define here only minimum. Click here go. You can see all the products have price greater than 100. So in this way, we can apply different filters, and you can also apply multiple you can say that filters at a time. If I type here 4, you can see that here we get here this product that has rating of 4. So in this way, we will implement the search, filters, and pagination. And now let's move on. If I click here on the product, you can see that we have a beautiful loader. We have added the breadcrumbs here. Now we have this product details page. On this side, you can see that here we have the product images. I can click here and change the images like this. All the images are hosted on Cloudinary. If I open a new tab, you can see that here these are hosted on Cloudinary on this shop it now, okay, folder. So in this way, we will also upload the product images. Here we have the product title, ratings, price, the description, add to cart button, then the stock information, if it is in stock or out of stock, then the category, and then the brand. You can definitely add more features if you want. And if I scroll down, you can see that here we have the reviews for this product. I have here 2 reviews, and I cannot post a review. I have to be logged in, and also I have to purchase this product in order to review this product. Okay, and we will discuss that later. So now if I want to buy this product, I simply click on here add to cart. Now the product is added to the cart. You can see that here I can increase the quantity here. This is the sidebar where you can see that how many units I am purchasing, the price, the estimated tax, which is 15%. You can change that. I know nothing about tax, and this is the total price that user has to pay on the checkout. If I want to add more products, I can click here, add to cart. Now you have 2 products in the cart. You can increase the quantity here like this. Now if I click on continue, you can see that I am redirected back to the login page because that route is a protected route. So I have to log in. So I have already created an account. So I add here my email and then the password, that is 123456. If I click on login, now you can see that I am redirected back to the shipping page, and now the user is present in the header, and now we are logged in. Okay. So here I can select my shipping information. I can add multiple addresses in this application. I can select that from here, or I can also click on here, add new address, and I can add all that address and click on add, and then that address will be saved in the database for that particular user. Okay. So I can simply select here the address. So this is the summary, this is the amount, this is the tax, this is the total amount, these are items that I am purchasing. So now if I click on here checkout, it will take me to the please select your shipping address. So I select here this address, actually click on checkout, and now it will take me to the Stripe checkout page. And you can see that here I have these 2 products with 2 quantities, and now my sales tax is 15%, that is 108, and shipping is free. I will also explain that how we can add all these features on the Stripe checkout page, and this is the amount that I have to pay. So I add here my dummy card data, I add here CVC like this, and now if I click on here pay, and now I will pay my amount and create the new order. And now you can see that here if I go to the page 2, so this is the order that we have just placed. Okay, so to this and to this. So you can see that here in the order details, the order ID, oops, I think so I have to type here ID. Okay, so now here the status is processing. We will add the ID also in this course. This is the date, then the person details, okay, delivery address, and then the payment status is paid. This is the tax, this is the total amount that user has paid, and these are the products. Okay, so now our order is placed successfully. And now if I click on here on the user, you can see that I am on my user profile page. So this is the user dashboard. So here you can see that we have user image, name, email, and joined on date. Here I have list of all the addresses that user has saved. I can click here also to add a new address, and you can save that also. Okay, so these addresses will be displayed on the /shipping page. All right, so this is our profile page. Now here I have the list of all the orders. So these are my previous orders while testing the project. Here I have also my new order. Okay, so we will display the orders also of the user. Then here we have the update profile. The user can update his profile. User can update his avatar as well. If I type here like B, click on update, you can see that the username is updated successfully here. In the same way, you can update the user avatar. You can update the password here, give the current password, new password, and then it will change your password, and then we can log out. And these are the admin routes, only admin can access that. Now this user is admin. I can create a new product here. All right, if I type here something like this, and just to show you, click on create product, and now the product is created successfully. Here you can see that this is the demo product. I can edit the product. Okay, I type here like 1 2 3 update, product is updated successfully. If I go to the all products, and you can see that here the product is updated, I can delete that product. I can also upload the images, and let me upload some images here. I upload these two, open. So these are the images preview, then click on update. Now it will upload all the images, and this is the beautiful loader, and button is disabled, and now the images are uploaded. If I go to the home page on the page 3, you can see that this is our test product, and these are 2 images that we have just uploaded. I can also delete those, and now it will also delete the images associated with that product, and the product is deleted successfully here. And now I can also go to the all orders, where admin can see all the orders in the basically entire application. You can edit that and change the status, for example, from processing to shipped or delivered like this. Now it will update the order. In the same way, we can also delete any order. And the same way, we have here users. We have 2 users here, and this is the one that we are currently. This is our admin user, and second one is the user with the normal user role. I can also edit and change the role of that user like this. Okay, So now if I log out and let's log in with other account, that is, I think so this one. If I click on login, now this is a normal user. You can see that this user haven't uploaded his avatar, so we will display a default avatar here. If I click on here, now you can see that this user cannot access those admin routes. If I go here like admin products, you can see that the user will be redirected to the home page because these are for only admins. Okay, and now if I go here and click on here, now user cannot give review to this product because the user haven't purchased that product. Okay, so if I log out from here and if I log in with the other account like this, login, and now if I go to the home page and now if I click on this product, and we know that this user has purchased this product, so now this user can post a review. If I scroll down, you can see that here we have here option of your review. Okay, so this is the old review. I can update that, like type here good post review. Now it will post the review on this product. If I reload it, I will also add functionality so we don't have to reload it. You can see that we have here the review of this product. Okay, so this is the project that we're going to build in this course. I hope that you will enjoy that. We will cover all about Next.js and Next.js 13. We will discuss about nested layouts. Okay, we will discuss about the authentication, and we will discuss that how we can manage all the stuff in the Next.js 13. And we will use MongoDB to save our data. And I will highly recommend you that you should know the basics of MongoDB, Node, and Next.js. All right, and you don't have to be expert in these technologies, but you should know the basics. Okay, so this is a complete demo of this project, and you can also see that the cart is cleared after the user has placed the order. Okay, so now let me give you the initial files that you need in this project to follow along. So if I go to my GitHub profile, I type here, open my GitHub profile here. Let me show you the GitHub repo that you need. If I go to the repositories, click here on buy it now. This is the project Git Repo Link, repo. And here you can see that I have a branch with the name 001 buy it now components. So these are static components that you should have in your computer in order to follow along. If I open that here, so this is what you will get after downloading, or if you clone that repo in the source. This is a simple React project that contains all the components that we are going to use in this course. Because I don't want to type JSX, it will take a lot of time, so I will give you the static components. If I start this project, just to show you that these all are static components, and I will use Tailwind in this project. So this is, you can see that this is the home page. So this is the component list, and you can click on each component to check about that component, and these all are static components. Okay, so these are all the components that we will use in this course, and I will discuss all about these components one by one when we will use them. Okay, so make sure that you go to this link. I will also add this link in the description of this video. Make sure to clone this repo or download it, and make sure that you all have all these components that we will use throughout this course. This video I will start working on my project. So let's start it. I simply create a new terminal here. You can see that this is an empty folder with the name by it now, which is the name of the project. So I simply type here npx create -next -app at latest and dot will give the name of the directory to the project. And if you have not watched my previous video on Next.js 13, in which I have given a complete overview of Next.js 13, so make sure to watch that. I will add the link of that video in the description of this video. Make sure to watch that and then come back. So now let's create our project. Type here yes, no, no, type here no, then yes, and type here enter. Okay, so project is created successfully. Now I simply set up my Tailwind, and to set up the Tailwind I go back to my Chrome. I am here on the documentation of Next.js 13. So you can see that under the styling we have this Tailwind CSS. Okay, so first of all we have to install some dependencies, this Tailwind CSS, post CSS, and auto prefixer. So I simply copy that from here, okay, and install these packages, go back and paste it here. Okay, so now packages are installed successfully. I simply go back. Now I have to initialize the Tailwind project. So I use here npx tailwind css init-p that will create the Tailwind files, which is tailwind.config.js and postcss.config.js, and you can also create that manually if you want. So what I do is I simply copy this from here, copy that, and I go back and put that here. And you can see that it has created two files, this tailwind.config.js and also this postcss.config.js. So in the tailwind.config.js we have sorry, here it is. So in that we have to pass in the content the paths of the file in which we want to use Tailwind. Okay, so I simply go back and here I have to pass these values in this content array. So we have our styling in the components, in the pages, and then the app folder, which is the new folder in Next.js 13. Okay, if you are using the source directory, you can also add that, but I will add these three lines. So I copy that from here, go back and put that here. Simply save this one. After that we have this post css.config.js, and in that we have to add nothing. Okay, so I simply go back, and if I scroll down we have to add these styles in our global.css, which is in the app directory. So I copy these from here, copy that and go back, and I go in the app in the global.css, and I remove all the styles from here and add only these three styles for the Tailwind. So after that I go back, and I think so we are done. We just have to import this global.css in the layout, and then we have to use the class. And if I go back in the layout.js, you can see that it is automatically imported there. So now let's test it out. I create a simple page here, so page.jsx, and I will add here like home page, and let's use one CSS class, which is this one, just to check it out that our styling is added successfully. So I copy that from here and I put that here. Simply save this one, and now I type here npm run dev to start my project, and then I go back and type here this, and you can see that our tailwind.css is added successfully here. And now we have to first of all connect to our database, and this project I will use MongoDB as the database. If I decrease the size 1xl, you can see that it is decreased here. So our Tailwind is added. So now let's connect to our database. I close all these files, so close all, and I create a new folder in the root that is named with the name Backend. So I put all my code of Backend in this folder, and in that I create a new folder that is config. In the config I create a new file that is dbconnect.js. okay, and here first of all we have to install the npm I mongoose. I will install that, and I simply type here import mongoose from mongoose, and then db connect. I simply check that if mongoose dot connection dot ready state is greater than equal to 1, then we will simply return from here, and else we have to connect to our database. So simply type here mongoose dot connect, and the connect I have to pass in the connection URI, that is process.env.db underscore URI. okay, so I copy that from here. I have to add that in the next.config.js file. Here I will add a new field with the name env and set that here. So that is going to be MongoDB localhost port 27017. The database name is going to be by it now. okay, so make sure that you have installed the MongoDB community server and also the MongoDB Compass in your computer. okay, simply save this one, and now simply save this one. if I type here npm run dev, and then also I type here export default db connect that we will import in our files. So now we have successfully added the code to connect to our database. We have also set up our Tailwind. Now let's create our first endpoint that will create new product and save that in the database. And before that, we have to create the model of the product. So I simply go to the backend, create a new folder that is called model or models. In that I create a new file that is product.js. Okay, I move it down. So if you simply import here Mongoose, then create a schema here that is product schema. So schema is just like the structure of the product that we are going to create in our MongoDB database. So dot schema, I hope that you know the basics of MongoDB. Now in that, in mongoose.schema, we have to pass all the fields that we want to create for the product. So first of all is the name of the product. So the type is going to be definitely string, and then required, I type here true. Okay, and I can also add here an array and also add a message that please enter product name. Okay, so I copy that from here. Next we have the description, then we have here the price. So please enter the product description, then please enter the product price, and that is going to be a number. Okay, and then the after price we have the images of the product. Okay, so I type here images, that is going to be an array of object that contains first of all the public ID. We will handle the images later, but definitely we have to add that in the model. So I type here type that is going to be string. Okay, and then we have here the URL of that image. So ID and then the URL of that image, and we will use Cloudinary to host our images. Simply save this one, and after images we have the category of the product. So I simply type here category, type is going to be string, required is going to be true, and I simply copy that from here. Please enter product category, and then I also add a enum here to make sure that you select only you select only these categories. So enum, in that I will pass the values. Okay, so values is going to be an array of all the categories. So I simply copy that just to save some time. So these are the categories that we will allow user. You can definitely add more if you want, and then for this array I will add a message that please select correct category. Okay, and then after the category we have copy this from here. After the category we have category we have seller, and then we have here the stock of the product. So this is required, so please enter product seller, and then stock is also required, so please enter product stock. And then after seller and stock we also have the ratings of the product. So ratings is also going to be number, so I copy that. So the ratings, that is going to be number, and it is not required, so I add a default value here. So default is going to be 0. And then after the rating we have the reviews. So reviews, you can also create a separate model for reviews, but I will add an array in the product. So review will contain first of all the user, but we don't have user here, so I will add that later. For now I will just add here rating. So rating is going to be type number, and then required to true. Okay, so we will add the user once we implement the authentication. So after the ratings we have the comment. Okay, and the comment is going to be string. Okay, and then I will add a field here that is created at, so type is going to be date, and then default value is going to be date.now. Simply save this one, and after the reviews I also have created ad for the product, so I will add that here. And also we have to add the user, but we will add the user once we have once we implement the pagination, authentication. Simply save this one, and after that we have to simply export the model. So I simply type here export default mongoose dot models. We will check that if models has the product, then we will use that, otherwise we will use mongoose dot model, and we will pass in here the name of the model, that is going to be product, and then we will pass in here the product schema. Simply save this one, and I think so our model is ready. So now let's create in the backend, create a new folder that is controllers. In that I create a first controller that is product controllers.js. In here I will first of all import the product from the models slash product, and then I will create a first function here that is export const new product, that is going to be an async that will contain the request response, and then the next. In that I will simply type here const product is going to be await product dot create, and the create we will pass the request dot body, then res dot status of 200.json, and we will pass in here the product that is created. And now I have to create the route for this product, and for that I will use a package that is called Next-Connect, and this is optional. If you don't want to use that, you can skip it and use the default code, but I will use the Next-Connect. If I go to my Chrome, you can see that this is a package which is quite popular, and this is very useful package to manage all our routing, so I will use this one. Okay, so it will make our code much more cleaner than the default one. So simply install this package from here and install that. So this one, install it. Okay, so package is installed successfully. I simply restart my server, and now let's go to our pages, and in the API I will delete this folder file which is hello.js, and the API create a new folder that is products, so that is going to be /API/products. Okay, in that I create a new file that is index.js. So simply I import here nc from the Next-Connect that I have just installed. Then I will import my dbconnect, so dbconnect from backend config dbconnect, and then I will simply type here dbconnect to connect to my database, and then I will create here the handler. For that I simply type here const handler is equal to nc that we have imported from Next-Connect, and in that we can simply pass in here different middlewares. So we will add here the error middleware in the future. So now I simply type here handler dot get dot post, because this is a post request, and I will pass in here the name of the controller function, that is new product that we have import from the controller product controllers. Okay, now if I simply save this one, open my postman, and then here I simply type here http localhost port 3000/API/products, and this is a post request. In the body I go in the row, then in the JSON I will paste this object, and let me actually also put that here. I create a new folder in the root, so you can also access that data. So I type here data. In that I will add here a new file that is product.json, so you will get that in my Git repo. I will also add that product here, okay, if you want to test it out. All right, so now simply go back, and if I click on send, you will see that we get here some error. I go to my VS Code. Let me check the error first, and we have to just export here the default handler, okay. So if I simply save this one and go back to my Postman, also we have this warning here from Mongoose that we have to add this line. So what I do is I simply copy this from here, mongoose.set strict query to false. I go on the backend in the config and I just add that here. Okay, so I simply restart my server once, and now let's test our code. I go back to my Postman, click on send. You can see that the product is created successfully here and saved in the database. We have here our ID. Okay, so images array is empty, reviews array is empty, everything is here. And now in my next video I will create an endpoint to get all the products and display all the products on my home page on the front end. Video I will get all the products from the database, and then I will display that on my front end home page. Okay, so for that I simply go to my backend in the controllers, create a new function here. I simply copy that, and that is going to be get products, and I will use here product.find. I will definitely add the pagination and filters in upcoming videos, but right now I simply add this one and return the products from here. Okay, so product.find will give me all the products in the database. Then I will simply in the response pass in here the product, and this is 201 for the new product. Simply save it, close this one, go to the pages. In the API in index.js I will simply copy this, and that is the get. In that I will simply type here get products. And if you don't know, Next.js works on the file-based routing. So in this case, in the pages we have this API, in the products we have this index.js. So this file will represent /API/products. Okay, now in that we can define multiple routes. One is for this, that is the post request that will create a new product, and the same file we have added a get request that will get all the products like this. Okay, simply save this one. Now if I go back to my Postman, I copy this from here, put that here. If I click on send, you can see that I get here an array of all the products. You can see that this is array of all the products. Okay, so now our endpoint is ready. Now we have to call it on the front end and basically display all the products. So I simply go to my VS Code, close this one, and in the home page I create on the root I create a new folder that is components. In that in the components I will create here a new folder that is going to be products. In that a new file that is list products.jsx. okay, so that is going to be list products, and I will get the data from here that I will pass. Okay, and let's actually save this one. Go to my app. In the app I have to create here we already have page.jsx, and this is the home page. So here we have to send the request to the API and get all the products. So I will simply first of all install the Axios. So npm I axios-save, and then after that I will simply import here Axios, create a new function here, const get products async, and in that we simply get the data from the response that is going to be await axios.get, and in that we have to pass in here the endpoint that is going to be process.env.api underscore URL. okay, then /API, then /products. Then we simply have to return from here the data, and I will make this component async. And remember that this is our server component, so I will simply type here const products data, that is going to be await get products, and then I will get here the products data, and then here I will simply add list products, and this component I will simply pass here the data that is going to be products data. Simply save this one, and if I simply log here the data, save this one, and I start my server. And now if I go to my Postman, if I reload this page, so error while connecting. So if I go back, Axios error. So if I simply go here in the page, so that is, we have to actually add this in the next.config.js, so which is here, that is going to be http localhost port 3000. Okay, simply save it and restart my server. And now if I go back my Postman, reload this page, if I go to the inspect in the console, I will see nothing here because this is a server component, so I will get my products right here. So you can see that we have here our products. Okay, so I close this one and also this one. Now I go to my Git repo to copy my component. So I go to the /buy it now, and here I have in the source, in the components, in the products, I need here list product, product details, and the product list product only. Okay, so what I do is I actually copy from this section. Okay, so I copy this from section, copy that, and I put that here. Okay, simply save it. And now if I go back, you will see that we don't have here filters, so I simply go here in the components, in the layout we have this filters. So this is simply the JSX that I will explain when we will implement the filters. So I go to my VS Code, and in the components create a new folder, that is layouts, and create a new file here, that is filters.jsx. Put that here, and I also have to install this React star rating because I have to display the stars. We also have that in the list product, so I will install this package npm I react star ratings, that will display the stars. And then if I simply save this one, I'll restart my server, and now if I go back and reload this page, so filters, we have to also import that. So import filters, and now we have here this error. So I will go here, and to avoid this error I simply go back and use here use client, because this is a client component, so I will use here use client, so it will make it the client component. And now if I go back, so now link is, we have to import the link, so I go back and simply import here the link component from next/link. Okay, and now again we have to import something, and that is the star rating. So I will import here as well, import star ratings from the React star ratings. Okay, and then if I go back, we also have again this error, and we have to make it the client component. So use client, simply save this one. And now it expects a string or object in the link but got undefined, and I will handle that in a minute. Okay, and now we know that we have here And now if I scroll down, now what I do is I simply create here a new component in the products that is called product item.jsx. I will simply go here and I have to copy this article. So I copy that entire from here and I will hold the shift and click here. So I cut it from here and I put that right here. Okay, simply save this one, and now I will loop through all the data products. Okay, and then dot map, and then here I will simply type here the product, and for each product I will simply type here the product item, and I have to pass in here the data, so that is going to be product, that is the product, and also we have to pass in here the key because we are using the map, so that is going to be product dot underscore id. Now we will get this product right in here, so we will display here the product name, I think so, and then here in the href we have to type here slash product and slash the product dot underscore id. Simply save this one, and now if I go back, we have to also import the link here, so import link, and we also have to import the star ratings. Actually we have to cut both from here and put that here. Simply save this one and also save it, and now if I go back, you can see that here we get here our sidebar that contains the filters, then we have here our product with this name. Now let's render all the data, so I simply type in here rating, that is going to be product dot ratings. In the same way I copy this from here and put that here for the ratings, and here I will add the description and then the price. Okay, and I think so that is it. Simply say this one. Now if I go back, now we have here our product details. We also have to add here substring because I only want to display here first 150 characters. So here in the description I will simply add dot substring from 0 to 150, then I will add here dot dot dot. Simply save this one, and now we have here this description. Now let's display our image, and we know that we don't have any image for this product, so we will display our default image if we don't have that. Okay, so what I do is I simply go back. Here I will add the image from next/image, and then in the source I will simply check that if product dot images of 0 exist, then we will use here the first image of that product, that is going to be images of 0 dot url. We know that we have the array of all the images, and if we don't have this image, then we will display a default image. So I simply type here slash images slash default underscore product dot png, and let me copy that in my folder. And here in the public I have added a image folder, images folder, that contains the default avatar .png, then default product .png, then the default .png which is the default user, and then the logo of the project. You can also get the images from my Git repo. Okay, so now if I simply save it, go back and reload this page, you can see that we have here the default image of the product. You can also change that if you want. So now let's also add here header. So I simply go back, I close this one, and then in the components, in the layout, I have to actually use here the header.jsx. So this is the header component, so I simply copy that from here. So I go back, and then here in the layouts create a new file that is header.jsx. Okay, and then here I will add that code. I have to import the link from next/link. Okay, and then I have to add here href. This is also href. Okay, and also you have to add here the search component. So in the layouts, I create a new file that is search.jsx that contains the search field. So I go back in the layout. In the search.jsx, I have this code, just a field and a button. So I copy that from here and I put that here. Simply save this one. And now if I go back, we also have to add the header in our layout. So I go in the app, in the layout, and what I do is I add here after, we'll remove this one. After this head in the body, I will add here my header. Okay, and now if I go back, you can see that we have here our header component, and we also have to add here the images link. So I go back in the header, and that is going to be /images/logo .png, I think so. Yes, we have here our logo, and we have to give here the image class. So that is going to be image from next/image. Okay, and I will remove this line from here as well, and also here where we have displayed the image of the user, where it is here in the source, I will add here the /images/default.png. Okay, so now we have successfully added the header. We have added our user image, the filter sidebar, and also we are displaying all the products on our home page. Let's create one more product with the same name. If I click here send, and now if I reload this page, now you can see that we have here two products. Okay, this video I will handle the products detail page. So when I click on this product, I want to display all the details of that product, and also I want to display the images. So right now you can see that I don't have any images saved in my database. Now we will integrate the Cloudinary in our upcoming videos. So right now what I will do is I will simply upload the images manually on my Cloudinary server, and I will use those links right now just to show you the images. But in our upcoming videos we will integrate the Cloudinaries, and we will upload the images from our front end. So right now you can see that this is my Cloudinary account. You can simply create that, and the folder name is buy it now. And by it now I have two folders. One is avatars to display the to save the profile pictures of the users, and then we have here the products to save all the images of that product basically. So if I open the this products folder, you can see that I have some images here. So I will use these images links, and if I click here on any image, if I click here you can get the URL of that image. So I have already uploaded and added the images. If I go to my VS Code, here in data I have created a new file that is products.json, and here you can see that I have array of all the products, and you will also get this file from my Git repo. Okay, so here you can see that I have simply an object that contains the name, price, description, category, seller, stock, and the images. I have three different images. That is an object, first of all, contains two fields. First of all, the public ID, the ID of that image, okay, and then the URL of that image, like this. So in this way I have three different images in our images array, and again we will integrate the Cloudinary later in this course, and then we will upload and handle all that stuff from our project. Okay, so right now just use these to save some time, and in the same way I have four different products. So now I will create the products and save that in database. I simply copy that from here, go to my Postman, and this is my endpoint. So I will paste data in the body. If I click on send, You can see that here I have created my product. If I go back and reload this page, so invalid source, we have to add the res.cloudinary.com in the next.config.js. So we have to add this domain in our next.config.js. So here I will type images and then domains, and in this domains array I will add this domain like this. Simply save it and I restart my server. And now if I go back and reload this page, you can see that we get here the product image that we have just uploaded. Okay, so in this way we will create all the products and save that in database. So I copy the second one and let me do that quickly. Okay, so now I have added 4 products in the database. If I now reload this page, this one, you will see that we have 4 products that contain the images like this. Okay, and now I want to display the details of that page. So what I do is I simply go to my GitHub, which is repo, which is by it now. You know that in the first branch I have all the components. So I simply go to the source. In the components I have the products. In that I have the product details. So I simply copy the JSX from here, and we also add the breadcrumbs in this video. So I simply copy this from here, copy that, and then I simply go to the components in the product. I will create a new file here that is product details.jsx. Okay, so create my component and put in here my JSX. Simply save it, and now we have to first of all comment out this one because I haven't created the new review yet, and also we haven't created the reviews component yet. So I simply comment out these 2 components, and I have to first of all import here the star ratings from React star ratings, and then I go to the app. In the app I create a new folder with the name product, and now we know that our route is going to be /product and then / the ID of that product. So I create a new folder in here that is the ID, that will catch our ID. Now in this ID folder I create a new file that is page.jsx. okay, and then here I will simply create my component that is going to be product details page, and in that I will simply add here my component that is product details that I will import from the product/product details. Okay, and now I have to get all the product details. So what I do is I first of all go back, and now if I click on this product, you can see that super expression must either be null or function not defined. So I simply go back and I have to use here the use client because this is a client side component. So use client, save this one. And now if I go back, you can see that we get here our product details page, and now we have to display all the details here. Okay, and before that we have to get the product details from our backend API. So I simply go back, and then here I type const get product details. Okay, so in that we have to pass the ID of that product basically, and then I will simply send the request to the backend and get my data. So that is going to be await Axios dot get, and in that I will simply type here process dot env dot api underscore url, then / api / products / the ID of that product. And I think so we have to also create the backend route. So I will simply return here data dot product, and we will get the params from here, and then I will call my function. So that is going to be const product is equal to await get product details, and in that we have to pass in here params dot id, and it will get the ID from the parameters and pass in the function. and when we call this function, it will send the request to this endpoint and get back our product. Okay, so I log here my product, and I also have to make this async because we have used the await. Okay, and now we have to also create the endpoint for it. So I simply go to my backend in the controllers, in the product controllers, and here I simply copy this one. That is going to be get product. Okay, we have to get the single product, and that is going to be product dot find by id. In that we have to pass in here request dot query dot id, that will be passed from the front end. And also I check that if there is no product, then I will copy this from here. I will simply send this response, that is for error that product not found. Simply save this one, and now I simply go to my pages in the API, in the products. I create a new file that is going to be id.js. Okay, so our backend endpoint is going to be slash API slash products and then slash the ID of that product. So I simply actually copy this and put that here, and we need to get in here handler dot get product. Okay, and I remove this from here, simply save it. And now if I go back and reload this page, and now if I come back, you can see that we get here our product details with that ID, I think so. So our ID is A32, so this is the A32. Okay, alright, so now we're getting our product, and now I will simply pass this product in here. So I copy it from here and I pass it to my component, and then I will display the details of that product. Simply save it, come back here, and here I will receive my product. So first of all, I will display the titles, that is going to be product dot name. Simply save it. If I go back, you can see that we get back here our product name. So now let's quickly add all the details. So I go back and I copy this from here. So here the rating is going to be product dot ratings, and we have to remove this one bracket. In the same way, I will display here product dot ratings, and then I will scroll down and I put my price here, and then the description. So that is going to be description product dot price, and then we have here the stock information. So I will first of all add here the category, then the seller, and I think so if I go back, we get back here our all details, and now we have to add here the stock information. Okay, so I simply go back and I will check that after this stock, I will check that if in stock, and to calculate the in stock I go to the top, and here I type const in stock. I will check that if product dot stock is greater than equal to 1, this means that it is in stock. Okay, so if it is in stock, then I want to display here that this product is in stock, otherwise out of stock. So here I will create a span with the class name text dash green dash 500, so it will give greenish color to this text, and it is going to be in stock. Okay, and else I want to display out of stock in red color, so I simply copy this span again, and that is going to be text red, and that is going to be out of stock. Simply save it, and now if I go back, this product is in stock. So now we are displaying the details of the product. Now I want to handle this image part. I want to display all the images here under this, and want to display the first image in this box. Okay, so I simply go back I go to the top, and here this is the front image. So what I do is, here in the source I will check that if product.images of 0 exist. This means that this product has images, then I want to display the first image. Otherwise, if this product don't have any images, then I want to display the default image. Okay, so I simply type here product.images of 0 dot URL, and else that is going to be slash images slash, and I think so if I just go to my components, and here in the product item we have this default product.png. So I copy that and I put that here. Okay, so it will display that here. Now if I simply save it, go back, that is going to be images. Now if I go back, you can see that we get back here our first image for this product. If I go back and click here, you can see that we get here our default image. Okay, and I go back. Now I have to display all the images of this product also here, and when user clicks on that image, I have to change this image. Okay, so for that I simply go back, and first of all I have to loop through all the images. So after this div, I think so, I will add here product dot images dot map, and for each image I want to display this box. Okay, so I will put this entire A in here, and for the source I will type image dot URL. Okay, so if I go back, you can see that we get back here all the product images right here. So now if user clicks on this image, I have to change this as well. Okay, so for that I go back and I add here on click on this A. Okay, so I will type here on click. I simply want to change the image, so I will call here set image preview and pass in here the image dot URL. So what I do is I go to the top, define my function that is const set image preview. I will get back here my URL, and now I have to set the image URL, and we have to set the image source for this image. So what I do is I will simply create here a new use Webhook instance and attach with this with this element. Okay, so I will create here const image ref, and I will use here use Webhook. Okay, and the value is going to be null for the first time, and I will pass this image ref to this image that is going to be ref and the image ref. So now this image ref will represent this entire image element. So now what we can do here is we can simply type here image ref dot current dot src is going to be URL. Okay, so now it will change this element source with this URL that we have passed in here. Simply save it, and now we have to go back. If I click here, you can see that the product image is changing here. Okay, so in this way it will work. And if I go back, click here, you can see that it doesn't have any image, so we don't get here any image. We only get here the default image that we have in our project. Okay, so in this way we can display all the product images. If I click this one, you will get here these two images like this. Okay, and also let's display the breadcrumbs on the top. If I go to my components, here in the components in the layout, I have this breadcrumbs.jsx. Okay, so I will simply copy this from here, create a new component in the layouts, new file with this name, and I will go back and copy this JSX from here, and then I will put that right here. Okay, If I simply save it and I import here breadcrumbs like this, and then I will wrap it in empty tags. If I go back, you can see that here we get back here we have to import the link component. So that is going to be import link from next/link, and then that is href. Simply save this one, and now if I go back, you can see that here we get here our breadcrumbs, and now we have to add all the links here. So what I do is I simply go back, and in the product details page I will simply create here const breadcrumbs that I want to display. That is going to be an array of objects. So the first is going to be, I will pass here the name of the breadcrumb, that is going to be home, and then the URL, and that is going to be slash. And the same way I have the name of the product, and for that I will use here backticks, that is going to be product dot name, and I will use here substring to display only first 100 characters. Okay, and then the URL is going to be, I will add here backticks slash products slash the product ID, so product dot underscore ID, and I will pass this breadcrumbs in here. Simply save it, and I will get that right here. Now we have to loop through all the breadcrumbs and display one by one. So after this OL element, the I will add here breadcrumbs dot map through each breadcrumb. I also get here the index, and then I will simply wrap it inside the brackets, and then oops, for each breadcrumb I will simply put that inside. Okay, so I will move it inside like this, and then in the href I will simply type here a backticks, that is going to be breadcrumb dot URL. Okay, and I will simply remove this backtick, we don't need that here. So that is only going to be breadcrumb dot URL, and then in the name I will simply type here breadcrumb dot name. Simply save this one, and now if I go back, if I reload this page, you can see that here we get here home, and then the name of the product. Okay, and I also want to display here the icon, and for the icon I have to add the font awesome CDN. And if I go back to the VS Code, I will go in the app in the head.js, and then here I will add the uh, font awesome CDN, and you can get that from my Git repo. So that is simply a link that contains this href, that is font awesome 6.2.1 CSS. Okay, and you have to also add the precedence to default. Okay, you can also get this same from the Google, and also you can get that from my Git repo. Simply save this one, and now if I go back and if I reload this page, maybe I have to restart the server once. And now if I go back and reload the page, and I will simply actually go here, and we have to install this sports color module. So I simply copy it from here, and I type here npm I sport color digest save, and let's install this package. And now if I simply restart my server, and now if I go back and reload this page, you can see that here we get the arrows. Okay, and now we have to remove this error because we don't want to display the last arrow, and for that I will simply go back, and then here I will check that if breadcrumb dot length -1 is not equal to the index, then I will simply display on this icon. Okay, so now if I simply press Command S, and now if I go back, you can see that here if I reload this page, If I go back, that is breadcrumbs dot length -1 is not equal to the index. That is breadcrumbs, I think so. Like this, simply save this one. And now if I go back, you can see that the error is gone. Okay, so in this way you can also display the breadcrumbs. In this video we will implement this search, filter and pagination on our backend API. Okay, and then in our next video we will implement also the search, filter and pagination on the front end. So I simply go back to my VS Code, and here in the backend I create a new folder with the name utils, and in the utils I create a new file with the name API filters.js, and in here I will simply create a class with the name API filters. Okay, in that I will create the constructor. So in the constructor I will have the query and then the query string. Okay, and I will explain that in a minute. I will set here this dot query is going to be query, and this dot query string is going to be the query string that we will pass in the constructor. Okay, and if I simply save this one, and also let's create here a function with the name search. Okay, so now in this function we will write our code to search our products, and before that I simply go to my controllers. In the product controller I will simply type here const API filters is going to be await. I will call here API filters, create a new object of this class. Okay, and now we know that in the constructor we have to pass two things. First of all the query and then the query string. So as for the query I will type here the product. You can also type here product only, but I will type here product.find. Okay, so basically in here we have to pass the our model, so we will call that query here. Okay, and then I will pass in here the query string that is going to be request dot query, because we know that we have to pass our filters in the query. Like I will simply add here like category is going to be laptop, like this. So this is the query. Okay, so I will simply pass in here my product model and then the request dot query in the API filters constructor. Okay, and now we have to first of all search the product by the keyword. So in the search method I will simply type here const keyword is going to be this dot query string. We know that this is the request dot query. We will get the keyword from the query, and we check that if the keyword exists, then we will write our code. Otherwise we will pass the empty object. And if the keyword is present in the query, then we will simply have to search with the name, and in the name I will simply type first of all the regex. So regex, that is going to be this dot query dot keyword, and then I will also pass here options, that is going to be I, which means that this search is case insensitive. Okay, again we will simply check that if the query contains the keyword, then we will simply have to search in the name of the product. Okay, so in the name of the product I will simply use here regex, because I don't want to exactly match the keyword or exactly match the name of the product. I want it to search inside the name of the product. So that's why I will use here regex, pass in here the keyword that user has passed in the query. Then I will pass here options, and the option I will pass here I. This means that this search is case insensitive. Like if even if user pass all the characters uppercase, it doesn't really matter here. Okay, so this will make that case insensitive. Now we have here our keyword. I will also log here console dot log the keyword. Okay, and now we will type here this dot query, that is this one, is going to be this dot query dot find. Now in the find I will simply spread here dot 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 keyword. Okay, then I will simply return here this. Okay, so we will set the query, we will call our find function. We know that find returns an array of all the products, so in that we will simply check that if any product contains this keyword, we will simply find that, and then we will simply store that in the this dot query. Then we will return this from here, and now we have to use this search. So I simply save it from here, go to the product controllers, and then here I will simply call dot search. Okay, so now I have called this search method on this API filter, and then we have to execute the query because we are simply returning from here this. So what I do is I will simply type here const or I will simply remove this from here. I call it const products is going to be await, then API filters dot query. Simply say this one because we know that in here we are simply returning this dot query, which is this one. Okay, that is basically the product dot find. In this case, that is product dot find with this keyword. We will simply return this from here, and then from there we can access that query here. Now we will execute that query and it will give back our products. Okay, I simply save this one. Now let's go back for a postman and try it. I type here first of all keyword. For example, I type here like apple, and if I click here search, oops, we have to pass in here here in the get request basically. So I type here keyword, that is going to be apple, and if I click here send, so API filters is not defined, and I think so we haven't imported that, so I will import here API filters from we also have to export here, so export default the API filters. Okay, so that is going to be API filters from utils slash API filters. So now if I simply save it, go back and click here send, you can see that again we have the error that constructor API cannot be invoked without new, and I think so we have to type here new instead of await. Simply save this one, and now if I go back and click here send, we again have this regex has to be string, and you can see that here we are getting the name but the regex is undefined, and the reason is that we have to pass in here this dot query string dot keyword basically. Simply save this one, and now if I go back, click here send, you can see that we get here empty array because we haven't any product with the keyword apple. If I go back, you can see that here this is the result of the keyword. So the keyword contains first of all the name field, regex is going to be apple, and the option is going to be I. Okay, we know that we have a microphone with the name Shure. This one, if I type here Shure and click here send, you can see that we get here a one product only that contains the Shure in that. In the same way, if I go back and just type here desktop and click here send, you can see that now we get the desktop product here. So this means our search is working properly. Now let's first of all implement the filters. Okay, if I want to filter out the products with the ratings, with the price, with the category, we have to also apply that. And for that I simply go back to my postman, VS Code. Here I will remove this, and we have to define another function that is called filter. Okay, in that we will handle all that code. So first of all, here I will type const query copy. I will create a copy of this query, and I will create an object and spread this dot query string, and remember that this dot query string is the request dot query. Okay, and that is going to be copy. And now we have to first of all remove all the fields from the query, because we know that we don't have any field with the name page or keyword, because these are reserved in this case, because keyword will only be used for searching and page will only going to be used for the pagination. Okay, so for that we have to make sure that we remove this page and this keyword from the query, because we don't want to filter out the products based on this keyword. Okay, so what I do is I simply type here const remove fields, and I will add here an array that contains the keyword, and then the second that is going to be page. That will handle in a minute for the pagination. Now we have to remove these two fields from the request query. So for that I simply type here remove fields dot for each, element, I will simply delete from the query copy, that element. So query copy, I will remove that element. Okay, so we check that if this query copy contains these two fields, then we will simply delete that, and now we have the query copy without these two fields. Okay, and now we have to filter out the result. So for that I will simply type here this dot query is going to be this dot query dot find. Now in the find we will simply pass in here the query copy like this. Then I will simply return from here this, and now if I simply go back and call here dot filter like this, simply save it, and now if I go back and for example if I type here like category is going to be laptops like this, if I click on send, you can see that here we are getting here the product with the laptops category. Okay, if I type here electronics, click on send, now this has category electronics, and also this product also have category electronics. Now this is working smoothly, but we have one issue that if user want to search the products based on the price, like user want to get only products between $100 and $500, so you have to also apply that filter if user want to get products within specific range of price, or user want to get only products that rating are greater than 4 or 4 or 3. Okay, so in that case we also have to apply that filters, and for that I have actually used ChatGPT to generate that code. Okay, so I will share that also, but let me show you first of all. If I want to get the products that has price minimum or maximum of 100, so for that I simply type here that price LTE, or LT mean less than, LTE mean less than equal to. Okay, if I type here 100, now I only want to get the products that has price less than or equal to 100. If I click here, and before that I will simply log here console.log the query copy, save it, and now if I click here send, and now if I go back, you can see that here we get here our filter that contains price, then LTE, then 100. So this means that we have to get all the products that has price less than 100. Now when we use Express framework with the node, we just have to add the dollar sign, and rest of the work is done by Express. But in the case of Next.js, we have to manually handle all the code. Okay, so now we get the filter in this form, but we have to transform this input into a specific output. Okay, let me show you here. I want to get here an object. For example, I want to filter out the products based on the price, and in that I will simply type here price is going to be an object that contains GTE value, for example 100, and it can also contain LTE, that is going to be like 1000. Okay, so I have to transform this into this output. Okay, so for that I have intentionally used ChatGPT, and it has actually given me the entire code for this. So let me show you that what ChatGPT has given me, and now we have transformed this input into this output. Okay, so first of all we have to create two variables. One is output, that is going to be an empty object, and then a prop variable that is going to be an empty string at the start. Okay, so this is what ChatGPT has given me. Okay, so first of all these two fields, and now we have to check that for each basically filter, because you can also pass here like two different filters like this, LTE then GTE like this. If I click on send, go back, you can see that here we have two different filters here. One is for less than and one is for greater than. Okay, and that is I think so greater than, like this here. Okay, so for that we have to use a loop. So I simply type here for key in query copy, I have to loop through all the query copy For example, in this case we have 2, so it will loop through 2 times. And then I simply check that if key dot match, I will match here, and I will type here regular expression like this, okay, and slash b. In that I simply check that if it contains GT or GTE, LT or LTE, okay, I will type here not, okay. So if specific filter doesn't contain GTE, LTE or LTGT, then we have to simply use this part. We just have to filter out it. So for that I simply type here output key is equal to query copy, and I will pass in here the key, okay. And before that, actually let me log here the key, simply save it. If I click here send and I go back, you can see that the key is the price LTE, which is this one, and second time the key is going to be this. So we'll check that if that key doesn't contain LTE or GTE, this means that we simply have to pass the normal filter. So for that I will simply type here output, and the output I will set the key. The key is going to be this, and the value is going to be a query copy, and pass in here the key, okay. If I log here the output send, if I go back, you can see that let me log here the output, and if I click here send and go back, you can see that here the output contains empty object because this contains GTE and LTE. If I remove this and select this category, click on send, now if I go back, you can see that here in the output we have the category and then the value of the category, okay. So this is what I mean. We simply check that if filter doesn't contain these filters GTE, LTE, then we will simply put that filter as it is, okay. So in the output we will set the key, which is category, then we will set the value, and the value is going to be query copy of key, that is going to be electronics, okay. So it will set that here. But if that filter contains GTE and these operators, these Mongo operators, then we have to transform the input or the filter. And so for the else I have to write the code. Alright, so else what I do is I simply type here prop is going to be key dot split. Remember that this code is given by ChatGPT. So key dot split, I will split from this bracket, okay, and get the first part, okay. So I log here console.log prop, that is going to be this, and also I remove this query copy just to show you. If I go back and now if I click on send, if I go back, you can see that here the prop is the price, okay. So it will split this key from this bracket, starting bracket, and then get only this part, which is the price or the rating, whatever the name of the field that is. So remember that this prop is going to contain that part, that the name of the field, okay. So this is the prop, okay. And then we will check the operator. So let operator, the operator is this GTE, LT or LTE. So I will get the operator. So to get the operator, I will simply type here key dot match, and remember that the key is this part, okay. So we have to get this LTE from this key, okay. So I will use here regular expression, which I just copy from here just to save time, which is this one, and now it will match with this pattern and give us back the array, okay. So we will get only the first part, okay. So if I log here the operator, and if I copy that and put that here, and if I click on send, if I go back, you can see that we get here operator, which is LTE, okay. So now we have our prop, which is the name of the field. We now have the operator. Now to add in the output, I will simply type here if not output dot output and pass in here the prop. So we will check that if this prop is not present in this output field, then we will simply make here output, we will set to prop an empty object like this. Okay, and then output we will use here prop. Remember that prop is the name of the field, so output prop. And now we know that we have to add the operator also, so I will use here an array, add here backticks dollar dollar, and then the operator that is going to be this operator, that is going to be query copy, pass in here the key. Okay, now I simply save this one, and now let's see what we get back in the output. If I go back, click here send, go back, you can see that here in the output we get back here our correct result. We have this price, then the bracket contains the operator that is $LTE, and then the value that is 100. Okay, so this means that our output is correct. I know that this is a little bit confusing, but this is what ChatGPT has given me, so I just want to share that experience with you. Okay, so I hope that you understand. I remove all the console logs from here. Now I simply have to pass this output in the find. So I copy that from here and put that here like this. Simply save it. And now if I go back and if I type here, click here send, you can see that we get back all the products that has price less than 100. So this is less than 100. We only have one product with the price less than 100. In the same way, if I type here 200, click on send, so this is less than 200, this is also less than 200, this is also less than 200, and this one also. So in this way our filters are working properly. I hope that you understand. So now let's handle our last part, which is the pagination. And for the pagination, I simply go back, I remove this from here, simply save it, create here a new function that is pagination. Okay, in the pagination we have to first of all get the page number from the postman. For example, user pass here like page, here page is going to be 2 or page is going to be 3, so we have to get this page from the query. So I go back, I simply type here const current page is equal to number, because we will get the result from the query in form of string, so I will wrap it inside numbers. So query string dot page. So for example, if user doesn't pass any page in the query, then by default the page number is going to be 1. So this is our page number, and now we have to calculate the skip, that how many results we want to skip if user want to go to page number 2. Okay, if we have 5 results per page and user want to go to page number 2, this means that we have to skip first 5 results and display result from 6 to 10. Okay, so we have to calculate that, and for that I simply type here const skip is going to be a res per page, and we will get the res per page from the pagination function that will pass from the controller. Res per page multiply by current page minus 1. Okay, for example, we want to go to page number 2, so this is going to be 2, so 2 minus 1, that is going to be 1. So 1 multiplied by 5, that is going to be 5, so it will skip first 5 results and go to the page number 2 with the results 6 to 10. Okay, and then we have to simply pass in here this dot query, that is going to be this dot query, and we have to use here dot limit. Okay, and in the limit we will pass in here res per page, that how many results we want to display. So we'll use limit and pass in here res per page, and dot skip, we will pass in here the skip that we have calculated. Okay, and then we will simply return from here this. Simply save it. Now we have to call this pagination function, so I go back, and now first of all I type here const res per page, that is going to be, for example, 4 or 3. Okay, then I will get here products count, because we need that on the front end, so that is going to be await product dot count documents, that will give us total number of documents in the database, so we need that on the front end as well. Okay, and now we have to call the pagination, so I simply type here let products is going to be this. Okay, and then we will get here filtered products count, that is going to be products dot length, and then we will simply use this API filters dot pagination and pass in here the res per page, and then okay, and then this is going to be API filters dot query dot clone. Okay, so now let me explain that. First of all, we need to first of all set the results per page, that is going to be 3, and then we have to get the total number of products in database because we need that on the front end to apply the pagination. Okay, so we will also get that by using product.count documents, and then we have applied the search and the filters, and then we will get the count of those products because we also need that on the front end. Okay, and I will also explain that on the front end that why we need these product counts and this product filter counts. Okay, and then we have simply type here API filters dot query. Okay, that will we will execute the query and get back here our products. Now we will save that products length in the filtered product counts because now we have applied the search and the filter on these basically products. So now we'll get the filter products count that will also need on the front end, and then we will apply the pagination. So I will use this API feature filters dot pagination, pass in here the results per page, and then I will simply execute that query again, and now we have to use here clone, otherwise it will throw the error. So this clone is the mongoose function. Okay, so we have to use that if you want to execute a query more than once, we have to use here clone, and then we will pass in here the products. Okay, and the products count. Okay, products count, and then we will pass in here the results per page. We also need that on the front end, and then we have to pass in here the filtered product counts. Okay, simply save this one, and now if I go back and if I click here send, you can see that we get here total we have 7 products in our database. We have 3 results per page. Filter products count is also going to be 7 because we haven't applied any filter. So you can see that on the front page we have this 1, 2 and this 3 product. Okay, and if I apply here any filter like this, click on send, now you can see that we have total number of products 7 and the filtered products are only 2 because we now have only 2 products with this category. Okay, so we need that filter products count on the front end. I hope that you understand. So now in this video we will implement this search, this one, and also we will implement the pagination on the front end. So for that I need to install 2 packages. First of all, the query string that help us to manage the query that we pass in here in the URLs. Okay, so we will install this query string package, and also I will install React.js pagination. So this package will help us to manage our pagination. So I will install these packages first of all. So copy that, go back to my VS Code, and let's install that. npm I paste it here, query string, and then I also have to install the React.js pagination. Okay, so I copy that and I put that here, and let's install these first of all. Okay, so packages are installed successfully. I start my server, and now let's first of all focus on the search. So for that I simply go to my components. In the layouts I have this search.jsx, and here I have search field and the search button. So what I do is I will simply first of all create here a use state variable. So that is going to be const keyword. Okay, keyword, then set keyword, that is going to be use state. Okay, I will also import that from here. So use state, and we have used here the use state, so we have to make this component client side component. So I use here use client. All right, and now we have our keyword here. Now I will bind that here. So that is going to be value is going to be the keyword, and then the on change I will type here set keyword. Okay, and the set keyword I will set here e dot target dot value, so it will set the value in the keyword. All right, now I will create my submit handler, so that is going to be const submit handler, that is going to be an arrow function, and that I have my e, so event dot prevent default, so prevent default, and then I check that if keyword exists. Okay, so if user has typed the keyword, then I have to move to this URL. Before that I have to also import here use router, so import the use router from next/navigation. Okay, and that is going to be const router use router, and then if that keyword exists, then I will simply push the user, so user dot push to slash, and then put in here question mark for the query, and then I type here my keywords. So keyword is going to be this keyword, and I have to type here backticks, so I add that. Okay, so if keyword exists, then we will push the user to this URL, otherwise we will push the user to the home page. If user doesn't pass anything in the field, then I will use this submit handler on this form, so that is going to be on submit. I will use submit handler, simply save it, and now let's test it out. If I go back to the Chrome, and if I type here Apple and press enter, you can see that here we get here our question mark and then keyword is equal to Apple. So we get our query in here, and what I will do is, it is not working on this here, so I will actually remove this submit handler from here, and let's remove this one as well. Okay, then I will use this submit handler on this button. Okay, if you want to use that on enter, you can also handle that here, but I will add that on click. Okay, I will type here submit handler. So now if I reload this page and type here Apple, Apple, click here search, so now it will move to the Apple. Okay, so now we have our keyword in the query. Now we have to pass this Apple of this keyword on the backend. So for that I will use my query string to handle this. Okay, so I go back to my VS Code, I go to the app page.jsx, and then in here I first of all import the query string that I have installed. So query string from query string, and then I will manage here my URL params. Okay, so in this video we only have the keyword and page. So first of all the keyword, okay, we will get the keyword from the search params, and we have to get the search params from the props from here. Okay, so search params will help us to access these. Okay, so I will pass that in the get products like this, then I will get that right here. Okay, so search params dot keyword, and then after that I will simply type here const search query is going to be query string, okay, dot stringify. In that I will pass here the URL params. So now it will handle all that stuff for us, and it will prepare our query, search query. If I log that here, search query, okay, and then we have to also pass this search query in here, okay, to the backend. So I copy that from here and I pass that after this product, put in a question mark, and then I type here the search query. Now it will handle all the fields that we will enter in the URL params. Okay, if I simply save it from here, and you can see that here we get here keyword is equal to Apple, which is this one. Okay, if I search save it, you can see that search query is the keyword Apple. So it will handle all the URL params that we enter in this object. Okay, so if I simply save it, go back to the Chrome, you can see that here we get here nothing because we don't have any product with the name Apple. If I type here shore and click on search, you can see that here we can have a product with the shore in it. Okay, and let's type here solo 3. So solo 3, if I press here search, you can see that we get here this solo 3 headphones. Okay, so this means that our search is working properly. And now let's handle our pagination. And for the pagination, we have installed this package, that is React.js pagination. So in that, basically we have to pass in here the active page, the current page number, then the items counts per page, which is results per page, then the total item count, how many products we have, the total number of products, and then we have here a page name display, that is 5. And then on change we can handle the page click. Alright, so what I do is simply go back and I close this from here, go in the components, in the layouts, and create a new component here with the name pagination. Okay, so pagination.jsx, then that I will write my code. So first of all, that is going to be a client side component. Okay, so I will use here use client, then I will import my pagination. So import pagination from React.js pagination. Okay, and let's call it custom pagination to make it unique. Okay, so I copy that from here and I put that here, and let's actually rename it with the custom pagination.jsx like this. Okay, and now in that we will pass two values. One is the results per page and then the products count. Okay, because we have to pass that in the pagination. And then first of all I will use here my router. So const router is going to be use router that I will import from Next.js/navigation. Okay, then I also have to import here the use search params. So search params is going to be use search params, and with this use search params we will get access to the params in our URL. Okay, so if we have foo is equal to bar, if we type search params.get foo, it will get the value of the foo, which is the bar. Okay, we also have to use here search params. Alright, so now I will type here let page is equal to search params dot get the page number, otherwise it is going to be 1 by default. Okay, and page is going to be number, we have to make sure that it is a number and pass the page in here. Okay, because like if I go back, like this keyword, we also going to have page is equal to 2, page is equal to 3 in the query. So we will check that if that exists, then we will use that and store that in the page, otherwise it is going to be 1. Okay, because we also have to pass that in the pagination right here, the active page. Okay, so this is going to be our active page. And then let's first of all design our pagination component. So I type here, I give here a class name that is going to be flex, then margin top of 20, then justify center. Okay, then that I will put in here my pagination component. So I will copy that from here, copy that, and I put that here. So in the active page I will pass in here my page, which is this one. Okay, then the items count I will pass in here my res per page that I will get from here. Then in the and the product count I will type here product count, and we don't need the page range display here, I will remove that. Then on change I will type here handle page change. Okay, so I will create that here, that is going to be this. Okay, now in that we will get access to the current page number. Okay, so we will use that later. Okay, so in the handle page change we will get the current page number, okay, on which the user will click. Okay, so after these values we also have to pass in here the let's pass in here next page text. Okay, I think so. Search that here, next page text, you can see that. So I copy that from here, that is going to be next. In the same way you have the previous page text, that is going to be previous, and then we have here the first page text. Okay, and then we have here the last page text. Okay, you can change that according to your requirements. So I will call it first and I call this one last. Okay, And then we have to also add the designing classes. We are using the Tailwind, so I will use here item class, which is the main class, this one. So item class, you can see that default class for the li tag. Li means the each box of pagination, so I will use here item class. Okay, and then I need here the active link class name. Okay, so we also override these styles, and then we have to define here the active class, which is this one. Okay, and for that I will use the designs from Tailwind. I will use Tailwind classes, so I copied that just to save some time. You can get that from my Git repo. So for the item class, I will use these classes: narrative, inline flex, item center, border, border gray, bg wide. These are just classes to style it. And then I have here the active link class, which is this one, and then active class, which is going to be this one. Okay, so these are just Tailwind classes like this. Simply save it. And now we have to first of all display this pagination component on the home page. So I go to the components in the product, in the list product, and after this I will simply type here custom pagination that I will import from the custom pagination. And then in that we have to pass two values. One is the res per page, so res per page, and remember that we are passing that from the backend, so that is going to be this data. Okay, we'll move this data from here as well. That is going to be data dot res per page. Okay, and after that we also have here the products count, and that I will pass in here my filter product count. Remember that if I go to the back end in the controllers, in the product controllers, we have here this filter product count, so I will use that here. Okay, and pass that in here. Simply save it. Now we will pass these two values in the custom pagination, and then we will use that right here. Okay, so if I go back to the Chrome, so filter product count is not defined. All right, so we have to add here data dot filtered product count. Simply save it. And now if I go back, you can see that here we have here um, the pagination, but we didn't get any page. Okay, and if I go back to here, and let's change the results per page to 2, save it, and go back, reload this page. So now we have 2 results per page, but still the pagination is not working. Okay, so I go back, let me check. So in the custom pagination I will pass res per page and then the products count, which is s. Save it. And now if I go back, you can see that here we get here 1 and 2. Okay, if I click on 2, we have to handle the page click. So let's go back, and I go in the close this one, go in the custom pagination, and first of all that is center. Okay, and then in the handle page click I have to basically get the current page number, and then I have to move the user to that page number. Okay, for example, if I click on page 2, I have to type pass in here page 2, then I will get the page 2 from here, pass that to the backend. Okay, so I simply go back, and then here, I have to set the page number in the query. Okay, if I go back, I have to set here in the query. For that we have to use URLs search param. Now this URL search param is read only. We cannot use this search params to write in the URL. This is read only. Okay, so that's why we have to use the URL search params. So I type here let query params. Okay, and then I will in here I will check that if window or type of window is not equal to undefined, then this means that it is loaded and we can store that here. So query param is going to be new URL search params. Okay, now in that I will pass in here my window dot window dot location dot search. Okay, so now we can use this query params to get and set the values of the page. Okay, again this URL search param is a read only, we cannot write with that. Okay, So get a read only URL search param object. Okay, so now we have here our query param. I will simply check that if the page exists, then we have to update that, otherwise we have to append or add a new query. So I check that if query param dot has this page, then we simply have to update the value, else we have to append the value. Okay, so for that I type here query params dot set. I have to set here the page that is going to be current page. Remember that here we have the page number that user has clicked on, and if the page is not there, we have to simply add the query. So I will use here append. Okay, so if the page is there, it will update the value, otherwise it will append the value. And now we have to simply move the user to that page. So I simply type here const path. What is the path? That is going to be window dot location dot path name. Okay, we will get path name from here, and then we will concatenate here the question mark, and then we have to pass in here the query. That is going to be query params dot toString. Okay, and then we will get here our path name. I will simply use here router dot push. I will pass in here path. Okay, if I log here path, so log path, save it to show you here, save it. And now if I go back and if I click on 2, you can see that here we get page is equal to 2. And if I go back, or I can go to the inspect on the console, you can see that here the path is going to be this. So this is exactly what we want. Okay, so now we are getting page on the query, and now we have to pass that on the backend. So I go back and go in the app, then page.jsx, then we have to pass that here. That is going to page is going to be search params.page, and that is it. Now query string will handle that, so simply save it. And now if I go back and I see that now we are on page number 3. If I click on 4, this is our page number 4, second page, and then the first page. Okay, so this is that our pagination is working properly. And if I type here m, click on search, you can see that we get here only 4 results. So if I go to page number 2, we have here 3 results. This means that our search and pagination is working at the same time like this. Okay, so in this way it will work. And also we have to remove this from here, and for that I go back and we just have to type here class name like this. Okay, if I simply save it, now go back, now you can see that it is gone. If I reload it, that is gone. Now we can simply move through our application like this. Okay, and also if I search here anything like apple, press here enter, you can see that it is not working on enter. We have to manually click on this button, and to avoid that, what I do is I go back in the components, in the layouts, I go to the search.jsx, and then I use this submit handler also on submit. Okay, if you just submit the form, then we will use that as well. That is going to be on submit. Okay, and then here I will add here e.prevent default. Okay, so e.prevent default like this. Simply save it. Now if I go back, and now if I type here like sure and press here enter, now it is working on enter. If I type here monitor and click on search, it is also working on the click on the button. So in this video we will handle this price filter, category, and ratings filter. So for that I simply go back to my VS Code, and first of all I have this error duplicate page detected. For that I go to my app and I delete this page.js file. So we have this page.js file and page.jsx file. So I delete this one. Okay, and then we know that in the components, in the layouts, we have our filters.jsx. Okay, in that we have all these filters, these. Okay, so let's handle that. First of all I go back, let's handle these checkboxes first, the category and the rating, and then we will handle this price filter. Okay, so for that, first of all, when I check this electronics, I have to add category is equal to electronics in the params. Like we have here page, I want to add here category, is equal to, for example, toys. Okay, so we will set that here, and then we will get the category from here and then send to the backend to our API. Okay, and when I uncheck it, I have to also delete that from here. So we have to play with this query. Okay, so let's handle that first of all, then we will send it to the backend. So I go back, and in the pagination you can see that we have used this query params, search URL params, URL search params to handle this query. Okay, and we will use the same in our filters. Okay, so I simply close it from here, and I have to get a function that is called function handle click that will handle the click of each checkbox. So in that I will get my checkbox. So checkbox, and I have to give this checkbox to each checkbox. So I actually go to the bottom, and we know that this is our checkbox after this default clicked. Okay, I will explain that also in a minute, but I will add here on click. Okay, we will pass in here handle click and pass in the e.target. Okay, so now it will pass the target or the checkbox in this handle click. Now we have here that checkbox. Okay, and remember that here we have given the same name is equal to category, name is equal to category to each checkbox of that filter. For example, all these filter contains name category, and all these filters, all these 5 filters contain the name of ratings. Okay, so we will get all the checkboxes by name. Let me show you that. So I first of all check that if the query param exists, otherwise it will throw the error. So I will check that, and then I have to get all checkboxes with that name. So const checkboxes is going to be document dot get elements by name. So it will get all the elements with the name, and the name is going to be checkbox dot name. Okay, so it will get all the checkboxes. For example, if the checkbox name is category, now it will get all the checkboxes of category. So now what I will do is I will loop through on each checkboxes. So checkboxes for each item, what I will do is I will simply check that if item is not equal to checkbox, then simply item dot checked is going to be false. If I go back, you can see that here user can select multiple categories at the same time, but I only want to allow user to select only one category at a time. Okay, so this if check will handle that. Okay, so if that item is not equal to that checkbox, we will simply type here item dot checked is equal to false. So it will uncheck that basically a checkbox. Now to use that, I simply save it from here, and I go to the bottom. Now you have to add this on all checkboxes. Okay, so I will add that. Beauty. Okay, if I save it and go back to my Chrome, if I reload this page, okay, if I select this category, you can see that I can check this one. If I click here, I can still check this. Okay, so I go back. Here, oh, that is checkbox dot name. Simply save, and now if I go back, reload this page. Now if I click this, you can see that now I can only select one checkbox at a time. Okay, so it will basically work like a radio button. You can also use here radio button if you want, but I want to use checkbox here, so I have changed the behavior of checkbox, and now a user can only select one checkbox at a time. Okay, so this code is for that. Okay, we will get all the checkboxes with that name, like we have here checkboxes of all the categories. Okay, and then we will log through on each checkbox and check that if that is not equal to that checkbox, then we will simply uncheck it. Okay, so now we have handled this part. Now you can only select one checkbox at a time. Now we simply have to add the current or the active category in the URL param. Okay, so for that what I do is I will simply check in the handle click if checkbox dot checked is equal to false, then we simply have to delete the filter from query. Okay, else we have to add in the query. I will add here a comment set filter in the query. Okay, so we check that if the checkbox dot checked is equal to false, this means that user has unchecked some filter, so we have to remove that from the query. Else if that is true, this means that user have added a new filter, so we will set that in the query param. Okay, so for that what I do is I will simply add here query params dot delete. Okay, so query param has a function that is called delete. In that we can simply delete that. Okay, so query params dot delete. In that I pass in here the checkbox name. So checkbox dot names, now it will delete that query, delete that filter from the query. Okay, and the same way in the else I have to add it. So for that I go to the custom pagination. I have already written this code here. I copy that just to save some time. In the else I will add this one. So for this page I will add here checkbox dot name, and for the current page I will add here checkbox dot value. Okay, so if user has clicked on some filter, we have to check that if that filter already exists, then we have to update the value. Otherwise we have to add the new value. So I check that if query param has the filter with that checkbox, then we will simply set that. Okay, we will change its value. Otherwise we will append the query and add the new filter. And in the new filter we have to add checkbox and then the value. Okay, so category is equal to electronics, category is equal to toys. So I will add that. Now we have to push the user to that basically URL. So for that I will again go back and I will use this part. I will get the path, window location.path, and concatenate the query string, query param.toString. Then I will push the user to that route. Okay, so I will copy that from here, save it, and I go back here. And after this else, I will add that, and also for the delete, I have to add that here. If I simply save it from here, so now if I go back, so now if I simply reload this page, if I click electronics, we get here error that router is not defined. We have to import the router. So I will simply import here router. So import use router from next/navigation. Okay, so I will use that here. That is going to be const router is going to be use router. So if I simply go back now, if I reload this page, now if I click electronics, you can see that the category is equal to electronics is added in the query. If I click here laptops, now the value is updated. So in this way it will update all the values. If I click here electronics, you can see that now the category is gone because now we have deleted that from the query. If I click electronics and reload this page, you can see that electronics is still checked, and we have already added this function that is called default checked that will handle that, this check handler. So in that we will simply check that. If I scroll down, you can see that here to each check we have given a default check value. Okay, and we will call here our check handle, pass in here the name and then the value. Okay, like category and toys. And then we will check that if that checkbox value is also equal to this value, this means that that checkbox is checked, so we will return true, otherwise we will return here false. Okay, and also actually I can remove this from here and also this. If I simply save it and go back, now if I reload this page, so now it will also work. Okay, if it is laptops reloaded, now it is laptops. Okay, so it is our check handler. In the same way, if I comment out this one, okay, and I move this outside the else, save it. Now if I go back, reload this page, if I click here electronics, electronics is added, laptops, toys. If I click here again, the toys is deleted. Okay, so we can actually remove this code from here. All right, I just give you an overview again. We will simply first of all check get all the checkboxes with that checkbox name, and we will handle that user only click one checkbox at a time. Okay, so we will loop through on each check, and then we will check that if that item in the loop is not equal to the checkbox, then we will simply make it false, the checked value. And after that we also have to add the value in the query, or add the filter in the query. We will check that if user has unchecked it, we will simply delete it from the query param, else we will set that in the query param. And after this if else, I will simply move to that path. Okay, so in this way we can handle that. So now let's also add on the ratings. We just have to add this check handler or handle click on the ratings. So I will, after this default check, I will add that. Simply save it. Okay, and now if I go back, click here ratings, you can see that ratings equal to 5 4 3 2 1. If I uncheck it, it is gone. If I select here electronics and rating should be more than 5, you can see that it is also added and it is also removed. Okay, so now let's pass these values on the backend, and it is quite simple. I simply go to my app in the page. I simply copy this one, that is going to be category. Okay, so we will pass this category on the API, and we will get that from the search params. Also, we have to handle here ratings, and for the ratings I have to use here ratings and use here GTE operator. Remember that we have handled this operator in our previous videos, so we will use here search params dot ratings. Okay, so it will get all the products that has rating greater than the rating that user has passed in the filters. Simply save it, and now if I go back, reload this page once. Now if I click here electronics, you can see that now we get here only 2 products that has category of electronics. If I click here laptops, now this has category of laptops, so it is appearing here. Then the toys, office, beauty, electronics, like this. Okay, in the same way we can get the products with the ratings. Like if I type here only want to get the products that has rating greater than 5, so if I check it, I have nothing here. 4, I have this 4.5 rating product with the 4.5 rating. For the 3, I get here this one as well. For the 2, I get here more products. You can see that here. Okay, I can also select filters at the same time. For example, I want to get products of electronics, and then the rating should be greater than 4. Now you can see that this product has category electronics and the rating is greater than 4. Okay, so this means that our category and ratings filter are working properly. And now let's handle this price filter. Okay, so for that I simply go back and let's go to our filters.jsx. I will simply type here a function that is called function handle button. Click. Okay, then in that I will first of all check that if our query param exists, then we simply have to add the minimum and maximum price in the query. Okay, if I go back, I have to add here if there is min value, I have to add that. If there is max value, and then I also have to add that in the query, and then we will send both values to our backend. Okay, so for that what I do is I will create a separate function. I call it query params, that is going to be get price query params. Okay, in that I will pass here query params first of all, then I will pass in here the min, which is the key, and then the value that is also going to be min. Okay, so I will get this min from here. I will declare 2 variables here, const min and then set min. Okay, and then use state that is going to be empty, like this. And the same way I have here max. Okay, so min and max values. In the same way I will get the max here. Okay, so max, and then also this is also going to be max, and I simply copy that from here, create a new folder in the root that is called helpers. Okay, in that I create a new file that is called helpers.js. Okay, so I define here a function export const get price query params. Okay, in that I will have here my query params. Okay, params, then I have here my key, and then I have here my value. Okay, so first of all I have to type here const has value in param. So we'll check that if we have the value in the param with that key. So I will use here query params dot has, and in has I will pass in here my key. Also I put in here arrow. Okay, so now it will check that if we have the value in the param or not. So I will define here that if value exists, this value that we will pass, which is the min value or the max value. So if the min or max exists, and also we will check that it has value in param. Okay, so has value in param, this means that we have to simply update the value. So query param dot set, we will set in here key and the value. Okay, so if the value is present there, and also it is also present in the params, so this means that we have to update the value. So we will update that, else we have to append it. So I will type here query params dot append. Okay, and that I will pass in here the key and then value, and there is one more condition. Okay, so else, okay, that is going to be else if only value exists, then we have to simply append that. Otherwise we will check that. Else if has value in param, then we simply have to delete it. So query param dot delete, and then I will pass in here the key. Okay, then I simply have to return from here this query params. Okay, so return from here the query params. Alright, so now I will simply import that here. So that is going to be if I just type here params, I will import that from helpers slash helpers. Okay, so now I have here my values. So what I will do is I will simply copy this from here and move the user to that route. Simply save this one, and now we have to use that. So I simply scroll down. Here we have our min and here is our max. So I type here value, that is going to be min, and then on change I have to set the minimum value. So I will set that here, that is going to be set min. In that I will type here e dot target dot value. In the same way I have here the max, so I will add that. That is going to be max, oops, max here, and then set max. Okay, and then on the click I have to call that handle click, so I simply type here on click. So on click I will simply type here handle button click. If I simply save it, now if I go back to my VS Code, so use state is not defined, we have to import that. So that is use state, simply save it. And now if I type here like 10, if I click here go, you can see that here we have min 10. If I type here max, that is 100, go, you can see that now we have max also in the params. If I remove this min from here, click on go, now we only have here max, the min is deleted. In the same way I can also type here something like this, min will come back. If I remove this, max will be deleted from the query. So this means that our price is working properly. If I go back, simply we have to where it is, we have to simply create a new function, pass in here the query params, then the key which is the min, and then the value which is also min. Okay, in the same we have max here. Now in that we will simply check that if the value is present in the query param or not with that key. If the value is there and also it has value in the param, this means that value is already present in the query. We simply have to update its value, so we will simply update that. Else if we will check that if the value is there, then we will simply append that. Otherwise if the value is in the parameters, then we will simply delete that from here, and then we will simply return these query params from here. And now in this way we have successfully implemented our price filter. Alright, so we will check that if user want to update its value, we will update that. If user want to add a new value, we will add that. At the end, if user don't want to update the value, don't want to add a new value, then we simply have to delete that value. Okay, simply save it. And now let's pass the values on the backend. So I simply type here price filter. So that is going to be price, then GTE, then LTE. For the GTE, I will pass in here search params dot min value. Okay, so it should be greater than the minimum value, and it should be less than the maximum value. If I simply save it from here, let's go back. Now let's test it out. We have here, if I type I only want to get products that has minimum price of 100. If I click here go, you can see that I have only this product. Go to page number 1. These has values greater than 100. Okay, if I want to get the maximum value, should be 200. Go. Okay, then again we have the same result. Okay, if I type here the maximum value should be like 150. Click on go, now we have only this result here. So this means that our minimum and maximum filter is also working properly. Okay, if I remove this from here, click on go, I can select here electronics like this. In the same way I can apply this filter as well. Alright, so now all the filters are working properly. I hope that you understand. If you have any question, you can post in the comment section. I will definitely reply there. So now let's integrate our cart in this video. So we have successfully handled our pagination, search and filter, and now in this video we will create our cart page. Okay, and then we will add the items to the cart, and also we will remove the items from the cart. Okay, so for that I also have to use the state management. So for the state management I will use context API. Okay, so before actually going toward the cart, let's handle our state. Let's handle our context API and add that in our layout.jsx. Okay, so first of all, create a new folder here with the name context. So I will place all my context API files in this context folder. First of all, in this video, you create my cart context. Okay, that will handle my cart. Alright, so now to create a context, I have to first of all import here create context from React. Okay, and this is going to be a client component, otherwise we will get here error. Okay, we have to use here a use state use effect, so that's why we have to make it client. Right, and after that I will create my context. So I will type here const cart context is going to be create context. Okay, so I will create my context here. Now I have to create my provider. So export const the cart provider, in which I will define all my functions. Okay, now in here I have my children. Okay, and now here I will define all my functions one by one. All right, that is going to be equal to, for example, I type here cart. Okay, because I have to handle my cart here, so set cart. I will use here use state. Okay, and that is going to be an empty array at start. Okay, because cart will contain all the cart items, so I will define here that. Also I need here the router, so const router is going to be use router from the next/navigation, and then I also have to use here use effect. I will use that later. Let's import that. Now let's return here the cart context. So return here cart context dot provider. Okay, and now in that I have to pass in here all my values. So right now my value is going to be first of all the cart. Okay, and then we will add all the functions and values one by one in our cart context. Simply save this one. Now to integrate in our application, I simply go to my app, create a new file here that is going to be global provider. Okay, so global provider .jsx. Now I will handle all my providers in the global provider. Then I will add this global provider in our layout. Okay, so I will simply type here export. Okay, that is going to be a function. I call it global provider. Okay, global provider. In that I have here my children. Okay, so children, and then I will simply return from here cart context. Okay, so I will import the card provider from context/card context. I have to use this card provider here. Okay, so I will wrap that in the tags. Okay, now in that I will simply pass in here my children like this. Okay, so now I will use this global provider in my layout.js file. So I go here, then after the body I simply type here global provider. Okay, then I will wrap my header and children inside that like this. Simply save it, and that is it. Now we successfully integrate our context API in our application. Okay, if I go back to my Chrome, if I reload this page. Okay, so now if I go to the inspect, and here if I go to the components, make sure that you install this extension, that is React Developer Tools. Okay, and then here you will see here the card context. You can see that here in the context or provider we have in the value our card, which is an empty array. Okay, so our context API is integrated successfully. Now we simply have to create our functions. So the first of all I will define here add to cart. Okay, so when user will click on add to cart button, we have to pass the product data, and then we have to save that data in the local storage, as well as we also put the card items in the state. Okay, so what I do is I close this from here. Now let's define our first function here. So I simply type here const add item to cart. Okay, that is going to be async. Now in that I will get all my data. Okay, so first of all I will get here the product, which is the product ID, then the name, then the price of the product, then the image, then the stock, then the seller, and then the quantity. Okay, so quantity is going to be 1 by default. All right, so these are the params that will be passed in the create add to cart function. Now that I will prepare my item, so item is going to be this. Okay, so we will pass all these in the items. Now we have to save this item in the local storage, and also we have to add that in the cart. So after this I will check that first of all if that item already exists in the cart, then we have to update the values, otherwise we simply have to add a new item in the cart. So I check that const is item exist. Okay, so that is going to be cart, this cart, because we will save all the cart in this cart. So I will check that if cart dot cart items, we are going to have cart items in the cart. Okay, so if cart dot cart items I will find here. Okay, I will check that for each item in the cart item, I will check that if that item is going to be, remember that this I dot product is going to be the current item ID. Okay, so this product is the ID of the product. So if that is equal to item dot product, okay, this means that this item exists, then we will simply type here if is item exists, then we have to update the value, else we have to add the new values. All right, so let's type here let new cart items. All right, so if that exists, then we will simply set here new cart items is going to be cart items cart items dot map. Then for each item I will type here item dot product is equal to is item exist dot product. Then we will simply add the item, otherwise we will move on and use the item. Okay, so what does this mean is that if that item exists, then we will map through on each cart items, and if the item dot product is equal to this is exist item dot product, this means that this is the same product that we want to update, then we will give the new item, otherwise we will give the old item that we have in the loop. Okay, so it will update that array, otherwise we simply have to add that in the array. That is going to be new cart items. Okay, that is going to be, we will spread here the cart items, so cart dot cart items, we will spread that. Okay, or otherwise it is going to be an empty array. Okay, at start we may not have any values, so in that case it is going to be an empty array. Okay, so we will spread that, and we have to add the item also, so I will add here item. Okay, so all the items in the array. Okay, then we add here our new item. Okay, so that is going to be right here. Okay, so now we have our new cart items. We simply have to save that in the local storage, and I will simply type here local storage dot set item, and we have to set in here the cart, that is going to be JSON dot stringify, because we have to save a string in the local storage. And now here you can save the cart items as it is, like I am doing, or you can encrypt the cart items if you want to protect those. You can use JWT package or any other encrypting package to encrypt your card items. Okay, I will go as it is. Okay, so now in the stringify I will pass here the card items. Okay, that is going to be new card items. All right, so now we will set in the card items. Remember that we have here cart dot card items, so we will set here cart items is going to be new card items. Now we have set that in the local storage. Now we also have to add these new items in the local in the basically state. Okay, so for that I create a new function here on the top. I call it const set card to state, so it will set all the card to the state. Okay, so in that I will simply set card. Okay, in that I will pass in here local storage. I will check that if local storage dot get item, if the cart exists, then we will simply have to add that in the cart. So that is going to be JSON dot parse. Remember that we have saved in the string, so we will parse that and pass in here the local storage dot get items. So if that exists, then we will simply add that in the state, otherwise we will add an empty array like this. Okay, and that we have to remove this from here. So now it will set the cart to the state. Now you have to call this function first of all on the use effect as well. So on reload we simply set all the items to the state, so we can access that anywhere. Okay, so now it will set all the items to the state on the reload, and also we have to now set the cart to the state after adding a new item. So I will call that here as well. Simply save this one, and now I will add this to here. Simply save it. Okay, so now we have to, if I go back, if I go to this product, I have to, when I click on this add to cart, I have to add this product in the cart. Okay, so I will go back in the components, I go in the products, in the product details, I have to add that here. Okay, so for that I create a handler, so const add to cart handler. Okay, now in that I have to call that function, that is going to be add item to cart. Okay, in that I have to pass in here the product ID, that is going to be product dot underscore ID. Okay, underscore ID. In the same way I have other fields, so I will add that as well. That is going to be a name of the product, so product dot name. Okay, then I have here the price, then I have here the image. Okay, so name price. For the image I will use here product dot images. I will get the first image dot URL, pass that, and then I have here the stock of the product, so stock, and then I have here the seller. Okay, so now I have to call this add to cart handler. So here I have my button that is here add to cart. So here I will simply add here on click, I will simply call here add to cart handler. Okay, so now it will handle that. Okay, and we also have to import this add item to the cart. For that I will simply import here use context. Okay, I will import the use context hook, and then after that I will um, get from use context. In the use context I have to pass here my context. So my context is going to be cart context, so cart context. So I will import my cart context from here, so cart context I will import that from context slash cart context. I will pass that in here. Now I can import here the add item to the cart, so I will add that here like this. Now if I simply save it from here, and now if I go back, okay, so undefined reading context. Okay, so you have to actually go back in the cart context. I also have to export default here the cart context as well, so that I can use that in the product details right here. Okay, if I go back now, if I reload this page, now everything is fine. Now if I click on add to cart, okay, so I have clicked on that button. If I go to the inspect, let's go to application. Here you can see that in the cart we have our cart item. Okay, so we have here, if I move to the top, we have here stock, seller, quantity, product, price, name, and the image. So we have successfully added this cart item. Let's add one more. If I go to this page and I open this one, let's add the product with the image. Let's add this one, so add to cart. Okay, if I, you can see that now we have two products here. So now we also have this Amazon basics. So this minute our product is successfully adding to the cart. And also if I go to the application, the components, sorry, and then here let me check in the state. So in the cart, you can see that here in the value we have this cart. So in the cart we have two cart items that contain both of the cart items. Now we just have to display that on the cart page. So now I go to my buy it now Git repo, and on the first branch I have my components. So I go to the source. In the components in the cart I have cart.js, cart.jsx. So I copy that from here. Okay, go back and I go in the components, get a new folder that is cart. Okay, in the cart I get a new file that is cart.jsx. Simply save it here, and now we have this cart page here. Now let's get the cart items and display that here. Okay, so for that I will simply use this exact same code to get from the state. Remember that we have all cart items in our state. So we'll get that from here. So I will import my cart context. Okay, I have to get here add item to the cart, and also I will get here the cart. We have cart.cart items. Okay, so now let's display that. First of all, the length, I will type here cart dot cart items dot length, otherwise it is going to be 0. If I save it and go back to the Chrome, and if I have here the link to the slash cart, if I click on that, we also have to actually create a page. So in the app, I create a new folder with the name cart. Okay, in the cart I have this page.jsx. Alright, so now I will add here this code and remove this part from here. Okay, and that is just going to be cart. I will remove this from here. That is going to be cart page. I will remove this async from here, simply save it, and also I have to actually reload this page. So cannot found resolve react.dom. Okay, so that is going to be link. We have here link where it is, this one. So I will import the link from next/link, and that is href. Simply save it, and now if I go back, we have to import the use context. So that is going to be I will go back and I copy this from here. You also have to make it client component because you have to use here hooks. So I will add that and move this user F from here. Save it, and now if I go back, reload this page, React is defined multiple times. I will remove this part, save it, and now you can see that this is our cart. So we have 2 items in the cart. Now let's display those here. So I go back and I scroll down. Before this section, I will simply type cart dot cart items. Oops, dot cart items. I will map through each cart item. Okay, and I will make sure that if the cart dot cart items dot length is greater than 0, then we have to display that. Okay, so if it is greater than 0, then we have to display this part. Okay, so I will add the end of this section this bracket like this. Simply save it, and now if I reload this page, you can see that we have cart items in the cart. So that's why we will get here. Now we have to loop through that. So I will type here after this article, before this div, I will add my loop. So that is going to be cart items. Okay, dot map, and for each cart item, I have to display the item. All right, so I will move this entire div inside the loop like this. Oops. From here I have to select this part, so I will move that inside the loop. Okay, so now if I go back, you can see that we have here 2 items. So first of all, I have to display here the name. So that is going to be cart item dot name. Okay, and the same way we have here the seller. Okay, that is going to be cart item dot seller, and I also have to display here the image. So for the source, I will use here cart item dot image. Okay, I will remove this bracket from here, and for the title I will use here the name. All right, save it. If I go back, now we have here the image, title, the seller name. We also have to display here the quantity and then the price. So for the quantity, we have here this value, so that is going to be cart item dot quantity. Okay, and then if I scroll down, we also have here the price. So I will add here cart item this here cart item dot price. Remember that here we have to display the price per item, and here we have to display the total, um, you can say that total amount. So we will multiply this with the quantity and then we get the total amount for this product only. Okay, so we will display here the price for per item, and then here I have to display here price multiply by card item dot quantity. Okay, if I simply save it and paste that here, go back, and now you can see that here we get here 34912.99. Okay, and now also I will use here actually dot to fixed. Okay, I will fix it to only 2 decimal characters, otherwise it will be 349.5 to 6 numbers after that. So I will restrict that to 2, so it will be 2 numbers after decimal. All right, and then now we have to first of all handle this plus and minus button if user want to increase the quantity. Okay, so let's handle that first of all. If I simply save it, let's create 2 functions here. First of all, increase quantity, so increase quantity, in that I will pass here the card item for which I want to update the quantity. Okay, I will check that const new quantity is going to be card items. So the card item dot quantity, I will add here +1. So this is going to have a new quantity. We will add plus in the current quantity. Okay, and then we have to prepare here our item that we want to save in the uh, local storage and state. So that is going to be dot 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 whatever in the cart item, we will spread that, and then we have to update the quantity value. So the quantity value is going to be new quantity, this one. Okay, so now we have our item here. Now we simply have to save that in the local storage. So I will add here add to cart, pass in here the item, so now it will update the value. Now also I have to make sure that the stock, for example, if we have 5 items in stock, we cannot allow user to have more than 5 in the cart. So for that I add if check here, that if the new quantity is greater than the cart item dot stock, then we simply have to return here. Okay, because if that is greater than the stock, then it will be a issue. So we'll check that if the new quantity is greater than the stock, then we will simply return from here, and we will not add the item to the cart. And in the same way we have decreased quantity, so I copy that. That is going to be decreased quantity, so we will minus that, and then if the new quantity is less than equal to 0, then we will simply return from here. So this is our decreased quantity. So now we have to call that. So I scroll down, this is our minus and this is our plus. So this is our button, so on click I simply have to call that. So that is going to be decrease. So decrease quantity, I will pass in here the cart item. Okay, in the same way I have the increase quantity for the plus, so I copy that from here, and this is our plus button, so I will add that here. That is going to be increase quantity. Save it. Now let's test it out. If I go back below this page, if I click here plus, you can see that the quantity is increased to 2 and the price is also increased here. I can increase those like this. Now you can see that I have only 5 items in stock, so I cannot select more than 5 here. And also if I decrease, I cannot have value less than 1. Okay, the same way I can increase the values. Okay, so now we are successfully handling our minus and plus button. Now let's handle this remove button. If you want to remove some item from the cart, you simply have to remove that from the local storage and also from the state. So I simply go back in the cart context, create a new function. I will call it const delete item from cart. Okay, that I have to pass in here the ID, okay, of that product. So const new items or new cart items is going to be cart dot cart items. I will filter that and remove that product from the cart. So cart dot cart items, we will filter that, and then for each item I will check that for each item I will check that if that item dot product is not equal to the ID that we will pass in the delete handler. Okay, so if we will get our new cart items without that product, then we simply have to save that. So I will use this code again here. It will save that in the local storage and also update that in the state. Save it. I will call this from here and I pass that here. Save it. Now we can access that right here. And now if I scroll down, I have here my remove button, which is this one. So I will add here on click. So on click, I will call here my remove item from the cart. So remove that is actually delete item from cart, sorry. So I will use that here, delete item from the cart. Then I will pass in here the ID, that is going to be cart item dot product. Remember that product is the ID of that product. So I will pass that in here, save it. Now if I go back, reload this page, if I click here delete, you can see that the item is gone. If I delete this, you can see that now we have 0 items in the cart and the entire cart is gone from the bottom. Okay, so I will go here. Also, let's activate this button. I also want to add items to the cart. And I user click on this button. Okay, so I go back, go to the cart product item. Okay, then I simply go here and I copy this from here, because you have to also add that from the home page. You can remove that if you want, but I will add that here. Okay, then I will use this cart context here and I put that here. So I will import the cart context. Okay, and I have to call this cart handler. So I go here and then I copy this. On click, I have to code the add to cart handler, go back, and then here we have our this part. So on click, I will add that, save it. And now if I go back, so use context is not defined, so I will import the use context, save it. And now if I go back and click here add to cart and go in the cart, you can see that we have 1 items in the cart, and we also have to update the number of cart items in the header right here. So for that I go back to the layouts. In the header I have to simply import that cart items here. Okay, so I will copy this from here. Also I will copy this cart context here. Okay, I have to also import the cart context, so I copy that as well. I need here cart. Okay, so that is going to be const cart items is going to be cart dot cart items. Okay, and then I scroll down here, I will add cart items dot length. Okay, otherwise it is going to be 0. Simply save it. Now if I go back, cannot destructure property cart, so we also have to actually make it client side component. Okay, so use client, simply save it. Now if I go back, now you can see that here we also have one in here. Okay, if I go back, click on to add this item, so it is updated. Now we have 2 items in the cart. Okay, so now we have handled this entire part. We are successfully handling this entire thing, also the remove button. Now we have to calculate the total price, total unit, tax, and total price here. Okay, so let's go back. And also one thing, if I go here, and if for example this product is out of stock, then we have to disable this add to cart button. Okay, for that I simply go back in the product details. Okay, remember that here we have our in stock variable that will be true or false. So if that is false, then we have to disable this button. So I simply type here that disabled, and it will be disabled if we have not in stock. So I will add here not. Okay, so now the button will be disabled if the item is out of stock. Okay, so I close this from here. Also remove this, close this header page and the product item. So now let's calculate here the prices. So I go back. So first of all I have to calculate the amount without tax, then the tax, and then the total amount. Okay, so I'll type here const amount without tax. Now you can also create a separate function for this, but I will keep it simple. So I don't know how we can collect the tax, but I will collect 15% of the total amount. Okay, so I will type here a cart dot cart items dot reduce. I will use here reduce function to get my total amount. So in the reduce, I will pass in here my accumulator and then the item. Okay, now we simply have to multiply the quantity with the price, and then at the end we will get a value with the total amount. Okay, so I will simply type here accumulator, then add in here item dot quantity, and I have to multiply that with the item dot price, and then we will pass in here 0. Okay, so reduce function help us to reduce the values to 1. Like in this case we want to get a total amount, so we will multiply the quantity with the price and add in the previous value, and then we will get here our amount without tax. Okay, now we have to calculate the tax. So const tax amount, okay, that is going to be amount without tax multiplied by 0.15, so we will get 15%. And I use here dot to fixed to 2 so that I can get only 2 values after decimal. And this is the tax amount. Now we have to calculate the total amounts. So const total amount is going to be a number. We will add in here amount without tax, then pass in here number and pass in here tax amount. Okay, then 2 fixed. Okay, if I simply save it, now let's display that on the UI. So if I scroll down, for the total price I will add here, I will call it price or amount without tax, amount before tax, and that is going to be amount without tax, and then we have to display here the tax, so that is going to be tax amount, and then the total amount, that is going to be total amount. If I simply save it and go back, so and if I reload this page, now you can see that here we have 361, so 349 plus, if I just show you here, plus 12.99, we have here 361.99 here, then the tax is $54 and we have total $416.29. Okay, so our price is correct. Now we also have to handle this units, how many units user is purchasing. In this case we have one this and one this, which is 2. If I increase it, we have to change it to 3. Now we have one this unit and 2 this units, so user is purchasing 2 units and 2 products basically. Okay, so you can see that the price is changing. Now you can see that I haven't used here to fixed, so I get here this unlimited digits after dot. Okay, to handle that I simply use here dot to fixed also. So I copy that and add that here, save it, and now I have here, if I reload it, I will actually type here the bracket, save it. Now if I go back, now we have here correct amount. Now let's handle this unit, and for the unit I will simply use this reduce function again. So I copy that from here, go to the top bottom, and I type here this. Okay, and we have to wrap that inside the brackets. For each item we simply have to get the quantity, so that is going to be item dot quantity. I remove this price from here. Okay, if I save it, go back, and you can see that I have here 6 units. If I decrease it, you can see that the unit is also decreasing here. Okay, so this means our values are dynamic here. Okay, save it, or I can add here a space like this. Okay, so now we're successfully displaying the amount before tax, total units, tax, and added total price. Okay, we are also handling our cart. We are displaying the cart items in the cart and also in the header. From this video, we will start implementing our authentication. Okay, so in this video, I will first of all register my user and save that user in the database. And also we have to handle the user registration from the front end and back end in this video. Okay, so first of all, let's handle our backend. So I have to create my model first of all, then the route, and then we will handle that on the front end. Okay, so I simply go back to my VS Code, and then here I have to first of all create my model. So I go in the backend, in the models, I get a new file that is called user.js. So first of all, that is going to be const user schema, and I use here new mongoose new mongoose dot schema. Okay, and then let me correct that. That is import mongoose from mongoose, and then in here I have to define all my fields. So first of all, the name of the user. Okay, so type is going to be string, of course, and then we have here our required field. So definitely the username is required, so type here true, and type here a message that please enter your name. So if the user doesn't pass the name, we will throw this error. And then in the same way, we have our email and password. So I type here email and then the password. Okay, so that is going to be please enter your email, and then I add one more field here that is called unique to true, because I cannot have more than one user with the same email address. So I type here unique true. That will make sure that we have only one user with this email in the database. Okay, so it will make that user unique. And then we have here please enter your password. Okay, and then I type here one more, that is min length. So the minimum length of the password is going to be, let's say, 6. Okay, so your password must be longer than 6 characters. Okay, and then I define here select is equal to false. So whenever we will get our user, it will make sure that we will don't get any password in the response. Okay, so it will select it to false. Okay, and then after that, after the password, we have the avatar of the user, the profile picture. In that I have first of all the public ID, the ID of that image, that is going to be string. Remember that this is Cloudinary ID. Okay, and then we have to save the URL, so that is going to be URL, and that is also going to be string. Okay, so these are not required at start. Okay, we will handle that later in our upcoming videos. So in the avatar we will have our public ID and then the URL of that image, and then we have the role of the user. So type is going to be string, and then we have here the default value. So default is going to be the user. So by default every user is going to be a user, has user role, and we can also change that to the admin if you want, but we will handle that later. At the end we have here created add. So when this user is created, so created add, I type here type, that is going to be date, and then default that is going to be date dot now, and then I simply save it from here. Now we have to export this model. So I simply type here export default mongoose dot models. We will check that if user model already exists, then we will use that. Otherwise we will use here mongoose dot model to model our schema. In that I will pass here the name of the model, that is user, and then the schema, which is going to be user schema. Okay, so it will create that for us. Simply save it, and now our model is ready. Okay, so now let's create our controller. So I go to the controllers, type here auth controllers.js. So here first of all I import my user model from let's say dot slash models, then slash the user model. Okay, then I define here my function. So export const register user. Okay, that is going to be an async function. In that we have our request and the response, and then I type here a name. Okay, then the email, and then the password. We will get all these values from the request.body. Okay, we will pass our data in the body of the request, and then we have to create the user. So a similar type here const user is going to be await user dot create, and that I will simply type the name, the email, and then the password. Okay, now the user is created. Now we have to simply send the response. So I type here res dot status, that is going to be 200 or 201 because user is created. So dot json, in that I will pass here let's pass in here the user. Okay, so now the user is created. Simply save it. Our controller function is ready, and now we have to go into the pages in the API, create a new folder here that is called auth. In the auth I get a new file that is called register.js. That is going to be /api/auth/register. And now in here I will simply copy this from here just to save some time. So you have to import from the auth controller, and I will import here the register user. Okay, and then I will have to use here handler.post, that is going to be register user. So this is going to our backend API. Okay, so this is our backend. I hope that you understand. Now we have to create our front end form and register the user. Okay, so for that I simply close this from here, and also this. I think so everything is fine here. One more thing we have to do is we also have to encrypt its password before saving in the database. Remember that here we haven't typed any code to encrypt the password, because we cannot save the plain password in the database. We have to hash that, and for the hash I will use a library that is called bcrypt. Okay, so we will use bcrypt that will encrypt the password. So let me install that first of all. That is going to be npm i bcrypt.js. Okay, and I just save. Let's install this package, and let me, so I will simply type here import bcrypt from bcrypt.js. Okay, and then we have to simply type here user schema dot pre. Okay, so before creating the user, we will use here dot pre. In that we have to first of all type in here the method that is going to be save. So before saving the user, we have to encrypt the password. Okay, so I simply type here async function, that is going to be next, and then in here I will simply first of all type, I will check that if this dot is modified. Okay, and then I will pass in here the password. Okay, and I will use here not in the if statement, and then I will use here next. So here remember that this is the current user that is being created. So we will check that if that user is if that user passwords is not modified, this means that we don't have to hash the password. We will simply move on and use here next middleware. Otherwise we have to hash the password. So I type here this dot password is going to be await. Okay, I will use here bcrypt dot hash, which is the function that I will simply pass in here first of all the string that I want to hash, and then the salt value. So the string is definitely going to be this dot password, and then the salt value is going to be 10, which is also the default value. You can increase that if you want, but 10 is enough. Okay, so this will hash the password. Again we will simply use here pre, in which we will type that before saving the user, we will check that if the user password is not modified, then we will simply move on. Otherwise we have to hash the password. So I will set this dot password. Remember that this is the current user is going to be, we will hash the password and save that. Okay, simply save this one, and now we are done. So now let's go to our front end and register our user. So I close this from here, and I go to the context. Okay, in the context create a new file that is going to be auth context.js. So I will simply go to the card context, copy all the code from here just to save some time, paste that, and I remove every function from here. Okay, and that is going to be auth context. So auth context, and this is going to be auth provider. Okay, so I use that here and also here, and sorry, that is going to be auth context. Okay, and everything is fine, I think so. We don't need here use effect. Okay, so here first of all we need the user. So const user is going to be set user, and by default the user is going to be null, so I set here null. Okay, then we also have here the error. So error, if we have any error, so set the error, and by default it is also going to be null. Okay, and now we need here router also. So now let's define our first function, that is register user. So const register user, and I use here async, and in that I will simply pass in here the name, the email, and then the password that you have to pass on the backend. Okay, so I will simply use here try catch. Okay, so try catch. So if there is any error, then I will simply set the error. Remember that we have here set error, so I will use here set error, and that I will pass in here the error value. So that is going to be error dot response dot data dot message. Okay, so we will set the error here if there is any, otherwise we have to create the user. So I use here Axios, so I will data, that is going to be await Axios dot post, sorry, not get, that is post. And the post, first of all, you have to type the URL. So that is going to be, first of all, the domain. So I type here process dot env dot api underscore URL. Okay, so we will add our URL here, and then we have here slash api slash auth slash register, which is our backend endpoint. And now we have passed in here the endpoint. Now we have to also pass in here the data for the body. So that is going to be, first of all, name, then the email, and then the password. Okay, so now it will send the request with this data, and we will simply check that if data dot user, okay, then we will simply router dot push. We have to push to login, but right now we don't have any login route, so I will push to slash. Okay, so that is use router. Simply save it, and now we will simply and go here. We have here register user function. Okay, and then we will set here the user, then the error, and then the set user, I think so also. Okay, simply save it, and now we are using these values. Okay, so this is our auth context. I go to my app in the global provider, I will add that here. Okay, so I will simply type here the auth context. Okay, and then I will add here closing tag of auth context. Simply save this one. Okay, I will remove this from here. I will add that here, save it. So we will add our auth context. Oops, we have to type here auth provider, I think so. So I will remove this auth context. Okay, simply save it from here, that is auth provider. And now we also have to install a package that is called React Toastify. So React Toastify is a package that helps us to display the toast messages on our UI. Okay, so I will install here npm I react dash toastify. Okay, I will install that, and then we have to also add that here. So I will import the toast container from React Toastify, and then we have to simply add that in our provider, and then we can use that and display our messages. Okay, so let's also add that. So I add here empty tags. So in here I have to first of all add here toast container. Okay, in that I have to just provide in here the position, so where I want to display the error messages. So the position is going to be, you can select that from here, but I will use here bottom right. You can change that if you want, simply save it. So we also have added the toast container. So close this from here. We also have created our auth context. Now we have to create our component. So I go to the components, create a new folder here with the name auth. In that I create a new file that is called register.jsx. Okay, now let's go back to our by now first branch, which is the components. So I go to the source, in the components, in the auth I will have my register component. So I go there and I copy that from here. Okay, and I go back and put that here. First of all, I have to add the link from next/link. Okay, so I will use here first of all href, then I will import the link from next/link. And also I use here use client, because this is the client side component. We have to use here different hooks. So use client, and then we have to also import from here the use state, and then the use context, and then we also have to import from here the use effect. Okay, so now let's also import here the auth context. So import actually here auth context, and also the toast, because we also have to display the error message if we have any. So import the toast from React Toastify. Okay, so now let's type here our code. First of all, we get our error register user. Okay, then also we have to import here use context. in the use context I pass in here the auth context. Okay, so now we also have to create here the state variables. So name, then set name, that is going to be use state. Okay, then we have here name, then we have here email, so set email, and then we have here the password. So password and set password. Okay, let's get our submit handler also. So const submit handler, that is going to be this. I type here my e, which is the event, then e dot prevent default. So now let's go here in the form and use here on submit. I will use my submit handler. Okay, now let's add all these values and on change here. So after this I type here value, that is going to be name. Okay, and then on change I will use here e, then set name, that is going to be e dot target dot value. Okay, so it will set the name. If we change that, in the same way we have our email, so that is going to be email, and then set email. In the same way we have here the password, so that is going to be set password, and this is also going to be password. Save it. All right, and now let's go here. Now we have to simply pass all the data in the registered user. So I simply type in here registered user, and in that we have to pass in the name, email, and the password. So name, email, and then the password. Okay, and also we have to show the error if we have any. So I will use here use effect. Okay, and then in here I will simply check that if there is any error, then we will simply toast dot error. Okay, so in the toast we have different methods like toast dot success and toast dot info, toast dot error. So here we have the error, so I will display here my error message, and in the dependency I type here the error. And also we have to clear the error after displaying that to the user. Okay, and that is register user. Okay, we also have to clear the errors, and for that I simply go to my context auth context. Let's define here our clear errors. I simply have to type here const clear errors. This is going to be pretty simple. We just have to set error to the null. Okay, so after displaying it to the user, we will set the set error to the null. So we will use here clear errors. Simply copy this from here, and also we will import that here, and then we will call that after displaying the error. Simply save it, and now let's type here npm run dev, and also we have to actually go to our app new folder, that is going to be register. Okay, in that I create my page.jsx file. So page.jsx, and I copy this from here, so that is going to be register. Okay, I remove this card from here, so that is going to be register page. Simply save it, and now if I go back to here, close this from here, go to slash register. Okay, so use register only works in the client components. Add use client directory to top of the file. I have to add in here use client. Okay, and here I also use the use client because we have used here toast container, so we have to use here use client. Simply save it. Now if I go back and reload this page, so I simply go back, and the auth context we have here the auth context dot provider. Simply save it, and now if I go back, you can see that here we have our registered user with our fields. Okay, so if I type here like my name, then I type here gulam1@gmail.com, password is going to be 123456, and if I type here register, okay, so you can see that we are moved to the login page. So this means our user is created successfully. And if I go to my MongoDB, you can see that here our user is saved successfully in the byitnow.users. We have ghulam1@gmail.com, role is user, and you can see that here our password is encrypted successfully here. Okay, so this means that our user is saved successfully. Okay, so one more thing, if I go back, we have added here the code for the error, but we haven't done error handling right now. We haven't created our error middleware that will handle the errors. So in my next video I will create my login, okay, and I will display the user in the header, and then in the next video I will manage my error handling, and then we will test this error. Okay, so right now our user is creating and it is saving in the database. So I hope that you understand. And now in this video we will handle the user login. Okay, so let's start. First of all, I go to my in the pages, I go in the API, in the auth, I create a new file that is going to be next.auth.js. So we're going to use a package that is called Next-Auth that will handle all the authentication for us. So I have to install that, so that is going to be npm i next-auth. So I will simply install that. And also I have created a detailed video on Next-Auth in Next.js 13. I will add the link in the description of this video. You can watch that also. In that I have discussed all about authentication. And also I have one video on social authentication. If you want to add the Facebook, Google, GitHub authentication in your application, I also have created that video. So I will add links of both video in the description of this video. Okay, so in this video we will integrate our credentials login. User have to pass in here the email and then the password for the login. Okay, so first of all I import here Next-Auth from Next-Auth slash, I don't need here slash next, so I will use like this. Then I have to import the credentials provider because we have to authenticate the user with the email and the password. Again, if you want to add social login, I have created a detailed video on that. I will add the link in the description of this video. So I will use here credentials from Next-Auth slash providers slash credentials, and let's call it provider. Okay, so credentials provider. Then I have to import in here the user model. So I will import that from the backend slash models slash user. Okay, and the same I have to import here the bcrypt because we have to compare the password if it is correct or not. So you import here the bcrypt, import that from bcrypt.js, and then I have to also import here the dbconnect. So dbconnect from backend config dbconnect. Okay, so now let's type here export const, that is going to be async function, and let's call it auth. In that we have access to the request and the response. Okay, and that is going to be export default. Okay, so let's call it auth, and now in this we have to return here the Next-Auth. So return, I type here await, that is going to be Next-Auth. In that we have to pass all our configurations. So in the Next-Auth we have to pass our options. First of all I will pass in here the request, the response, and then I pass an object in which we will define all our options. Okay, so first of all we have to type here this session, that what session I want to use. In that I will set the strategy to JWT because I want to use here the JWT as strategy. Okay, and after setting up this we have to now set the providers. So now providers is an array. You can define multiple providers like credentials provider, Google provider, Facebook provider at the same time. Okay, so I'll type here providers, and it is going to be an array. So again in this video we will use credentials provider. So I use this credentials provider, and then in that we have to pass in here first of all the function or the method that is called authorize. Okay, now in this authorize we will have access to the credentials that user will pass from the front end. Credentials is the email and the password. Okay, and then the request object. Okay, so now in the authorize we will simply check write our code to validate the user. First of all I type here dbconnect, and then I will get my email and then the password from the credentials. Okay, so I will use here credentials. Now we have our email and the password. Now we have to check the user. So const user is going to be await user dot find one. On the find one I will now in the find one I will pass in here the email. So I will find the user with that email, And I also use here dot select. I will add in here the password. Remember that we have set select to false in the backend models user. We have set it to false, so we all have to compare the password. So that's why we have to select the password also. So in this way we can select the password like this. Okay, so use a dot select plus and then the field name, that is the password. So now we have here our user with the password. I will simply check that if not user, that if user is not present there, then we will simply throw new error, and I will simply pass in here the invalid email or password. So here we have checked the if user exists or not. Now if the user exists in the database, we have to validate the password also. Okay, so for that I simply type here const is password matched. Okay, that is going to be await bcrypt. So we will use here bcrypt.compare. Okay, in the compare I will pass in here the password that user has passed, and then the user.password that is saved in the database. Okay, so now I will compare the both passwords, and if it is if the both passwords are same, it is going to be true, otherwise it is going to be false. So I will simply copy this if from here, and I check that if not is password match, we will simply throw this error, otherwise we will simply return the user, that is going to be return user. And that is it. Simply save it from here. Now in our upcoming videos we will define here our callbacks for the session that we want to change the session. We have to save the user role in that. Okay, and all that stuff, and also we have to update the session when the user data is updated, and we will handle all about sessions and callbacks in our upcoming videos. So right now it is enough. We just have to add in here after the array. After this array I will simply set here the pages. Okay, in the pages I will set here that sign in is going to be the route that is going to be /login. Okay, so if the user is not logged in, so it will move us to this /login page, which is our login page. And then we also have to define here the secret. Okay, so I use here process.env.next-auth underscore secret. Okay, we also have to copy that from here, go in the next config, and I add that here. And the value you can set here a strong secret, so I will use here coding with Abbas just to show you here. Definitely you have to use here strong secret. Save this one, and now our configuration is completed for our Next-Auth.js. We simply have to create a function. We have called auth. In that we have to use here Next-Auth that we have imported from Next-Auth. In that we have to pass multiple options. First of all, we pass in here the request, response, and then the session. So in this session we will use strategy that is going to be JWT. And then in the providers array we can define multiple providers for different type of login, like credential based login and Google, Facebook, GitHub. So in this video we are using the credentials provider, so I will use that here. In that we will get access to the authorize function that has access to the credentials that contains the email and the password that user will pass from the front end. Then we will select the user and check that if user is not there, we will simply throw the error. Then we will match the password and throw the error if the password are not same, and then simply return the user from here. And after the providers array we have simply defined here pages, and that I have defined the sign in. So if the user is not logged in, it will move the user to this /login page that we will create in a minute. And also we have to set in here the secret and make sure that you have a strong secret, so I will add the secret also here. We also have to add here the callbacks, JWT sessions and configurations, but we will add that in our upcoming videos when we need that. Okay, so our Next-Auth.js is completed. Now we have to simply go to our front end and send the request to this endpoint. So I close this from here. I go to the pages, app, create a new folder. Let's call it login. In that I create a file that is called page.jsx. Okay, so I go to my components, go in the source, in the components, in the auth, I will select here the login.jsx, copy the JSX from here, go back and put that here, and that is going to be href. Remove this from here, and that is going to be link from next. Save it from here. I open my register page.jsx. The component oops, we have to actually go in the component in the auth. There is a new component here that is called login.jsx. Okay, so I'll put all this code right in here. Simply save it, and now I go to here in the register.jsx, and let me use this code here. So I copy that and I put that here. I will simply remove this field from here. We don't need that here, and also we don't need here register user. In fact, we don't need here actually the context. Okay, we need here the email, we need here the password, and we don't need here the use fact also. Okay, and then the submit handler we have to log in. So first of all, I will go to my register and I copy this from here for the name, and I use that right here. Sorry, that is email. So I copy this from here and I use that here, and also I use this password from here. So value and then on change, and then after that we also have here the submit handler. So on submit I will use my submit handler. So I copy that also from here. Okay, and I add that here. So now on submit it will come here. Now we have to simply pass in here the email and the password to the backend, and for that I simply have to import the sign in function from Next-Auth/React. Okay, so we don't have to create that, so we have to simply import that from the Next-Auth/React, and we have to import the sign in. So when we will pass in here our email and password, it will send that email and password to the backend in our authorize function. Okay, so on submit I will simply type here const data is equal to await sign in. Now in the sign in I will simply pass in here first of all the provider. Okay, so we know that our provider is credentials, so I use here credentials. Then I have to pass in here the options, and the options I have to pass in here the email, password. So email and then the password. Okay, simply save it from here, and after that I will simply check that if data oops dot error, if there is any error, then I will simply use here toast dot error, and I will pass in here the data dot error. So if there is any error, we will display that. Okay, so we will import that also from React Toastify. Simply save it, and now here I will use this code. So that is going to be login page, and we have to import the login component. Okay, and I remove this register from here. Simply save it, and now if I start my server, so npm run dev. Okay, and also actually I log here the data, so log data, save it, and now if I go back and reload this page, I click on sign. Oops, we have here the await isn't allowed in non-async functions, so you have to make that async. Save it, and now if I go to the sign in, so here we have to import the use state. So use state. Okay, now we have to make that client side component, so use client, save it and go back, and now we have here our email and the password. So if I type here like wrong password and wrong email, if I click on login, and to avoid that I simply go back and I add in here the redirect to false, so it will not redirect us to that default error page. If I simply save it, now if I go back and now if I click here login, so you can see that here we get let me check. If I go to the global provider, you also have to import the CSS for this React Toastify. Okay, so let me search that on the Google, and I will copy that, and if I scroll down I have to add this CSS also line, so I add that here. Okay, so So if I simply save it, go back, and now if I click here, you can see now we get here invalid email or password in the toast. So our error is displaying successfully here. If I type here correct email and I type here wrong password login, so invalid email or password. Now let's type here correct. So 1 2 3 4 5 6. I click on login, and if I go to the inspect, oops, if I go to the inspect on the console, you can see that here we have the object that contains error to null and OK is true. So this means that we are successfully logged in. Okay, so what I do is simply go back, close this from here. So if there is an error, we will display that. Okay, and I check that if data dot let me check that here, dot OK is equal to true. Okay, so if data dot OK, then we will simply router dot push to slash. Okay, so I have to import from navigation, so that is going to be use router. Okay, so I will type here const router is going to be use router, and then router dot push to the slash. Simply save it, and now if I go back, type here correct email and password, click on login. So now I am moved to the home page. So now I have to display the current user in the header. So now Next.js maintain a session for us, and to access the session we simply have to go back. I go in the global provider. Okay, I import here the session from the Next-Auth. So I type here import the session provider from Next-Auth / React, and we have to use that in here. Okay, and I will wrap our children in that. Okay, so I put that here, save it. So now we have wrapped the session provider. Now we will have access to the session in our components. So I close this from here. I go to the components layouts, and in the header, okay, I will simply type here the session. So I simply type here const, we will get the data from the session. So I will use here use session, and we have to import that from Next-Auth / React. So after that it will give us that session. So now if I log here data just to show you, so log data, save it, go back. If I reload this page, I go to the inspect console. You can see that here in the object we have here expired, the expiry time of that session. Then we have here the user email and then the username. Okay, so if I simply close it from here, now let's go back. So what I do is I will add here a use effect. So use effect. Okay, and then in that I will type here data, and if data, then I have to set the user. Remember that we have to set the user in the state as well, so we can access that anywhere. Okay, so I will simply have to type here const. I will use here use context and then the auth context. So I have to import from here the user and then the set user. So in that I will simply pass here data dot user. So now it will set the user in the state. Now we can use this user to display that on the header. So I scroll down. Okay, so after this cart link I will simply add here that if user exists, or if not user exists, then we have to display the login button. Okay, so I will move this login button in that. Okay, and if that not exists, if the user exists, then we have to simply display the user. So I will move this link inside here, and then here I will display the username. So user dot name and then user dot email. So user dot email, save it. Okay, we also have to type in here the bracket, simply save it. Now if I go back, you can see that here we have our e-name and the email here. And for the avatar I will simply set in here, I will check that if user dot avatar exists, then we will use that. So user dot avatar dot url, otherwise we will use that image. Save it, so it will display the default image here. Okay, so now we have here a card and the user that is logged in. Now we don't have here the sign in button. Okay, so we are successfully logged in. We are displaying the user in the header. I hope that you understand. Now again, if I go back, if I go to the inspect on the console, let me go back. Here I log the data. So log data, save it. Now if I go back and reload this page, you can see that here we have here user that only contains email and the name. We don't have here the role and we don't have here the avatar. Okay, so we will handle that later when we will handle our update user. So we will also add those fields in our session. So by default, Next-Auth will only add your name and email in the session. We have to actually write some code to customize our session. Okay, we know that we need here the role of the user. We also need here the avatar of the user. So we will handle that later once we will move on. We will also display here the role and the avatar. Right now it is fine. So I hope that you understand. If you have any question, you can post that in the comment section. I will definitely reply there. And also, if you want to read more about the credentials login, you can simply go to this page on Next.js and you can read that right here. Okay, and you can also find the source code of this video in the description of this video. And again, if you want to implement this social authentication, you can also find that link in the description of this video. So in this video, we are going to basically add our user profile page in this video, and also we will handle our logout. Okay, so we will display the user profile, user details. You can say that user dashboard, and also we will handle our logout button. When user click on logout, we have to clear all the cookies and log out the user from the application. Okay, so first of all, let's handle our profile. So for the profile, I go to my components of by it. Now you can see that here is the official Git repo. So in the components in the auth, I have profile.jsx. So I open that and I copy that from here. Okay, and then I go back. I go in the components in the auth, create a new component that is called profile.jsx, and I paste that here. Simply save it. And now we have to create the layout because I want to display the sidebar on the one side, and on the other side I have to display the details like profile, user orders, and other details. Okay, so for the sidebar, I go back in the components layout. I have here sidebar.jsx that contain all the options that we need on our sidebar, and it can also contain the options for the admins, and we will handle that later when we will authorize our roles. So I copy that from here, and then I go back in the layouts, create a new file here that is called sidebar. So sidebar.jsx, and I put that here like this. Okay, so I simply save it from here. Now we have our sidebar here, we have our profile here, and now we have to create our layout and we have to add that. Okay, and you can see that here by default I have here sidebar. Okay, if I save it from here and I go to the app, and in here I create a new folder that is called me. So my route is going to be /me. In that I create a file that is called page.jsx. Okay, and now in here I have to add the details. So I copy this from here and I put that here. So I don't need here Axios, also I don't need that here. Okay, and I will simply display here, get here the profile. So profile from the components /auth/profile. So we have our profile here, and also I change it to profile page. Save it. Now if I go back to my VS Code and if I click here, you can see that cannot resolve react.dom because we have to import that from the next/link. Okay, and that too is going to be href. So I replace that, save it. Now if I go back, reload this page, so we also I think so have here, and I change it to link from next/link, and that is going to be href. Simply save it. And now if I have to actually, where it is, in the profile.jsx. Okay, so now we have to comment out this user addresses. Okay, comment out this component. I will create that in my upcoming videos, so I will comment out this one as well. So now if I click here, okay, so we have one more error that cannot resolve sidebar, so that is going to be layouts slash sidebar. Save it. And now if I click here, you can see that this is slash me. So if I click here, so now I am on my slash me page. So you can see that I have here my sidebar. These are admin routes, the normal user routes, and this is the user profile, where we will display the user image, name, email, joining date, and also we will display all the addresses of that user. Okay, so now here we have to create the layout for that first of all, and then we will handle our user profile and logout. Okay, so right now you can see that here we have embedded the sidebar in the profile. Okay, but know that we have to use this layout throughout all the pages. Okay, on all these pages. So we are going to create a separate layout that will handle all that for us. So I simply go back to my VS Code. What I do is I close this from here, and I go in the app, in the me, I create a nested layout. We know that we have our parent layout, which is this one. Okay, we will not touch it. We will create a separate nested layout. If you don't know what are nested layouts, I have created a separate video on Next.js 13. I have covered all the details of Next.js 13. You can watch that on my channel. So in the me, I create a new file that is called layout.jsx. So in this way, it will create the nested layout for us. Okay, so now in that we have to create the layout for on which we will display our sidebar and also the component that we are using. Okay, so I simply type here export default function. So let's call it user layout. Okay, we will create a separate layout for our admins. That is going to, we will get our children here, and then in here we will simply return our code. Okay, so now here we have to first of all display title. So for the title, what I do is I will simply use my breadcrumbs here. So I go in the components, in the layouts, I have this breadcrumbs.jsx. So what I do is I actually copy this from here, these two lines, and I will use these right here. Okay, then also I have to add here the section. Okay, so now in the div I will create a h1, give it class of text bold. These are Tailwind classes, so text dash 2xl, so it will increase font size, and I call it user dashboard. Okay, so this is our title of our user layout, and now we have to add here this sidebar. So after this I also add here empty tags, so we don't get here any error. Okay, now here I have to add my sidebar. So what I do is I actually go back. I need here let's copy this. Okay, and I paste that here. Okay, then we need here div, copy this from here, two divs and one section, so I do it like this. Okay, so now we will display our sidebar here. Now in the main I have to display my component, like I have to display the user profile, orders. Okay, so on each page basically it will add the sidebar and then our component. So now in here I also let's add one more. I use here article, then I give it class of border. Okay, then border dash gray of 200, so I give it color, and then let's give background of white, and then shadow small. Okay, and then rounded. Okay, and then let's also give here the margin bottom of 5 and padding of 3, and then at large the padding is going to be 5. Okay, p-5, and now in here I will add here my children. Okay, so I will render my children here. Again, children is that component, so children like this. Simply save it, And I think so that is it for the user layout. I simply save it from here, and you also have to import this sidebar actually. So let's import that. So import the sidebar from here, save it, and then I have to go back. I reload this page. So you can see that I have here two layouts, one is this and one is this. We have our user dashboard, and we have to remove this part from here. We don't need here this sidebar now in the component. This layout will handle that. Okay, so what I do is I will simply remove this entire code from here, and also I remove this from here like this. I think so. You also have to remove the main, save it, and now if I go back, now you can see that here now we are using the nested layout. Okay, we add our title, that is user dashboard. Okay, you can definitely use your breadcrumbs, or if you want to display something else according to your requirements, you can do that also. But this is the title, and then we have here our sidebar again. These are only admin options, and we will handle that later once we add our authorization. And in here we get our user profile. Now let's display the user details on this page. Okay, and again, if you have any confusion, you can definitely ask me a question. I will definitely reply. So what I do is I remove this also sidebar from here, save it, close this one, close the layout, and also the sidebar. We have to go in the components in the auth in the profile. Now we know that we have our user in the state, so we can get that from the state. Okay, so I will simply type here const, get our user from use context. I will pass in here auth context. Okay, so now we have our user here. So what I do is I will display here the username first of all. So user dot name, save it. If I go back, cannot destructure property user of this. If I go here in my layouts in the header, so I will actually also make this component client side component. Okay, so use client. If I save and go back, and now you can see that here we get our username. Okay, so now let's display the email. Okay, make sure that you make this component client component, and for the email I will use here user.email. So user.email, save it, and now here is our user email. And for the joined on, I will use here user dot created at. Okay, if I save it, go back, so you will get here that is created at. Okay, so if I simply log here the user, I want to show you here, save it, go back. Now if I reload this page, if I go to the inspect on the console, you will see that we have here the object, and you can see that in the object we only have the email and then the name. We don't have here the created ad, we don't have here the role of the user, we don't also have the image of the user. Okay, so we have to actually handle that, and I will handle that in my next video, in which I will protect my routes from the unauthenticated users, and also I will add my user role, user profile picture, user created ad, and other fields in this session. Okay, right now by default Next-Auth will only add the name and email, but in my next video I will basically you can set and customize our session, and we will save our data according to our needs. Right now we can simply leave that as it is. Okay, and for the avatar, what I do is I will set a code for that, and I will actually type here that if user dot avatar exists, then user dot avatar dot url. Okay, I will remove this bracket from here. Otherwise I will use here slash images slash default dot png, and for the alt I will use here user dot name, save it. If I go back, I get here default image, but in my next video I will modify my session and handle my user session. So now we are successfully displaying the user profile. Now let's handle our logout if user want to log out from this application. So this is our logout option. So we just have to call a function of Next-Auth. If I go back, here in the sidebar we have this option, so I will add here on click. Oops. So on click I will use here logout handler. Okay, so let's get our logout handler and go to the top, and I create here const logout handler. In that I just have to call a function that is called signout, and we have to import the signout from Next-Auth. So I use a signout from Next-Auth slash React. So it will automatically sign out the user from the application. Simply save it. Okay, so now if I go back, cannot be passed to client component props on click. Let's make it client component, otherwise it will not work. So use client, save it, and now if I click here logout, you can see that now I am logged out. Okay, so you can see that here now I am not logged in. I don't get here the name, email, and also we get here sign in button, but we have to redirect the user to the home page, because now user is not authenticated and slash me is a protected route. Okay, so this is the issue. In my next video, what I will do is I will basically first of all protect my routes from the unauthenticated users. Like if I reload it, I can access this slash me. So this is protected route. We have to protect it from the unauthenticated users. So now in this video, we have to protect our routes from the unauthenticated users, and also we have to modify our session, because right now we only have the name and email of the user in this session, but we want to add other details. So for that we have to modify our session. So first of all, we will modify our session, and for that we need something called callbacks. I am on the documentation of Next-Auth. You can read that here. Callbacks are asynchronous functions that you can use to control whatever happens when action is performed. So we can use these callbacks to basically modify our session. Okay, so we have different type of callbacks, like we have here sign in, redirect, JWT, and session. In this video we are only interested in JWT and session. If I click here, so you can read that here this callback is called whenever JSON token is created. So in here we will add a callback options in our Next-Auth.js. We have our JWT callback here, in which we will get access to the token, account, and the profile. You can also call it user. Okay, then in that we have our a user. So we will return the token from here. Then we have here our second callback, that is session callback. So this callback is called whenever a session is created. Okay, so in that we simply have to give the new user to the session and then return that session. Okay, we also have to add that in the callbacks like this. So let's see how we can do that. I simply go back and I go to the pages in the auth next-auth.js, and after the array providers array, I will add here callbacks. Okay, so in the callbacks we have to define our two callbacks. First of all, JWT. Okay, JWT, that is going to be async. Okay, in which we will get access to the token and then to the user. Okay, like this. And then we have our second callback, that is called session, when our session is created. Okay, so that is going to be async. In that we will have access to this session that is created, and then also the token. Okay, so we have to use these two callbacks here. So what I will do is I will simply check here that if user exists, then I will type here that token dot user is going to be that user. Okay, so if the user exists, then we will assign that user in the token dot user, and then we will return from here the token like this. Okay, so now we have modified our token and stored the user inside the token. Okay, so now in this session we can simply check the type here that session dot user is going to be token dot user. Okay, so we have saved our user in the token, so we can get the user from the token and assign that user to the session dot user. Okay, so now we have user with our updated session. So now we can simply type here return session. Now it will update the session. Simply save it, and now let's test it out. If I go back, if I go to sign in and I click here login, that is Gulam 1, I think so, and 1 2 3 4 5 6. If I log in, so you can see that I am logged in. If I go here now, if I go to the inspect on the console, let's go back actually in the components, in the header layout header. Now I will log here my data. So log data, save it. Now if I go back and reload this page, And now you can see that here in the user we have the created at email name, password, role, and the ID. And you can see that password is also added in the session, and we don't want that. We have to remove this field, okay, because we don't need password actually. So what I do is simply go back in the here. I will add a line to delete the, so delete password from session, okay, delete session dot user dot password. So it will delete that field from the session dot user. So now we only have our user without password. If I go back and I log out and log in again, okay, so let's log in, and now you can see that here in the user we don't have our password. We have updated at email name, role, and the ID. Okay, so now let's close this. Now let's display. You can see that here we get our joined on. So what I do is I go back in the auth. In the profile I will type here dot substring and type here 10, save it like this. Okay, so now we have displayed that also in here. Now we have modified our session, and last thing we have to do here is we have to basically protect the user from the unauthenticated users. And for that we will use the middleware, next middleware. I close this from here, create a new file in the root that is called middleware.js. So middleware.js. Now in here we just simply have to type here export const config. Okay, now in that we will simply type here our matchers. Okay, so matchers is going to be an array. So I type here slash me, save it. I will export here, export default with auth. Okay, now in that I will use here my async function that is called middleware. Okay, and then I will import from here. So import with auth from Next-Auth slash middleware. Okay, so we will save that here, and now we have here this middleware. We will use here with auth from the Next-Auth slash middleware. In that we have to create a function that is called middleware. So in that, in my upcoming videos I will authorize the role of the user. So if the user will not be admin, I will redirect the user back to the home page. Okay, so right now I will leave it empty. I type it authorize roles. Okay, and now if I go back and if I reload this page, you can see that I can access here the user profile. So if I click here logout, you can see that it will log out, and we get here some issue that sign in callback. Okay, so oh, that is matcher, not matchers. Okay, if I save it, and now if I go back, you can see that I have here on my login page. Okay, if I go to the home page, if I type here slash me, I am redirected back to the login page, because now that route is a protected route. I have to be logged in to access that page. Okay, you can see that also we get here callback URL on the top, that is slash me. Okay, but if I go on one and type here my password, press enter, now I can access that page like this. Okay, so this means that our route is now protected. And also let's handle one more thing here, that is the, if I log out, you can see that here on the top we have callback URL. So once user login, we have to move the user back to that URL, which is the callback URL. Okay, to handle that I simply go back, go in the components, in the auth, in the login.jsx. I will remove this from here, and I add here redirect URL. So I remove it from here, and I type here callback URL, not redirect URL, sorry, and I type here the callback URL. And now we have to get the URL from here, this callback URL. Okay, so what I do is I will simply get that from here, const callback URL is going to be params, and we have to get the params from, so const params is going to be use search params. Okay, I will use that. So params dot get, and I type here this, so it will get that URL for us. Okay, save it, And now if I have to, now I will get that URL here, but the issue is that this URL contains this %3a %2fa. Okay, we have to replace that with the slashes and the colon. Okay, so how we can do that? I will get a separate function for that. Okay, so I have used ChatGPT to create that function. Okay, so what I will do is I will use here callback URL, simply save it. So what I do is I go to my helpers. In the helpers.js I create a new function here, and again this function is given by ChatGPT, so I have taken the help from there. So I type here export const, I use here parts redirect URL or callback URL. Okay, I will type here pass callback URL, and we will pass in here our URL. Okay, you simply have to type here const res is going to be URL dot replace, and we will use here regular expression that will match that. Okay, so dot replace, I will type here percentage 3a. Okay, so I will replace that with colon. Okay, and dot replace, I will copy this from here just to save some time. I will copy this and replace 2f percentage 2f with slash. Okay, so again this code is given by ChatGPT. It will replace both %3a with colon and %2fa with slash. Now I will simply return from here the res, save it. Now you have to use this callback function here. So we will check that if callback URL exists, then we have to call that function. So if that exists, then I will type here parts callback URL. I will pass in here the URL or the callback URL like this. And if that callback URL doesn't exist, then we simply have to type in here slash. Okay, if callback URL is not there, simply move the user to slash. Okay, so if I save it from here, now let's reload this page. If I log in and type here my password, login, now you can see that here our redirect is working properly. It has successfully redirected us back to the slash me. Okay, so this means our callback redirection is working. I hope that you understand. And now in this video, let's start working on our address. Okay, if I go back, we have here add new address, and we also have to display all the addresses of the user in the user profile. While buying the products, user have to select his or her address. Okay, so let's handle the address in this video. So in this video we will create our address model and get all the addresses, create new address, and then display all the addresses here. Okay, so if I go back, let's go to our backend. In the models, I get a new model that is called address.js. Okay, and to save some time I simply copy this from here and put that here. So I don't need here bcrypt, and also I remove these fields. Okay, and also this one. Okay, and that is going to be the address schema. So I'll select here address. So I type here address as well. Okay, so first of all is going to be street of the address, that is going to be type string and required true. I just type here true like this. Okay, then I copy paste this couple of times. We have here address, street, city, then we have here state, then we have here the phone number, then we have here the zip code. Okay, so zip code, and then we have here the country of the address. Okay, and after the country we have to also save the user that has created address. Okay, and we will add that later, because in my upcoming videos I also have to protect the backend API routes. Okay, in my previous video I have protected the front-end routes, but we also have to protect our API endpoints. Okay, so I will add that later once I will protect my API routes. Okay, so I simply save it from here. Okay, and this is our address schema. I close this from here. Now let's go to our controllers, create a new file. I will call it address controllers.js. Okay, Now in here I will simply export const new address, and that is going to be async request response, and then I will type here const address is going to be await address, and that is going to be the address from model slash address. So I type here address dot create. In that I will simply pass in here request dot body, and then I will simply type here res dot status, that is going to be 200, and then dot json. I will type here the address that is created. Simply save it from here. So this will create the address and save that in the database. And now let's go to our pages API and go here in the API, get a new folder address. Okay, in that I get a new file that is called index.js. So what I do here is I actually copy this from here. Okay, and we have to use here post and then new address. Okay, I will remove this from here. Simply save it. This is our endpoint for that. Now we have to simply create that from the front end. Okay, so I close this from here and this from here, and also actually I have to create here the error middleware. So what I will do is in my next video I will also protect my endpoints from the unauthenticated users, and also I will create my error middleware to handle my errors. Okay, so right now let's go to our context. In the auth context I will use my create a function. You can create a separate context for the address, but I will use that in the auth. Okay, so I'll simply type here const add new address. In that I have to pass in here the address that I want to create. So what I will do is I will use this try catch just to save some time. I will set the error if there is any, and I will send the post request to slash API slash the address, and I will pass in here the address as data. Okay, so if data exists, then we will push the user to slash me. Okay, save it, and I think so that is it. I will simply add this to here, save it, and now we have to create my component to add the new address. So I close this from here, I go to the components, create a new folder here. Let's call it user, sorry, new folder. Oops, that is going to be folder in the components, so that is going to be user. Okay, so now in the user I create a new file. Let's call it new address.jsx. So new address.jsx. So I go back to my here and open my Git repo. I go to the source. In the components in the user I have here my new address.jsx. Okay, so I copy that from here, go back and put that here. So you can see that I have a package that is called country list that will get all the list of the countries. So I will use here object.values, pass in here these countries, so it will get all the countries list here. So I have simply used that country list right here. I will map through on each country and display that country name like this in the drop down menu. You can see that here. Okay, we have added option here. So now let's install this package first of all. So I copy that and install that, the country list, npm I country list, let's just save. So it will install the package, and now I will also restart my server. And now I also have to actually don't use here this sidebar, so I will remove this from here. Okay, and also I will remove this from here, I think so, and also this main, save it. Okay, and for the endpoint, so I simply go to the page, create a new folder here. I call it address, and I call it, let's create a new folder here that is called new. In the new I will create a new file that is called page.jsx. So my endpoint is going to be slash API slash address slash new. Okay, so I will simply put the code here, and that is going to be new address page. So new address page, and here I have to use the new address like this. Okay, and again I will also protect these endpoints in my these backend endpoints in my next video. Okay, simply save it from here, and now we have our new address page ready. Okay, so I close this from here, and also now if I go back here, you can see that I have given the link of /address/new. If I click here, you can see that here we get our new address form. So address, city, state, zip code, phone number, and we don't get here the layout because we have created that layout only for /me. Okay, so what I can do here is I can simply get those back. Okay, and I will remove this from here. Simply save it. Now if I reload this page, so I will remove this breadcrumbs also from here. Okay, so that is going to be layouts/sidebar, and if I reload it, I get here the add new address. I will simply remove that from here, and now we have our address here. So now we have to type in here our address, city, state, zip code, phone number, and then the country. Okay, so I will create here the state variables for all these fields. Okay, so street, city, state, zip code, phone number, and country. Let me type that here quickly. So const street, then set street, that is going to be use state, and then I have to add these on my fields. So first of all, the address or the street, you can say that street. Okay, then after the placeholder I will add that value, that is going to be street, and then on change I will add here set street, and that is going to be e dot target dot value. Okay, and I will add that on these both on all fields. Okay, so now I have added this on all fields on change, and now I create my submit handler here. So on submit I will use here submit handler. So I will create one here. So I will simply type here const submit handler e, then e dot prevent default. Okay, and I create here my object that is called new address. Okay, and I will pass in here the street, city, state, zip code, phone number, and then the country. Okay, and then I will simply log here the new address. So log here new address, simply save it. And now if I go back, so use state is not defined, we have to import that from here. So use state, save it, and you are importing a component and needs a use state. It's only working client component. Okay, so you have to make that client component. So use client, save it, and now if I type here like something just to show you here, now you can add the validation if you want. Okay, because I will not add that. If you want to add the validations for the phone number and other, you can add that, but I have also created a separate video on how to validate forms with Formic in React. You can also watch that on my channel. Okay, so if I click here add, okay, and I go to the inspect on the console, I have here my object. We have here the city, country, phone number, state, street, and zip code. Okay, so all values are here. Now we simply have to add that in my database. Okay, so now we have to import the add new address from this auth context. Okay, so what I will do here is I will simply type here const, I will get the error. I will get here add new address. Okay, and then the clear errors, so I will import that with the use context, and I will pass in here the auth context. Okay, so I will call this function and pass that new address in here like this. Simply save it, and now I have to get the we have to import the use context as well. Okay, so I will get a fake address. So from here, this fake address, I will copy this and I will add that here for the city. I will add this for the state. I will add this Pennsylvania. For the zip code, I will add here this. For the phone number, I will add this. Again, you can add the validation if you want. I have created a separate video on how to validate the forms. You can watch that on my channel. And for the country, I will select here United States. Okay. And now if I click here add, so please enter in number. Okay, so this is a number field. Okay, or you can make that string if you want. If I click here add, so I close this from here, and now I think so my address is created. Okay, and what I do is I create an endpoint to get all my addresses. So I go to the backend in the controllers, in the address controllers. I will copy this from here. I will type here get addresses, and I will type here address dot find. It will find all the addresses, and I will return that here. Save it. I go to the pages in the address. I will create a new get with the get addresses like this. Simply save it, and now if I simply go here, you can see that here I get here the list of all addresses, and here is my address. So I have to display this address on here. Okay, and for that I go to my user. I have here user addresses component that will display all the users. Okay, I copy that from here. Okay, go back and I close this from here, and also this, go to my components in the user, create a new file that is called user addresses.jsx, and I put that here, and we have to import the link from next/link. Okay, that is going to be href. Save it, and now I go to my auth. On the profile we have to display that, and we have to import the user addresses from this. Save it. If I go back and if I reload this page, you can see that here we get here the one address. So now I have to get all the addresses from my backend and display that here. So what I will do is I will go back here. I go to my app, me, and then in here we have page.jsx. So here I will get all the addresses. So I type here const get addresses. Okay, and then I will simply type here const data, that is going to be await Axios dot get, and I will type here the endpoints, so process dot env dot api underscore url. Okay, and then slash api slash address. Okay, and then I will simply return from here the data dot addresses. Okay, so I will call that here, make this async, then const addresses is going to be await get addresses. Okay, and I will pass these addresses here. Save it, and now I go to my components in the auth. We have profile, we'll get that here. Okay, and then I will pass that in the user addresses. Save it, and now in the user addresses we have here my addresses. So I will simply type here this and log that. So log and put that here. Save it. Now if I reload this page, go to the inspect on the console, I have here the user addresses. You can see that here. You just have to loop through and display that here. Okay, so I go back and I will remove these lines. I will remove these brackets and I type here addresses dot map, and for each address I have to display this markup. Okay, so I will move this entire link component inside here, and that is going to be the address dot underscore id, and also we are using here map, so we have to give here a key. So the key is going to be this address dot id. Okay, and then we have to display here the street. Okay, so address dot street, so I copy that, and then the city, then the state, then the zip code, then the country, and then the phone number. Okay, save it. And now if I go back, you can see that here we get here the street, city, state, zip code, country, and for the phone number, that is phone number. So this is the phone number of the user. Okay, so in this way we can display all the address of the users. If I add one more here, let me add just type here reload this page, and let's get one more fake address here. So I will copy this. If I click here add, okay, so if I reload this page, okay, so now we get here the second address of the user, and in this way you can add more addresses if you want, and it will work fine. Okay, so add, you can see that this address is also added here. So in this way we can add multiple address of one user. I hope that you understand. So in this video I will create my error middleware that will handle all the errors first of all, and then we will protect our API endpoint from the unauthenticated users. So we know that we have installed a package that is called Next-Connect that will help us to handle our routing very efficiently. Okay, so if I scroll down, you can see that here with this handler we can use here on error, and with this function we will have access to the error, request, response, and next, and with that we can handle our errors. Okay, so we will use this on error with the Next-Connect, and that will handle all the errors for us. Okay, so what I do is I will create a separate error middleware and I will add that in this NC, which is in Next-Connect. So let me show you how it will work. I simply go back to my VS Code, and then I go here in the components, sorry, in the backend, create a new folder with the name middlewares, and I will rename it so middlewares. Now that I create a new file that is called errors.js. So we know that here we have this. Okay, so I copy that from here. Okay, so this is the function. I will type here export default the function with the error, request, response, and then the next. So in that we can simply first of all have to get two things. One is the status code and one is the error message. So err dot status code, that is going to be err dot status code. Okay, so I will set the status code, and if the status code is not there, then by default it is going to be 500, which is internal server error. Okay, so this is for the status code, and then I simply type here let error, and I will spread in here the error here. Okay, so we'll create a copy of the error here, and then I will set the error message. So error dot message is going to be err dot message. Okay, or you can say that internal server error. So if the message is not there, and by default the message is going to be internal server error. So we will set the error message and then the status code, and then I can actually type here the error dot status code is going to be this, or the 500 internal server error. Okay, so now we have our error code here, error message here. Now we can simply return the response here. So I type here res dot status, and I will pass in here the error dot status code. Okay, and then dot json. In that I will simply pass in here the success is going to be false. Okay, then I will pass in here my error, and then the message that is going to be error dot message, and then I will add here the stack, the error stack that is going to be error dot stack. Save it. So this is our middleware. Okay, we will set the status code and then the internal server error. And now to use that, I will simply go to my pages in the API. I go to auth in the register. We know that this is Next Connect. We can pass in here the on error. So I will simply import here, import on error from the backend slash middlewares slash the errors middleware. And then I will type in here on error like this. So if there will be any error, it will automatically handle that. Okay, and to test that, if I go back to my postman, so if I select here post, okay, then I type here this URL, that is slash API slash authorize slash register. If I click here send, you can see that here we get our on message. So success is false. Then in the error we have all the errors, the validation errors for the name, email, and then the password. Then we have here the message, which is user validation failed. Please enter name, email, and the password. Now we can basically modify these validation errors according to our own you can say that format. Okay, further we can modify that, and for that I will create my own custom error handler. Okay, so I go in the backend in the utils, I create a new file that is called error handler.js. Now in that I will create my class with the name error handler. Okay, that will extends the error. Okay, so this is the inheritance. We will inherit from our parent class, which is the error, which is a default class. Then I will create here my constructor. I hope that you know the basics of OOP. I will have here my error message and then the status code. Okay, now I will call here the super is the constructor of the parent class, or you can say that super is the constructor of this error class. Okay, in that I will pass in here the message, and then I will set here this dot status code, that is going to be status code that we will pass. Then I will simply error dot capture stack trace. We will set in here this and this dot constructor. Okay, and that is going to be the we have to actually type that inside the constructor like this. Okay, so we will use this capture stack trace function from the error. In that we have to simply pass in here the targeted object, which is this, and then the constructor options. So in that we will pass this dot constructor, which is this one. Okay, so it will handle all that for us. Simply save it. Now this is our custom error handler. In that we can pass in here our message and the status code, and it will throw the error in our own format. So if I close this from here, now to use that I simply go to my error middleware. Okay, I will simply type here. Now we know that this is validation error, so you can see that this is a validation error. So what I can do here is I can simply check that if the error name is validation error, then we have to throw the message in our own format. So what we can do is just we can simply check here that if the error dot name is equal to validation error, then we can simply type in here the message that is going to be object dot values. Okay, we will pass in here the error dot errors. Remember that we have here error dot errors, Okay, and then I will map through on all values, and for each value I will actually on here the value dot message. Okay, in each validation error we have the message that please enter your name, please enter your email, and like that. Okay, so now we have our message here. We can simply now set in here error, that is going to be new error handler. In that I will pass in here the message and the status code, that is going to be 400. If I simply save it from here, now if I go back and click on send, so we have some issue here, that is reference error handler is not defined, so we have to import the error handler first of all. So import, actually we also have to export that from here, so that is going to be export default error handler. Save it, and now I can import that error handler right here. Simply save it. Now if I go back and click on send, you can see that here now we get here the message that please enter name, please enter email, and then please enter password. So we get here a single message like this. Okay, and the status code is 400, and this is the one validation error. We can also handle more, like the duplicate key error. Okay, so I go here in the row in the JSON. If I type here my details, like now if I click here send, you can see that here we get this message that this is a duplicate key error. Okay, we can also customize that according to our needs. Okay, so to customize this message I can simply go here, I will copy this from here, and I type here that if error dot code, here we have the error dot code, which is this 11,000. If that is 11,000, this means that is a duplicate key error. So I will simply type here backticks, then duplicate, then I have to add here the value. Okay, so this is the email, so I will use here object, this one dot keys. Okay, now in the keys I will pass in here the err dot key value. So key value like this. Okay, so we know that this is the key value, which is the email. Okay, so now if I simply save it, go back, if I click here send, now you can see that here we get our own custom message that duplicate email entered. Okay, so we have used that key, which is the email. So in this way you can definitely handle and customize more errors according to your needs. I hope that you understand. So if I go back on the Chrome, if I log out from here, okay, I go here in the register, I type here Ghulam1 and type here this name, and if I click here register, you can see that here we're getting our custom message that duplicate email entered. So this means that our error handling is working properly on the front end as well. You can see that here is our error message. Okay, so I hope that you understand what we have discussed in this video. We have discussed all about error handling. If you have any question, you can post that in the comment section. I will reply there. So now in this video, let's protect our backend API routes from unauthenticated users. Okay, so for that I simply go to my backend in the in the middlewares. I get a new middleware that is called auth.js. Okay, so you can also use this middleware if you want, but I will get a separate for the backend. So I call it cons is authenticated user, that is going to be async, in which you have access to the request, then the response, and then the next. Okay, so now we know that we can get the current user from our session. So I type here const session is going to be await get session, and we have to import that from Next-Auth/React. Now in the get session we have to pass in here the params. In that we have to simply pass this request. Okay, so it will automatically get the cookies and the token from the request and validate the user. So we check that if not session, this means that user is not logged in. So I will simply return from here next. In that I will pass in here my new error handler that I have created in my previous video. So I will pass in here the message that is login first to access this page or this route. Okay, and then the endpoint, status code is going to be 401 unauthenticated. And if the user exists, then we have to simply set here request.user, which is going to be session.user. Okay, so we will get the user from this session and store that in the request.user, so we can access request.user.id.user.name in the endpoints. Then I will call here the next to move on toward the next middleware. So this is our is authenticated user that we have to use, okay, to protect my endpoints. So I will also export here. So export, that is going to be is authenticated user, save it. And now we have to use that on our endpoints. To use that, I simply go to my pages. For example, I have to protect this address routes, because only authenticated users can access this address. Okay, so what I will do here is I will simply have to import that first of all, and to use that I will simply use here .use. Okay, now with this use we can use any middleware here. Okay, so I will use here is authenticated user. Okay, so it will authenticate the user before going toward the get addresses. Simply save it. And now to test that, if I go back to the postman, I copy this from here and I put that here, that is going to be /API/address. If I click here send, so next is not a function. Okay, you have to remove this curly brackets from here. I will remove that, simply save it. And now if I go back and click on send, you can see that here we get a message that login first to access this route. Okay, and also I will type here import here the error handler from, I will change the syntax like this. Okay, and I will type here from, so I will use here the import like this. Simply save it. And also we have to use here the on error. So on error, and we can get that from our auth register. So I will use that on all endpoints. So I will use that right here like this. Simply save it. Now if I go back, click on send, now we have the message in our own form. So message login first to access this route, and this is 401 status code. Okay, and also I will actually use that here. Also I will use that here. Okay, so I will use this on next connect, save it, and also I will use that here like this. Okay, so make sure that you use this error middleware on all endpoints. So now our is authenticated middleware is working properly right here. Okay, so now this get addresses is also protected route, and also this is the protected route. Simply save it. And I think so these both are protected route. We don't have to protect this and yes. Okay, so I close this from here. Now these routes are protected. If I close this from here, and now if I go to my front end, I have an issue here that if I log in, okay, I type here my email, click on login. So now if I go to this, you can see that we get here 401 request error, because now the addresses route is protected. You can see that here Axios error 401 for that route. So this means that now we have to actually pass the cookie or the token with the request. If I go here in the me/page, here we are simply using Axios to send the request to get the addresses from the backend, but we know that this is a protected route, so now we have to pass the cookies. Okay, so if I go back just to show you how we can access the cookies and where they are stored, if I go to the application and in the cookies, you can see that here we have our cookies here. If I expand that, so the cookie that we need here is this Next-Auth dot session dash token. So this is the token that we need to pass to our backend in order to you can say that validate the request. Okay, so you have to pass this cookie that contains this token to our backend endpoint, and with this token it will validate the request. And how we can get the cookies? With the Next.js 13 we can use the function that is called cookies. Let me show you. I can import that here. So import the cookies from next/headers. Okay, so now we can use this cookies to get my cookies. So I will type here const next cookies, that is going to be cookies. Okay, and now I will have to get here Next-Auth session token. So I will use here next cookies dot get. Now in the get I have to pass in here the name of the cookie that I want to get. Okay, so name of the cookie is going to be let me check that first. So application, then I have to use this cookie. So I copy that name from here and I will use that right here like this. Okay, so it will get that cookie. And let me actually show you first of all here the Next-Auth session token. Save it, and now if I go back and simply reload this page, and if I go back to my terminal, I hope that we get here that token. Let me also type in here this, save it. Now if I reload this page, go back to VS Code, I search that here. So you can see that here we get here the object that contains this value. So this value is the token. Now we just have to pass this value, which is also a token, to the backend. Okay, so what I do is I will remove this line from here. Now we have this token here. So now I will set in here the headers. Okay, so headers, oops, in the headers I will set my cookie. So cookie, and the cookie is going to be this. Okay, this cookie, and the value is going to be this dot value. Okay, so it will set the cookie in the header, and now we can process that request, and that is actually this dot value. Save it, and now if I go back and reload this page, you can see that now I can access here all the addresses, because now the request is validated, user is now authenticated, we have passed in here the cookie and the session token. So in this way we can actually protect the backend endpoints, and this way we can send the request from the front end with the token to process the authenticated request. Okay, I hope that you understand. Simply save this from here, and now if I create one more address here, okay, just to show you here, click here add. You can see that I can add the address also here. Okay, so this means that we have successfully protected our backend endpoints. Okay, we are getting the proper error message if the user is not logged in, or user don't have passed that token. And once user pass the token in the cookie, in the headers, we have access to that protected route. Okay, and in this video I will handle two things. First of all, we can update our address, and now we can delete the address. Okay, so for that I simply first of all go to my backend in the controllers, in the address controllers, and there is one issue that if I go back to my Google Chrome, now the issue is that we are getting all the addresses from the database here, but we have to get the addresses of the current user only. Okay, we are only just using here address.find, and it is getting all the addresses. So we have to filter out the address, and we have to type in here that I want to find the addresses where user is going to be request dot user dot underscore id. Remember that this is a protected route. Okay, and we have used this middleware on that, and it will set the user in the request.user. So we have access to the request.user.id here, and we also have to actually save the user ID while creating the address. Okay, and for that I simply go to my model first of all, so address model, and I have to add the user field here, so user. Okay, and that I have to add some options. First of all, what is the type? Then type is going to be ID of the mongoose. So mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID. We have to store the mongoose object ID here, and then the field is required. I type here required to true, and we have to pass one more field here that is called reference. So what is the reference? So the reference is the user model. So it will save the user ID in this field. Save it. Now we have modified our model. We have to restart our server once again. So I will restart the server, and now I will delete all my addresses from the database so that we have our user field. So I open my MongoDB. Now you can see that here is the byte now databases, and we have addresses here. So I have to delete all the addresses. So actually I will go here and delete this entire collection. So I will type here addresses, paste it here, and delete and drop the collection. So now let's create new the addresses, and we also have to save the ID of the user. So I will type here request dot body dot user is going to be request dot user dot id. So in this way it will say, get the ID of the current user and save that in the body, and we will pass that body in this create and will save that user in the database. So let me show you. If I go back, reload this page, now we don't have any address here. Close this from here, add address, just type here some gibberish just to test, and if I type here add, okay, and if I go to my MongoDB compass, and if I refresh reload data in the addresses, you can see that here now we have the user ID. Okay, so user ID is saving successfully here. And now we also have type here check that only get the addresses of the current user. So in this way we can save the user and get the addresses of the current user. Now let's update and delete our addresses. So I close this from here and also this. Now let's go to our backend controllers and the address controllers. So first of all we have to get the address by ID also. So I will type here get address. So address dot find by ID. Okay, so find by ID, and I pass in here the request dot query dot ID. Okay, so we will get the ID and pass the address in here, and I'll check that if not address, then we simply have to type here return next, type in here new error handler that we have created in our previous videos. I will pass in here address not found. We'll throw the error, and the status code is going to be 404. Okay, and that is going to be address actually, like this. Okay, so now we have this function as well that will get the details of the single address. All right, and now let's create two more. For the second one is going to be update address. So update, so we will get the address, we will check that if address is not there. If that address exists, then we simply have to update that. So I will type here address is going to be await address dot find by ID and update. In that I will pass in here the request dot query dot ID, the ID of the address, and then the request dot body. Okay, so it will update the address and we will get back our address here. And for the delete, I will copy this from here. Okay, so that is going to be the delete address, and if the address is not there, we will throw this error, and if that address exists, then we simply have to delete that. So address dot remove, and we also have to use here await. Save it, and that is it. Okay, so now I will return here success, that is going to be true. Oops, that is success. Save it, and now let's close this from here. Go to our pages, in the addresses, create a new file here, that is the id.js. Okay, so I will simply copy this from here and paste that here. So first of all we have here get, that is going to be get address. Okay, and we have to remove this, and then for the put, I have the update address, so I will import that. Now we also have delete, and all three routes are protected, so that is going to be delete address. Save it, and now our backend endpoints are ready. Now we have to just handle that on the front end. So what I do is I simply go in the components, in the user, create a new component that is called update address.jsx. Okay, so I will use this same component. I just have to change the name to the update address, and that is the update address. Okay, and I will type here update address. Simply save it, and now we have to get the address that is already there, and we have to display that the values in the fields. Okay, so to get the actually address details, I go to my page. In the address, I get a new folder that is called the ID. Okay, in the ID I get a new folder that is called page.jsx. Now that I have to get the details of that address basically. Okay, so I will go in the me, and in the page I will copy this entire code from here, put that here. That is going to be get address. Okay, and we have to pass in here the ID of the address. So I will get here my params, and that I will pass in here the params.id. Now I have the ID of the address here, and the endpoint is going to be slash API slash address and then slash the ID. Okay, so now it will get the address and give us back. And now I will pass that address right in here, and the page name is going to be update address page, and the component is going to be update address. And I will move this profile from here. Simply save it, and now I have here the address, and also I need here the ID of that address. So I type here ID, that is going to be params.id. Okay, so we have here the ID of the address and then the address itself. Save it, and also save this one. So now I will set here the values. So address dot street. Okay, if I save it from here, now if I go back to my Chrome, and you can see that here on hover I can get here the address slash the ID of the address. If I click, you can see that here we get here update address, and the street is already there. Now let's display the other values. So I go back, that is going to be address. I will paste all that here. That is going to be city, then the state, then the zip code, and then we have here the phone number, and then the country. Save it, and now we have all the details of that address here. Okay, so now we are getting the details of the address. Now we have to simply update it. So for the update, I will first of all change the button here. So update. Now we have to create our new function that is called update address. So for that, I close this from here, go to my context. In the auth context, I will simply copy this from here, update address. We have to pass in here the ID of the address, and then the address that I want to update. That is going to be axios.put, and then the route is going to be slash the ID of that address, and pass in here the address that I want to update. Okay, so if we have data dot address, then we will replace with, I type here slash address and then slash the ID of the address. So we will basically refresh that page. You can also use here auto.refresh if you want. And then I also create here a variable that is called updated, and then set updated. By default it is going to be false. Okay, so I will set here set updated, that is going to be true. Okay, and then I have to just pass this right here. Okay, then this set updated, and then you also have to pass in here the updated like this. Simply save it, and now I go back here. Here I will get the basically error, and then the updated value, then the set updated. Okay, and after set updated I will import here the update address and then the clear errors. Okay, so I will scroll down and I will type here update address and pass in here new address and then the ID of that address. Okay, and then let's also define here our use effect to handle the errors. So use effect, and in that I will simply pass in here the error and then the I will check that if error exists. So if error, then simply toast dot error the error, and then after that I will clear the errors. And we also have to actually add that in the if I copy this from here, I also have to add that in the new address. So if there is any error, we will get that here like this. Simply save it. We also have to import here the use effect. Save it. And now we also have to display a toast for the updated. So what I do is I will simply copy this from here and I put that here. So if updated, then I will simply toast dot success that address updated, and I will type here set updated is going to be false. Okay, so we will set it back to the false, and also I will use here in the dependency array the updated. Save it, and I think so that is it. If I go back to my Chrome, if I reload this page, if I type here like 123, if I click here update, so query is not defined. Okay, so we have the error of the query. I go back in the controllers, address controllers, so we have here request.query. So I will type here dot, go back, reload this page once. If I type here 123, click on update, you can see that the address is updated here. Okay, if I reload this page, the address is updated. So in this way we can update the address. If I type here like ny and click on update, so address updated. If I reload this page, it is still updated. Okay, so in this way we can update the address. Now we also have to delete the address if user want to delete that. So what I will do is I will give here a second button to delete the address right here. Okay, so we'll handle that here. I will go back and I close this from here, go here, and let's add a button here. So I will add a div here. I will use here some classes of Tailwind. So div, I will use here grid. Okay, then medium, I will give here grid columns, because you have two buttons here, so I will, oops, that is dash columns, I will give here two columns, and then for the gap I will give here x3. Okay, and that is x3, and I will use this button inside here. Okay, and if I go back, you can see that here we have this button here on this side, and let's add one more button. So I simply will copy this button from here, and that is going to be delete, and for the blue I will use here bg red. Save it. We also have to change here red. So now we have here this update and delete button. Okay, so we have to delete the address, so I add here on click, I will use here the delete handler. Okay, so I copy that from here, and then I create here const delete handler. Okay, now in that I will simply call here delete address and pass in here the ID of the address that I want to delete, and we have to get this delete address from the context. Simply save it from here. Now let's go back here and define our function, that is delete address. So I copy this from here, paste that here, and that is the delete address. So I will remove this from here, use that here, and also I have to write in the values the delete address. Okay, now that is going to be a delete request. Okay, so if data dot success, then I will uh, type here router dot push to slash me. Okay, if I save it from here, I don't need here this address, we don't have to pass that, and also I remove that from here. Simply save it, and now if I go back and if I click here, okay, so that's the end of this video. I hope that you understand we have successfully updated our address, and also we are deleting the address of the user. So if you have any question, you can post that in the comment section. I will definitely reply there. And or you can also get the source code of this video in the description of this video. Okay, and also if I go back, you can also add one more if check. If I can just show you here, I hope that you can add that. You can simply check here that if the request.user.id is not equal to the this address.user, this means that user that is updating the address is not the same user. You can simply throw the error that you are not allowed to update this address or delete the address. Okay, so I hope that you can add that if check also if you want. Okay, now in this video we will work on our Multer and Cloudinary. Okay, because you know that we have to upload our product images and also the avatar or the profile picture of the user on Cloudinary. Now in this video I will set up my Cloudinary and also I will set up my Multer. All right, so for that we have to install two packages, first of all Multer and then Cloudinary. So I will install that package, npm I Multer and Cloudinary dash save, install these packages. Okay, so packages are installed successfully. I will restart my server, and now let's write our code. So first of all, I go to my backend. In the backend and in the utils, I create a new file. Let's call it multer.js, in which I will write the configurations for the multer. I will import here multer from multer, and then I have to type here const upload. Okay, that I will call here multer, and on the multer I have to pass some options. So in here, first of all, I have to pass in the storage. Okay, and now for the storage I will create another object here. So const storage, and that is going to be multer dot disk storage. Okay, I will create here a disk storage, and in that I have to pass some options. First of all, the destination of the file. So destination is going to be, I type here function request and then that file and then the callback. So I will call it cb, which is the callback, and then in that I will pass in here in the callback null for the error, and then the destination. So destination is going to be public slash uploads. Okay, so we have to create a new folder in the public, create a new folder uploads. Okay, and then after destination we have to also set up here the file name. Okay, we will make the file name unique, and to do that I will simply type here function. In that I will have access to the request and then the file and then the callback. Okay, so in that I can simply pass in here in the callback first of all null, and now for the file name you can see that I have to pass in here the file name. So file name I will add the current date and then the file original name. Okay, so let me show you here, new date dot now date. Okay, so it will get the current date. I will use here dot to ISO string. Okay, so it will convert the current date into ISO format, and then we will concatenate the original file name. So I type here plus, and let's also actually add here dash and then plus the file original name. So that is going to be file dot original name. Okay, so in this way it will make that file name or unique. So now we have here our storage ready. We will simply pass the storage here. Okay, I will pass that storage here, and then we will type here the limits. Okay, now in the limits I will type here the file size. You can change that according to your needs. I will choose here 1204 multiply by 1024. Okay, so this is going to be maximum size of the file, and then I have to type here the file filters. Okay, I want to filter out the files because I only want to upload the images, so I have to apply here the file filters, and for that I will simply type here const file filter. I will make a function here in which I have access to the request file and then the callback. Okay, and that I will simply check that if file dot mime type is equal to image slash jpeg. Okay, in the same way I have other formats, so that is jpeg. Okay, so I will copy that from here and I put that here, and then one more that is going to be jpg and then the png. Okay, if the format are these, then I will simply pass in here in the callback null for the error and then true. Okay, because we will allow these files jpeg, png and jpg, else we have to throw the error. So in the callback I will simply type here the error. Okay, so I type here error, that is going to be unsported file format, upload only jpg slash jpeg or png. Okay, and then I will pass in here false because these are not correct files, so I will type here false. So now we have our file filter ready here. I will simply use that here. Okay, and then I have to export this upload. We export default because we have to use that as a middleware in our route, that is going to be upload. Okay, so this is the configuration of our Multer. We simply create our disk storage. Okay, the procedure is that we will simply first of all get the file from the user. Okay, and then we will store that file in this folder in the public slash where it is public slash uploads. Okay, so after uploading the image from this folder, we will basically upload it to Cloudinary, and then we will delete that file from the uploads directory as well. Okay, so we will create our disk storage and then we create our file filters, and then we will pass those options in the Multer. Simply save it from here, and now that is it for the Multer. Now we have to set up the Cloudinary configurations. Okay, so what I will do is I will go to the backend in the utils, create a new file. Let's call it cloudinary.js. So cloudinary.js. Okay, that is Cloudinary. Now that I will simply import here the Cloudinary from Cloudinary. Okay, so we will import that, then we have to set up the API keys for the Cloudinary config. So cloudinary.config, in that I have to pass in here first of all the cloud name. Okay, and I will show you in a minute that how we can get the cloud name. Right now I will simply type here process.env.cloud_name, and then I will set here API key for the Cloudinary, that is going to be then API secret, API_secret. Okay, so I will copy that from here, put that here and here, and that is going to be Cloudinary_API_key. Okay, and then the Cloudinary_API secret. Okay, so we will set up these in the config, and then we will create a function here. So const, and I will get these API keys in a minute. Okay, then uploads, in that we will pass in here the file that we want to upload and then the folder in which we want to upload our images. Okay, because we have different folders like products and avatars, so while calling this function we will simply pass in here the file and then the folder in which we want to upload our images. Okay, so now we have here a file and folder. Now we can simply upload that. Okay, and for that I will use here a promise. So return, I hope that you know the basics of promise. So return new promise, Now that I will have my resolve, okay, and then the reject. We know that there are two conditions, resolve and reject in a promise. All right, and then in that I will simply upload my image. So Cloudinary dot uploader dot upload, okay, and then I have to pass in here first of all the file, okay. So we will pass in here the file that we will pass here, and after the file we have to pass in here the callback. So result, okay, after getting the result, or you can say that after uploading the result, we will simply resolve this promise because our image is now uploaded. So we will resolve our promise here. All right, now in the resolve I will simply pass in here the two values, public underscore id, okay, because in the response, in the result, we will have an object that contains public id, the id of that image, and then the url of that image. We have to store both, and there are other options as well, but we only need here public id and then the uh, url of that image. So result dot public id, okay, and then we have here the url. So url, that is going to be result dot url. So after uploading the image, it will resolve the promise. All right, and one more, we also have to specify the folder in here, the options. So I will simply type here resource type, resource underscore type, that is going to be auto, okay, and then the folder. So folder is going to be, oops, that folder that we will pass in here, okay. Simply save it, and this is our uploads folder. We simply have to export from here, export the uploads, and then the Cloudinary with these configuration API keys, okay. We will simply create a promise here, and then we will upload our image, and once the image is uploaded, we will simply resolve our promise, pass in here the public id and then the url of that image, and we will specify here our folder as well. And then we will simply export from here the uploads that we will use to upload our images, and then the Cloudinary that we also have to use with these configs. Simply save it. Now we have successfully set up the Multer and Cloudinary. Now we just have to go to the cloudinary.com and get these API keys. So after creating your account on Cloudinary, on your dashboard you will get your cloud name and then the API key and then the API secret. You have to add all these in your next.config.js. I copy that from here, go back in here, then I will specify here those values. First of all, the cloud name, okay, so cloud underscore name, and that is going to be this, okay. In the same way I will add both other values, Cloudinary API key and then the Cloudinary API secret, okay. Now I will add that here, so I copy this from here, go back and I put that here, and I will add the API secret after finishing this video. So in this way you have to add all these values in the next.config.js, and after that we have our Multer and Cloudinary ready. In my next video I will upload user avatar on the Cloudinary server. Now in this video let's update the user profile, in which we will also update the avatar of the user, okay, and we will upload that to the Cloudinary. So first of all I go to the buy it now official Git repo, and on the first branch I have the components. So I go to the source, and in the source I have here the components, and then I will go here in the auth. I have here component update profile.jsx, so I will use that. I copy that from here, okay. Then I go back in the VS Code, go to the components. Let me scroll it down. So in the components, in the auth, I will create that file. So update profile.jsx, and I paste that here, okay. Simply save it from here, and now let's write our code here. So first of all, this is a client side component, so use client, okay, and then I will create here my state variables. First of all, the name of the user, okay, so name, or what we can do is we can go here and copy from here, okay. I will copy that and put that here, and after that, after the password, so we don't have here password, we have here the name, and then the email. We will handle the password in our separate video. So set name, so name, email, and then we have here avatar of the user. Okay, so set avatar, and then I create one more here. Okay, so I will call it avatar preview, because we also have to display the preview of the image before uploading that to the Cloudinary. So set avatar preview, so I will type here preview. Okay, and by default that is going to be slash images slash default dot png. Okay, which is the default image that we have in our where it is public images, and we have here default.png. So by default we will display this image. Okay, so now we have to create in here the submit handler. So const submit handler, and that is going to be here e dot prevent default. Okay, and then we will create here a form data, because now we have to pass the image on the backend or the file on the backend. So that's why we have to use here form data. So form data, I will use that here, and form data is the built-in class. So I will use here new form data, and then I have to set all the values. So form data dot set, I will set in here first of all the name, that is going to be name, and then I will set in here the email, that is going to be email, and then I will set in here the image, that is going to be avatar. Okay, and then we have to call our update profile, and that will update the user profile. Alright, so now I will add my own change on all fields. So I will simply type here value, that is going to be name, and then on change I will simply set here the value. So set name, that is going to be e.target.value. So this is for the name, and then we also have to add for the email. So that is going to be email, and then here set email, save it, and then I will use here for the source I will use here avatar preview, because I have to display that preview. So that is going to be avatar preview, and then for this input for the we have, because we have to select the file, you can see that type is file. I will use here on change, that is going to be on change that we have to create basically. Okay, so I will copy that and create that here. So const on change. Okay, so what I will do is I will create here a file reader. So const reader, that is going to be new file reader, because we have to display that on the UI, so we have to read that file. So I will use here file reader, and then I will add here reader.onload. Okay, I will pass in here the function or the callback. I will check that if reader dot ready state is equal to 2, this means that the reading process is completed. Now we can simply set the avatar preview. So in the set avatar preview we will set in here the reader dot result. Okay, and then we have to also set up the avatar. So I will set here set avatar, that is going to be e dot target dot files of 0, because this is an array, so we have to select the first file, which is the avatar, and then reader dot read as data URL. Okay, and that we have to pass the blob. So blob is the image, so I will use this image right here, or the file. So now it will read that image and set the avatar preview, and also it will set the file in the avatar. Simply save it, and now we also have to actually use that here. So form on submit, I will use here the submit handler, and also we don't have to use here the sidebar. Okay, so I will remove this code from here. Okay, and I have to remove this and also the main. Simply save it, and now let's first of all preview it. So I will go to the app. In the me, I create a new folder here that is called update. So /me/update. In that I will create a file that is called page.jsx. Okay, so I will copy that from here, and I have to just type in here the update profile. Okay, so I will also remove this from here. We don't have to pass anything. Also remove this async, so that is going to be update profile page. Okay, simply save it from here. I think so that is it. As if I close it from here, now let's go to our Chrome, and so you can see that here we have update profile that go to /me/update. You can see that if I click on here, so use state is not defined. We have to import here the use state, use effect, and then the use context. Okay, save it, and now if I go back to this page, and now you can see that here we have our update profile form that contains the name, email, and then the avatar. If I select here image, here you can see that I have avatar.jpg, which is just a random picture. If I select that from here, open, now you can see that here we have the preview of that image here. Okay, so this is what we call the avatar preview. We can type in here the name and then the email. We know that we already have user logged in, so we can display the name and email right here. So I simply go back and I will get the user from the state. So I will type here const user error, then the clear errors. Okay, I have to get that from the state, so use context and auth context. Okay, and then I can simply use that user here in the use effect. So after this I will define here the use effect. Okay, so if user, then I will set here the name, that is going to be user dot name. In the same way I can set in here the email, so set email, that is going to be user dot email. And then I can also define here that if error, simply toast dot error, that error, and then clear errors. Okay, and in dependency array I will simply pass in here the error and then the user. Save it. Now if I go back, you can see that here now we have the name and then the email of that user already here. Okay, so now we just have to update that and pass that to the backend where we can update these values. So I simply go back. Now let's go to our backend and create our route. I close it from here. Go to the backend controller, auth controller. So I will copy this from here. Okay, so that is going to be update profile. Okay, in that we will first of all get the new user data. So I type here const new user data, that is going to be first of all name, that is going to be request dot body dot name, and in the same way we are going to have here the email, that is going to be request dot body dot email. So this is for the name and email. We also have to handle here the picture, so I will simply I can check here that if request dot files dot length is greater than 0, this means that we have image and we have to update the avatar. So const uploader, that is going to be async, and then I have to call here the uploads that we have created in our previous videos, the uploads from Cloudinary. Now in that we have to pass in here the path. Okay, so we'll get our path here. So I will type here path and then the folder name, so that is going to be by it now slash avatars. If I save it and go back, in my Cloudinary storage, you can see that I have a folder with the name by it now. I open that. In that I have here the avatars. So my path is going to be by it now slash avatars. Okay, and then I will simply get here the file. So file is going to be request dot files of 0. Then oops, I get here my path. So I will get my path from the file. Okay, because we will get here our file and we can get the path from the file. So now I will simply call this uploader and pass the path in that. Okay, so const, I call it avatar response is going to be await uploader. In that I will have to pass in here the path. Okay, so path is going to be this. Okay, and then we have to simply delete that file also from the public, and then the images. Okay, sorry, not images, in uploads, because the Multer will upload that file to the upload folder, and then from this upload folder we will upload that to the Cloudinary, and then after that we also have to delete that from this local folder. So I will simply type here fs, which is the build module dot. I also have to actually import the file system fs from fs module. Okay, and then fs dot unlink sync, and in that I will simply pass in here the path. So path is going to be this, so it will unlink that file. Okay, and then we have to set in here the avatar in the new user data. So that is going to be new user data dot avatar, that is going to be avatar response. Okay, remember that avatar response is if I can show you here. Now that avatar response will contain the public ID and then the URL, and in the models we have that already. So in the avatar we have public ID and then the URL. Okay, again we will simply check that if we have files, then we will get the file. Okay, we will get the path from that file, and we will pass that path in this uploader function. In that we will simply call our uploads from the Cloudinary. In that we will pass in here the path of the file that we want to upload, and then the folder name. Okay, and then we will simply unlink that file and then set the response. And now we have our new user data ready. Now we simply have to update that in the database. So find by ID and update. In that I will simply pass in here the request dot user dot underscore ID, the ID of that user or the current user, and then the new user data. Okay, then I set here the status code, and then that is going to be the user. Simply save it, and now this is our update profile controller function. I save it from here, close this one also. Now let's go to our API. In the auth, I will create a new folder here that is called me. Now in the me, I create a new file that is called update.js. So slash API slash auth slash me slash update. Okay, and I will simply copy that from here just to save some time. Okay, now we will connect to database, and then here we have to use the update profile. Okay, and we know that from this start we also have to get the file from the user, so we have to use here the upload middleware, and upload middleware is the this one. If I go to the utils, this one, Multer, we have to use that. And to use that I will simply type here const upload middleware, that is going to be upload, that we will import from the utils slash Multer. And now we know that with the Multer we can pass in here the array. Okay, so in the array I will simply pass in here the field name that user will pass. Remember that I have typed the image in the form data, so you also have to type here the image. If I can show you here in the components auth, you can see that here I have set here image, so make sure that you also type here image. Now I have to use that, so I will use here dot use, and this is also a protected route, so I will use here is authenticated user and also the upload middleware. Okay, so upload middleware, so now it will use that middleware, and then it will also validate the file type, move the file to that storage, and do all that stuff for us. Okay, and now as we are using this Multer middleware, we have to disable the default body parser, and to disable that I will simply type here export const config, then API, and then the body parser I will type here false. So it will disable the default body parser, otherwise we will not get our file. Simply save it from here, and I think so that it will work now. So I will simply close this from here, also this one. Let's go to our context. In the auth context, I create here a function, so I will actually copy this from here and I put that here. So that is going to be update profile, and that I will simply pass in here the form data that we have to pass on the backend. So that is going to be a put request. Okay, I think so you also have to change that. So auth me, and that is put, save it. Okay, so now that is going to be slash API slash auth slash me slash update. We will pass in here the form data. Okay, now we also have to set the headers here, so I will simply type here headers, and that is going to be content type, and this time we are using the form data, so that is going to be multi-part slash form dash data. Okay, so we have set up the header here. Now we have to simply check that if data.user exists, then we will let's also create a variable here that is called loading. Okay, because we know that image will take some time to upload, so we will manage here a loading variable. So I will simply type here, first of all, loading to true, so set loading to true, and then after uploading we have to set it to false. Okay, so I will set that here false, and also I will set that here false if we have any error. Simply save it, and now we have to go here and export that. So that is going to be update profile, then we have here the loading. Simply save it from here, and I think so that is it. So if I go to the components in the auth update profile, here I can get access to the loading first of all, and then the update profile like this. So now I have to just call that update profile and pass in here the form data. Okay, and if we have here loading, then what I will do is I will go down. I will first of all disable that button if it is loading. So if loading, then that is going to be true, else that is going to be false. In the same way, I will check that here, that if loading, then I will simply type here uploading, or you can say that updating, otherwise I will use here update. Simply save it, and now let's test it out. Okay, so I go back, let's go back, and here I will, if I reload this page, and if I type here, let's update the first of all image. So I select this, open, update. So you can see that we got here updating, and okay, so if I go here in the avatars, you can see that here we have successfully uploaded our image here. Okay, you can see that this is new and 400 by 400. So this is our image. This is uploaded successfully. And if I just go back and if I reload this page, you can see that we don't get here the profile picture, and the reason is that if I open my MongoDB database, and here if I go to these users and if I expand, you can see that here we have avatar. In the avatar we have the public ID. Okay, and then we have here the URL of that image. Okay, so this means data is actually saved in database, but we don't get that here because our session is not updated. Even if I update here my name, like I type here A and click on update, you can see that it is actually updated, but we don't get here that A. Okay, so this means that we also have to update the session once we update the user profile. And to update that, what we have to do is we have to actually update the session. So for that, I go to the pages in the auth. In here we have to update our session, and how we can do that, I will simply check here that in the JWT, that if request.url is going to be /API/auth/session. Okay, so this is the endpoint for this file, and then in here we will simply type here update. So we will check that if we have update in the query, this means that we have to update the session. Okay, so what I will do is I will simply update the new values. So we will simply hit the DB. Okay, we will hit the database and return the updated user. Okay, so for that I will simply type here const updated user is going to be await user dot find by id. In that I will simply pass in here token dot user dot id. Remember, in the token we have the user, so we will pass the id, we will get the new user, and then token dot user is going to be updated user. It will check that if we get any request from this endpoint, it will get the new data and give that to this new token, and this will update this session. Simply save it, and now we have to simply hit this endpoint once we update the user profile. So I go to the context. In the auth context, I create a new function here that is called const, let's call it load user. And now in that I will simply first of all copy this from here just to save some time, and I paste that here. Okay, and I will remove this loading, and now we have to send the get request. We know that our path is going to be I will remove all this from here. Our path is going to be slash API slash auth and slash session, and remember that we have to also put in here the update. Okay, so if data.user exists, then we will simply set the user, the new user, that is going to be data.user, and then we will simply router.replace to slash me. Simply save it from here. Now we simply have to call this load user once we update our profile, so I will call here load user. Save it, and now if I go back, reload this page. So let me log out first of all just to show you. If I log in, sign in again, and you can see that here I can actually go to slash, I cannot go to slash me, but I can go to slash me slash update. We also have to protect this route, and to actually protect all these slash me routes, I go back in the middleware. I will type that slash me, and then slash I will type here path all. Okay, so it will make sure that all paths after slash me are protected. If I save it from here, now if I go back, reload this page, now I am redirected back to the login page. So now let's log in, and I type here my name, password, login. And you can see that here now we have here the image of the user displayed here, and also the A is also here. And if I remove this A from here, click on update, you can see that now the A is gone, but we are moved to slash me. Slash me, what just happened? If I go back and type here A update, so you can see that now we have this A here, and also it is updated here, and also the image is updated. So this means that our session is also getting updated once we update the user. Again, we simply have to type here that if request.url is this, and we will add here you can say that indication that if we want to update the session, we will add here update after in the query. Then we will get the new user from the database and give to the new token or to the new session, and then we simply call here the load user once we update the user, and that will send the request to that endpoint and update the session. And now in this video we will handle the update password. Okay, so let's go to our backend. In the controllers, I will go to the auth controller. Okay, let's create a new function here, export const, that is going to be update password. Okay, in that we will have access to the request, response, and then the next. Okay, so now first of all we have to get the user, so const user is going to be await user dot find by id, and the id we will simply pass as request dot user dot underscore id, which is the current user. And remember that we have typed select to false for the password field, so I will use here dot select, and we will select here the password for password also for the user, because we have to compare the password. So we get here our user, and then I have to check that if the previous password, because we will get the current password and then the new password. So we check that if the current password is correct or not. So for that I will simply actually can copy that from here. I can use this code. Okay, I copy that from here and I can use that here. So I will pass in here the request dot body dot current password and then the user dot password, and if not password matched I will simply return here next with new error handler. I will pass in here the message that old password is incorrect and the status code is going to be 400. Okay, and if the previous password is correct, then we have to update the password. So we will simply set here user dot password, that is going to be request dot body dot new password. Okay, we will set the password in the user dot password and then we have to simply save the user. So await user dot save, so it will save the user password. And remember that in the models we have written this pre a function that will basically encrypt or hash the password automatically when we will save that, because we have used this pre-save. Okay, so it will save the hashed password in the database and then we have to return the response. So I simply copy that from here and that is going to be let's type here success, that is going to be true. Simply save it from here. Now let's close this one, go to the me. So auth in the me I create a new file that is called update underscore password dot js. Okay, so I will copy that from here and put that here. I don't need here this upload middleware, and also I remove this code. Okay, and I think so that is it, that is going to be put and update password. Okay, save it. And now let's close this one, go to our context auth context and let's copy this from here and that is going to be update password. So I will add that here. So update password, we will pass in here the current password and then the new password. Okay, so I will remove this loading from here, then that is going to be put slash api slash me slash update underscore password, and in here I will set the current password in the body and then the new password. And if data dot success, then I will simply router dot replace to slash me. Okay, and that is going to be update password. I simply copy that from here and I put that here. Okay, simply save it. And now let's create our component. So I close this from here, go to the components auth, new component that is called update password dot jsx. I go to my Chrome and then I go here in the auth. We have here the update profile, update password dot jsx in the buy it now. Okay, so I will copy that from here, then I will go back and I put that here, and we don't need here the sidebar, so I will move sidebar from here. Okay, because we have already set up that in our layout. So now we have here update password. Now let's create our variables here. First of all we will get the error and then the update password. Okay, and then we also have to get in here the clear errors from use context. I will import this hook and then I will pass in here the auth context. So auth context, and then let's create here two variables. First one is going to be current password, and then we have to set up the values here. So value is going to be current password and on change I will use here, so set current password, that is going to be e dot target dot value. Okay, now we copy that from here and use this for new password. So new password, and then we have here set new password. Okay, then I will simply type here form. So on submit I will call my submit handler. I go here and I copy that from here, simply copy it. And also actually I copy the use effect, so I copy that and I put that here. Okay, so we don't need here this user. Okay, and then here I will simply call the update password. In that I will pass in here the current password and then the new password. Simply save it, and now let's close this one, go to our app me, create a new folder here that is called update underscore password. In that I create my file that is called page.jsx. In that we have to call our component, so that is going to be update password, and I will remove this from here. So that is going to be password. Simply save it, and now if I go back to my Chrome, and if you can see that here, if I reload this page, okay, so we have to go back actually and make this component client component. So components auth update password, and that is the client. So use client, save it, and now if I go back, if I go to the update password, we have this /me/update underscore password, and we have to import the use effect. So I will import that here, save it, and now if you can see that here, now we have got here the update password form with the current password and the new password. If I type here the current password like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, and then new password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, if I click here update, so toast is not defined, we have to import the toast. So I will import here the toast, save it, and now if I type here that wrong password again, click on update, you can see that here bcrypt is not defined, so we have to import the bcrypt. So I go to the backend controllers auth controller, and we have to import here the bcrypt. So import the bcrypt from bcrypt.js, save it. Now if I click here update, so you can see that here we get the error that old password is incorrect. So I will type here the correct password 1 2 3 4 5 6, and new password will contain 7. If I click here update, okay, so inspect the console, we have this error. Okay, so what I will do is I will go in the context auth context, and let's type log here, the log error dot response, save it, and now if I go back, if I click here update, so you can see that here that is 1 2 3 4 5 6 update. Again have this error. If I go back actually in the auth controller, we have here the current password and then the user dot password. Okay, so if I log that here, save it, if I go back, click on update, so we get here that password which is actually correct, so 1 2 3 4 5 6. And if I also log here the user dot password, save it. Now if I go back, click on update, and we actually get back here the password and then the correct password. I think so my password was actually updated on the first time. For the first time, if I actually go back, if I type here 7 and I type here 8, now if I click on update, if I go back, you get that here. Okay, and if I log out, let's log in again. So gulam1. So if I type here gulam1 and then if I type my new password 1234567 8, if I click on login, so now you can see that I am successfully logged in with the updated password. So in this way we can update the user password. I hope that you understand. So that's the end of this video. If you have any question, you can post that in the comment section. I will definitely reply there. And also you can find the source code of this video in the description of this video as well. And now let's handle our shipping page. Okay, so for that what I will do is before I go back to my Chrome, okay, and then here I go to my components. If you don't know, we have a Git repo with the name by it now where I have all the components. So I will go in the cart. I have here shipping.jsx. So I will use this markup. So I will copy that, and then I will go back and I create here component cart new file that is called shipping.jsx and put that here. Okay, simply save it. And now I have to use the link from next/link, which is the href. Simply save it. And if I go to the app, I create a new folder here. I call it shipping. In that I have my file that is called page.jsx. So I will go in the me and I will copy this all code from here and I put that here. So that is going to be shipping page. And we also need here addresses, because here user can select the address. So we will get all the addresses like this. I have discussed all about that in my previous video, in the profile video. Okay, I hope that you know about that. Okay, so we will get here our addresses. So that is going to be shipping, and we will remove this profile from here. Simply save it. And now we have our addresses here. Save it. And now let's go to our Chrome. If I type here /shipping, so we have to import the breadcrumbs from layouts. Save it and link. So that is going to be href. Save it. And now if I go back, so you can see that this is our shipping page where we have to render all the user addresses and then the other information and also items in the cart. So let's handle these addresses and the cart items first of all. So what I will do is I will loop through on all addresses and display them one by one here. Okay, so we have this h2, and after this div I will add a loop here. So that is going to be addresses dot map, and then for each address I have to display that address. Okay, so that is going to be actually this label. Okay, we have to display here the street, so I will use here address dot street, and then we have here the phone number, then we have here the country, then we have here city, state, and then the zip code. If I save it and go back, if I reload this page, I think so we don't have the addresses here. So let me log here the addresses, save it. And now if I go back, reload this page, if I go to the inspect, on the console we have this error. We don't get anything here. Okay, so addresses, we have passed that in the shipping. Okay, log here data, save it. So you can see that this user don't have any addresses actually. So what I will do is I will add a new address. So I go back, add new address. I will add here address like this. Okay, just to show you, I will add here this random details add. Okay, so now if I go to the cart and click on continue, oh sorry, go here in the shipping, and then here I will have my user address. You can see that here I have the address of that user that I can select. So this is actually a radio button, and it will loop through all the addresses and display that here. If I add a new here, okay, just add some random details. I click here add, then I go to shipping. You can see that here we get here the second address as well. So in this way we can select that address. So now let's display here the cart items, and know that we have cart items in this state. Okay, so I will get that from here, from there. So that is going to be const cart, and I will use here use context, and I have to pass in here the cart context. Okay, now we have here cart. We can get here cart.cart items. So I scroll down, and then after this h2 I will add a loop here on cart.cart items. I will use here dot map. Okay, and then for each item I have to display the details. Okay, so I will move this figure inside the loop, save it. Oh, that is this, save it. And first of all we have here item.image, so item.image, and then I will have here the item.quantity, so item.quantity, and then we have here the product name, that is going to be item.name. Okay, and I will use here dot substring because if the name is long it will break the UI, so I will use here substring. Okay, so in the substring I will pass from 0 to 50. I will only display the 50 characters, and then we have to display here the total price, that is going to be item.quantity. Okay, so item.quantity multiply by item.price, save it. Okay, save it. And now if I go back, so cannot destructure property cart. Okay, so we have to make that use client. This is a client component, so I will move it down and use here use client, save it. And now you can see that here we get all the items, so item image, then the item quantity in this circle, and then the name, and then here we have the total amount of that item. So now we have here the items in the card. We have here the shipping detail information where user had to select the address. Now we just have to display here the amount, estimated tax, and the total amount. Okay, and to handle that, what I will do is I will actually go back, and I will go in the components in the card.jsx. I will create here a function. I will call it const checkout handler. Okay, so I will create a function, first of all an object with the name data. In that I will store here the amount, that is going to be amount without tax, and then the tax, which is the tax amount, and then also total amount. Okay, so this is data that we have to actually store. So I will type here save on checkout. I will create that function, and I will pass my data, and I have to get that from the card context. Okay, simply save it. Now let's go to our context, card context, and let's create that here. So that is going to be this. Okay, now in that I will have access to the amount, then the tax, and then the total amount, and I have to store that in the local storage. Okay, so I can access that on the shipping page. So that is going to be const I will copy this from here, this one, and let's call it checkout info. That is going to be amount and then the tax. Okay, so I will create here const new cart is going to be whatever in the cart. We know that we have cart items, and then we will store our checkout info, which is this one. Okay, now we have to set this new cart in the local storage, so I will simply copy this from here and I put that here. So set item, we will set in the card json.stringify. I will pass in here the new card. Okay, and then set the item to the state, and then I will simply router dot push to slash shipping. Okay, and we have to call this use router here. Simply save it. And now if I go back and if I go to the card, if I click on continue, okay, and we also have to actually give this checkout handler to this button. So I go to the here on click, I will call this, simply save it. And now if I click on continue, I have here error that save on checkout is not a function. We have to also type that also in here, save it. And now if I go back, click on continue, and we are moved to the shipping page. And if I go to the inspect, I go to the application. In the local storage, you can see that here now we have in the card items first of all, and then this checkout info, which is the amount, tax, and then the total amount. All right, so now we have to display that here. So I will go back to the shipping page. Now we can get that here. So what I will do is I will display the details here. First of all, cart dot checkout info dot amount. Okay, if I save it and go back, you can see that now we have that value here. Now let's display the tax. So that is going to be the tax, and that is going to be total amount. So total amount, simply save it. And now if I go back, you can see that here now we have here this amount, tax, and then total amount. Now let's create our checkout handler. So I will simply go to the top and I create here const checkout handler, and that is going to be async because we have to use await in that in our upcoming videos. So I will first of all create here a state variable. So const, that is going to be shipping info. So set shipping info, and I will use here use state hook. In that I will simply set the empty string. So now I will also create here const set shipping address. In that I will pass the address that usually select, and I will simply type here set shipping info, which is going to be that address dot underscore id. Okay, so we will set the address id in the shipping info, and we have to copy this from here. So we know that here we have this label, this one. So this is one label, this is second label. So we will add here that on click. So when user click on that label, we have to set that shipping details. So I will simply set here set shipping address, and I will pass in here the address. Okay, so now it will set the address in the shipping info. Now we have to pass this shipping info to the backend while creating the order. Okay, and here I can check that if not shipping info, then I will simply return from here with toast dot error that please select your shipping address, else we will simply move to Stripe checkout page. Save it. Okay, if I go back and if I reload this page once, and if I click here checkout, okay, so we also have to actually add this checkout handler on click. So that is going to be and this link. So I will add here on click, I will call this checkout handler. So if I reload this page and now I click on checkout, oops, that is not working. If not shipping info. Okay, so now if I click on checkout, you can see that here please select your shipping address, and if I select here this and click on checkout, now we don't get any error. Okay, so in this way it will work. And also now let's set up these breadcrumbs here. So what I will do is I'll create a new array here. So const breadcrumbs. Okay, and this is going to be an array. In that, first of all, we have here name, that is going to be home, and then the URL, that is going to be slash. Okay, in the same way I have here the cart, let's call it order, that is going to be slash cart, and that is going to be nothing. Save it. Now we have to pass these breadcrumbs in here, and it will handle that. Save it, and now go back. You can see that here we get the home, cart, and order. And also I go to the app, shipping, where it is, shipping, and I will remove this log from here. Save it, and that is it. So now in this video we will integrate this Stripe in our application. Okay, so if you don't know, Stripe is a payment gateway that we can use to accept the payments from the users. Okay, so this is an e-commerce application, so we have to integrate a payment gateway. So I will use Stripe. Okay, so first of all, you have to create your account on Stripe. You simply have to go to dashboard.stripe.com, and then you will get your test API keys. So you will have your publishable key, okay, and then your secret key here. So you can get that from here, all right, and you have to put that both in your config file. All right, so first of all, let's go to our VS Code and write the code to integrate this Stripe in our application. So I go to the VS Code. First of all, let's handle the backend part. So I go to the backend in the controllers. Let's handle it in the orders controller. Okay, so you can also create the payment controller, but I will handle that in my order controllers, order controllers.js. So first of all, export const, that is going to be checkout session. Okay, so we have to create a checkout session, and then in our next video we will create the order after accepting the payment. Okay, in this video we will only handle the checkout session, that is going to be async, and in that we have access to the request and the response. Okay, so first of all, in that we will get our body. So body is going to be request.body, of course, and now from the front end we will pass the cart items and also the shipping details. If I go back, we will pass these items that user want to purchase, and then the shipping information, which is the address of the user. Okay, so we will have both in our body. So now first of all, we have to create here the Stripe checkout session, and for that we have to install this Stripe package. So I will simply install here npm I stripe dash dash save. So it will install the Stripe package. Let me show you the, so you can see that this is the npm page for the Stripe Node.js library. Okay, so we have to simply install the Stripe, and then we have to add the Stripe private key after importing that, like this. Okay, and then we can use this Stripe to create our sessions, and we can perform the other actions as well. Okay, so let's use that. We can also use in this way. So I will copy this from here, copy that, I will go back and I put that here. Okay, so we will have our Stripe here that we will import from Stripe, then Stripe is equal to new Stripe, and then in that we have to pass in here the Stripe private key. Okay, so I will simply go to my next.config.js, and then here in the env I will simply have to set here first of all the Stripe underscore public key. Okay, and then we also have to set in here the Stripe private key. Okay, so Stripe private key. So the public key is going to be this this publishable key. Okay, I simply copy that from here and I put that here. And for the private key we have to copy this from here. Okay, I will copy that and I put that here. So simply put your API key here, save it, and then close this file. So I will paste my key here. Okay, so I have successfully added my API keys in my next.config.js. Now let's add that here. So I will use here process.env stripe underscore private underscore key, and simply save it from here. Now we have our Stripe here. Now we can use that to create our session. Okay, so I will simply type here const session
is going to be await stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot create. Okay, now in the create we have to pass some options. Okay, so first of all, what is the payment method types? Okay, so I will use here the card. Okay, we want to accept the payments with the card, and then we have to pass in here the success URL. Okay, and then we have to pass in here the cancel URL. Okay, so if our payment is successful, the Stripe will move us to that basically URL, and if the payment is unsuccessful, then it will move us to this cancel URL. Okay, so I will simply type here HTTP. You can put that in the env file as well, so I will hard code that here. That is going to be slash me slash orders. Okay, then I add here order underscore success is going to be true. Okay, and I will move that, also put that here. You can also add a cancel page. You can create your page also, and you can provide that link here, but I will keep it simple and hard code these values. Okay, on this payment success, I will simply add this variable in the query that order success is equal to true, because we have to also clear the cart for placing the order. Okay, so we will add that in the params in the query. Okay, and actually we have our API URL in the env file, that is going to be process.env.api underscore URL. Okay, if I can show you here, you can see that here we have this API URL, we can use that. Alright, so now we have here the success URL and cancel URL. We also have to add in here the customer email. Okay, so customer email, I will use here request dot user dot email. Okay, because this is a protected route, so we have access to the user here, so we will save the customer email. And then I also add here the client reference ID. Okay, so the client reference ID is going to be request dot user dot underscore ID. Okay, so we'll add the client reference ID here, and then we have to add here the mode. So mode is going to be payment. Okay, and then let's also add here metadata. Okay, metadata is just like the optional data that we want to pass. So in the metadata, I will set the shipping info. So we can get the shipping info from the body. So shipping info is going to be body dot shipping info. Okay, so we will pass this shipping info in the metadata. Again, we can pass any additional data in the metadata in the Stripe checkout session. Okay, so now we have passed the shipping address in the metadata, and now let's add here some shipping options. Okay, so in the shipping options, we have to first of all pass in here the shipping rates. Okay, so shipping rate, that is going to be, now we have to pass in here the shipping rate ID, and to create that I will simply go to my Stripe dashboard, then I go in the products, and then I can go in the shipping rates, and you can see that here I have here my shipping rate instance. You can create one here, so simply click on create shipping rate, and here you can provide your shipping amount if you want to charge the user for the shipping, and if you want to make the shipping free, then you can simply keep it 0, and definitely you can add more options here if you want. All right, you can simply click on save, but I already have one which is free. You can see that here 0.00, so I will use this ID here. Okay, so we have to use this shipping ID, so I copy that and I go back and I put that here. So this is our shipping rate. In this way you can add the shipping rates, and you can charge the shipping to your customers. After shipping options, we have to also set in here the line items. So line items is the items that user is purchasing. In this case, our order items, if I go back, these are the line items, these two. So we also have to set that and the details of these items. Okay, so I simply go back, and what I will do is I will prepare my shipping items here. So const shipping items, or you can say that line items is going to be body dot items, and we will pass the items in the request dot body from the front end. Okay, then I will map through on each item. then I will simply return from here the object that contains the price underscore data. Okay, now in the price data object we have to pass some options for each line item. First of all, what is the currency that we want to use? Okay, so the currency is going to be USD. Okay, and then we have to pass here the product data. So product data, that is going to be first of all the name of the product, that is going to be item dot name, and then we have here the images. Okay, for the images I will use here item dot image. Remember that in the images we have to pass the array. We will only pass one image, so we will use that image here. Okay, and then we have to pass in here the metadata. Again, metadata is the additional data that we can pass. So in this case we will set the product ID, which is going to be item.product. Remember that item.product is the ID of that product. So we will save the product ID in the metadata. So this is the product data, and then we have to set in here the unit price. Okay, so what is the price? So unit amount, that is going to be item.price. Okay, and we will multiply it by 100 because we have to pass the a unit amount in the cents. So we will multiply our dollars with which is item.price with the 100, and then we will set the unit amount. Okay, and then we have to pass in here the quantity. So what is the quantity that user is purchasing? So quantity is going to be item dot quantity. Okay, now we also can pass one more option here, that is called tax rates, if you want to charge the tax from the user. Okay, so how we can calculate that? Again, I simply go to my Stripe dashboard, and I can simply go here in the products, in the tax rates. You have already one here, which is the sales tax. I don't know much about taxes, you can definitely read more about that. Okay, so if you want to create a new one, you can simply click here new, and then you have to select the tax type, VAT, GST or sales tax. For example, I choose here sales tax. Then you can select your region here. Okay, and then the percentage that you want to charge, for example 15%. Okay, then can simply click on add rate tax. So in my case that is sales tax, which is the 15%. Okay, if I click on that, you can see that here I have chose here the sales tax 15% exclusive, and then the for the region I have choose here United States, and that is it. You can simply copy this ID from here, which is the tax ID. So I simply go back and I add that here. So now it will add 15% tax to each product, each item, and add that to our final amount. Okay, so it will automatically handle our taxes. All right, so I will restart my server. Okay, so now after that I will simply res dot status, which is going to be 200 dot json. In that I will simply set here the URL. You can also pass the entire session object, but we don't need that on the front end. We only need the URL. So that is going to be session dot URL. Okay, so we just have to go to that URL, and it will display the Stripe checkout page to us. Simply save it from here, and now we have to create the route for that. Okay, so I simply go to my in the pages, in the API, I create a new folder here with the name orders, and in that I create my new file that is called checkout underscore session.js. Okay, and then I will simply copy this from here, add that here. Okay, so that is going to be dot use, and we have to use here the is authenticated user because this is a protected route. So is authenticated users, and this is going to be a post request, and then I will use here checkout session from the order controllers, and I will remove that from here. Okay, so I think so that is it. Simply save it from here. Now this is our route, and we have to send the request from the front end. So I will close this one, then I go to my components and the cart in the shipping. So we can simply move to this Stripe checkout page. Okay, actually we don't need here this else because we are returning that if we don't have any shipping details. Okay, so now if the shipping info is there, then we have to simply move to the Stripe checkout page. So I will simply type here first of all try catch block. So if there is any error, I will simply log that error dot response. Okay, and on that we will simply send the request. So const data that we will get back going to be await, then Axios dot post, and now in that we have to first of all pass in here the process dot env dot api underscore url, okay, then slash api, then slash orders, then slash checkout underscore session. So this is our post request, and then in the body we have to pass in here first of all the items. Okay, so items are going to be cart dot cart items. Remember that we have here the cart, and we can pass simply cart items in the items, and then we also have to pass in here the shipping info that we have set here, so we will pass that shipping info here. All right, so I will simply save it from here, and now I will simply log here the data. Okay, just to show you before we move to that URL, simply save it, and now if I go back to my Chrome, so now if I go to the inspect from here, first of all go to console, okay, and now if I simply select this address from here, click on checkout, so we have here some issue that shorthand property are valid only in the structuring patterns. So we have here the unit amount. Okay, so if I go to the backend and the controllers, all our controllers, that is going to be colon. Save it, and now if I go back, if I select this address, click on checkout, so you can see that here we get this error. So if I go to the config, you can see that data error that row you didn't provided an API key. Okay, so I will simply go back, and that is Stripe. Let's also restart my server once. Okay, and now if I go back and go to the inspect, now let's test it out. I go to the console, clear it, and now if I also reload the page once, select the address, so checkout. So now you can see that here we get the Stripe checkout URL in the response, so we have to now just move to that URL. Okay, so now if I want to show you one thing here, if I simply type here like router dot push to this data dot URL, okay, and if I add here router, so cons router is going to be use router. Okay, if I use that, simply save it. If I click here, click on checkout, it will not move us to that page. Okay, if we go to the console, you can see that here we get this course error. Okay, and to avoid that, we can simply use here the window dot location dot href, that is going to be data dot url. Okay, so it will simply forcefully move us to that URL. Simply save it, that is windows, so window dot location dot href, simply save it, and now if I click on this, click on checkout, okay, so now you can see that we are moved to this Stripe checkout page. So here you can see that first of all we have here buy it now, so we have this total amount, so we have this mic, you can see that we also have here image, so this is the amount, 349 each, quantity 2, and we have here second product. Then you can see that the shipping is free. Remember that we have set that free here. Okay, this is absolutely free. And then for the tax we have set the 15% sales tax, so that is 108.6. so total is this one, and this is the amount that user has to pay. And now this is the email that we have set in our session. You can see that here also that the total amount that we have in our shipping page is 832.58, and that is exactly same in the Stripe checkout page. So now we have successfully created our Stripe checkout session. Now we are also moving the user to that page. Now we just have to get the payment from the user, and then we have to create the order for that user, and I will handle that in my next video. Now in this video we are going to
complete this stripe process, and we will create a new order when the payment is successful. Okay, and we're going to use Stripe webhook that I will discuss in a minute. So first of all, let's create our model for the order. Okay, because you have to create the order when the payment is successful. So simply go to my backend, go in the models, create a new file. I call it order.js. Okay, so first of all, I will import here mongoose from mongoose. Okay, and then const order schema is going to be mongoose dot schema. Okay, in that, first of all, I have to create my field for shipping info, because I have to save the shipping info. All right, and the type is going to be mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id, because we have to store the id of the shipping address. Remember that we have a separate model for the address. Okay, so we only save the id here, and then we can use that. Okay, so now required is true, and then for the reference I will add here address. Okay, now in the same way, I have here shipping info, then I have here the user that has created that order. Okay, and that is going to be user. Okay, so now we have shipping info and user. Now let's create our third field, which is the order items. Okay, that user is purchasing, and that is an array of all the items. Okay, so first of all, in the object we are going to have our product that user is purchasing. Okay, and I will simply type here reference, that is going to be the product, because we are saving here the product id. Okay, and then after the product, I have here name, which is going to be type string, and required true, and actually we also have to type that here. I don't know why I have moved that. Okay, and then after the name we are also going to have the other details. Okay, so name, and then I have here the quantity. Okay, and then the image, I will only say one image URL, and then I will type here the price of that product. Okay, I have here name, quantity, image, and then the price. And now you also have to save the payment info of the user, or sorry, of this order. So payment info, in that, first of all, I will store here the id of that. You can say that Stripe id. Okay, because Stripe give us id of each payment, so we will save that id. And then I have to save here the status of the payment. Okay, so that is going to be status, and then the tax paid. Okay, and then I will use here tax paid, and then the amount paid. So amount paid, and these are going to be number fields. Okay, and for the required, these fields are actually also required. Okay, so I will set that here. So this is our payment info, in which we're going to have our id, status, tax paid, and then the amount paid. Okay, and at the end we are also going to have the order status. Okay, so type is going to be string, required is going to be true, and then let's type here only the default. Okay, so I will give a default value here, that is going to be processing. Okay, so by default the order status is going to be processing, and at the end we're going to have our created at. So created at, and type is going to be date, and default is going to be date dot now. So I will add the current date while creating that order. Okay, so this is our order schema. Okay, simply save this one. Now let's export that. So I will simply type here export default mongoose dot models dot order. Okay, or I will check that if that order exists we will use that, otherwise we will use here mongoose
dot model, pass in here the name of the model, that is going to be order, and then the schema, which is going to be the order schema that we have just created. Simply save it, and now this is our order model. Okay, so save it from here and close this file. So now let's first of all discuss what is webhook. So first of all, what is webhook? In simple words, you can say that webhook is just like a callback. So when a specific event occurs, we will simply run our code in which we can basically save our data to the database, or we can do our processing. Now what is Stripe webhook? You can see that here Stripe uses webhook to notify your application when an event happens in your account. So when a specific action triggered, webhook notify us that, and we can run our code in that moment. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we are going to accept the payment from the user. So we are going to check that if the payment is successful, then we have to create the user order. Okay, so for that we will use Stripe webhook that will notify us that. Okay, so for using that we have to set up the Stripe CLI on our computer. So you can go to this URL stripe.com/docs/Stripe CLI, where you can basically install the Stripe CLI. For the Mac users, you can simply run this command and it will set up the Stripe on your Mac. And for the Windows, you can simply download the file from the GitHub, and then you can use that command prompt to run the Stripe commands like Stripe login and other commands. All right. So set up the Stripe CLI according to your operating system. I have already done that. Okay, so now let's first of all log into our Stripe and set up the Stripe webhook. So I simply go to my terminal. So I create a new terminal here. Okay, so I simply type here Stripe login. Okay, so now I will press here enter. It will move me to the Stripe dashboard for the authorization. I will simply click here allow access. So now access is granted. It closes from here. Now if I go back, you can see that here done. This Stripe CLI is configured for buy it now with the account ID this. Okay, so now we are successfully logged into our Stripe from our CLI. Now we have to set up the Stripe webhook here. So for that I will simply type here first of all Stripe. Okay, Stripe listen, then dash events. Okay, then checkout dot session dot completed. Okay, so we will check that if our checkout session is completed, this means that our payment is successful. Then we have to create our order. So I will use here dash forward dash to, and then I have to type here the URL that is going to be localhost port 3000 slash API slash orders slash the webhook. Okay, that we will create in a minute. So we are going to check that listen for this event, that if checkout.session.completed is triggered, then we have to forward our request to this endpoint that is going to be slash API slash orders slash webhook. In that we are going to create our new order. Okay, so if I press here enter, you can see that it will set up that for us. So now you can see that your webhook signing secret is this. Now we have to copy that and add that in our env file. So I will copy that from here, copy that, then I go back to my VS Code, open my next.config.js, and then here I will add stripe underscore webhook underscore secret. Okay, so I will paste that here, simply press your command S, save it, and now we have added this in our env file, and now we have set up our webhook. Okay, so now let's create our webhook controller function. So I simply go to my backend in the controllers, in the order controllers. Let's do that here. I will simply type here export const webhook. Okay, that is going to be async, in which we have access to the request response, and then I will add here try catch block, and I will log here if there is any error. Okay, so log the error. All right, so now first of all we have to create here the event. So I will type here const event is going to be stripe dot webhooks. Okay, remember that we are using stripe webhooks here, dot construct event. And you can see that here in the construct you only first of all have to pass in here the raw text body, which is the payload, then we have to pass in here the signature, and then we have to pass in here our stripe webhook secret that we have just copied. Okay, so now to get the raw body in Next.js, we can simply use a package that is called raw body. Okay, so I will install that here. Okay, so npm I raw dash body. Okay, so let's install this package. Okay, and now to get the raw body, I will simply type here const raw body is going to be await get raw body from raw body, and that we will pass in here the request. Okay, so it will automatically provide us the raw body. So let's pass the raw body in here. All right, now we have to pass in here the signature, and we can get the signature from the headers. So signature, that is going to be request dot headers, and that is going to be stripe dash signature. Now we have signature here, we will pass that also here after the raw body. And now we have to pass at the end, we have to pass in here the process dot env dot our stripe webhook secret. So that is going to be stripe underscore webhook underscore secret. Okay, so we'll save it, and now this is our event. So now let's check here that if event dot type is equal to checkout dot session dot completed. Okay, so we will check that if our event type is going to be checkout dot session dot completed, this means that now we have to create the order. Okay, so what I will do here is I will simply first of all get in here my session. So const session is going to be event dot data dot object. So this session will contain all the data that we have set in our stripe checkout session right here. Okay, because you have to create the order, now we have to get the details like line items, shipping information, this shipping information, the user details. So we can get that from the session, and we can get the session from the event dot data dot object. So first of all, we have to prepare our object that we have to pass while creating the order. The first thing we have to pass is the order items. Okay, so remember that we have set here the line items. Okay, if I type here const line items, that is going to be await stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot line list line items. Okay, so it will give us all the line items. In that we have to pass in here the id of the session. Okay, so id of the session is going to be event dot data dot object dot id. Okay, so it will get all the line items for us. Okay, if I just show you here log line underscore items, save it, and if I type here npm run dev. Okay, and before that we have to actually set up this route. Okay, so I will go here in the pages, in the orders, create a new file that is called webhook.js. Okay, so I will copy that from here and add that here. Okay, so I will simply remove this is authenticated from here, we don't need that here. And we need here this webhook, which is going to be webhook. Now we also have to disable the default body parser of the Next.js because we want to use here the raw body. Okay, so for that we have to disable that, and to disable that we can simply type in here export const config, that is going to be API. In that we have our body parser that is going to be false, so it will disable the default body parser. Okay, so I will simply save it from here. Okay, so now let's test it out. If I go back to my Chrome and let's go to cart, checkout, let's select the address and click on checkout, and let's see if it works. I add here my payment details, the dummy card, and here CVC, click on pay. So payment is successful. If I go back to my terminal, you can see that here we get here checkout.session.completed. Okay, and if I go back to my VS Code, you can see that here in the terminal I can get here the line items. So object is list and data contains these items. So in the item we have the, you can see that description, which is the name of the product, currency, quantity. In the price we further have price details and other details as well. Okay, so now let's extract that and create our order items. So I go back, and now let's create a function here. You can also create that in a separate file, but I will create it here.
okay, that is going to be async function, and the name is going to be get cart items. Okay, in that I will pass in here the line items. Okay, so now we will simply call that function here and pass in here the line items. So now we have to extract the all data from the line items and prepare our card items. Okay, so what I will do here is I will simply create here a promise. So return new promise here. I hope that you know the promise. So in that we have two conditions, one is the resolve and one is the reject. Okay, so let's create here a variable. Let's call it cart items. That is going to be an empty array at start. Okay, then I will loop through. So line items dot data dot um, for each. Okay, for each item I will have to get the details. So first of all, remember that in that we have the ID of that product. So we can simply use stripe.products.retrieve and pass in here this ID, and that will give us all the product details, because we also have to get the product name and then the product images. Okay, so I will simply type here const product is going to be await stripe oops dot products dot retrieve, and in retrieve we have to pass here the ID. So the ID is going to be item dot price dot product. Okay, so this is not the ID, we have ID in this price object. Okay, so we will pass in here the stripe dot product dot retrieve and pass in here the ID, and then it will give us back the product. And now we also have to get the product ID, so we can get the product ID from the, so this product doesn't contain the product ID that we have in our database, it will contain the ID that is present in the stripe. Okay, so that is going to be product dot metadata dot product ID. Remember that we have set here in the metadata, right here in the metadata we have set the product ID. So we will get here our product ID, and now I will have to push the details in the cart items. So that is going to be cart items dot push, and in that I will push a object. First of all, the product, which is the ID of the product, so that is going to be product, that is the product ID, and then we have to pass in here the name, that is going to be product dot name. Okay, then I will pass in here the price of the product, so that is going to be item dot price dot unit underscore amount underscore decimal. Okay, so we will divide it by 100 to get the price in the dollars, because remember that this is in the cents, so we have to divide it by 100 to get back in the dollars. So we have item dot price that contains a field called unit amount decimal. We will divide it by 100, and then we get back here our price of that product. And then we have here the quantity that user is purchasing. So quantity is going to be item dot quantity. Then we have here the image of the product, so that is going to be product dot images, and in that I will pass in here the 0, that will give me the first image, and we also only have one image. So it will push all the cart items one by one in this array. Okay, now we have to resolve this promise. So what I will do here is I will simply check that a simple if, that if cart items dot length is equal to this line items, okay, dot data dot length, this means that we have successfully added all the products, all the cart items. So now we can simply resolve from here. So resolve, and I will pass in here the cart items. Okay, so now this function will give us all the cart items with all the details. So I will call that here. So I copy it from here, scroll down. So I will simply type here const order items is going to be await get cart items, pass in here the line items. So now we have our order items here. Next we have to pass in here the user ID. So user ID is going to be session dot client reference ID. Remember that in the client reference ID we have saved the user ID. So we'll get back here our user ID, and then after that we have the
amount paid. So const amount, this is the total amount that user has paid for all the order. Okay, that is going to be session dot amount amount underscore total. Okay, that is amount, and this is also going to be in cents, so I will divide it by 100 to get in the dollars. And then I have here the payment info. So const payment info, in that first of all I have to pass in here the ID of this stripe of this payment ID, that is going to be session dot payment intent. So payment underscore intent. Okay, so this is going to be the ID of that uh, payment. You can also log this session to see all the values and all the fields. Okay, so after the ID we also have to set the status. So status is going to be session dot payment underscore status. Okay, and then the amount paid that we have just calculated here, so amount paid is going to be this, and then you have to set here the tax paid. Okay, so to get the tax paid I will simply type here session dot total underscore details. Okay, and now this total details object contains a field that is called amount underscore tax. Okay, so in this session we have total details, in that we have our amount tax, and again this is in cents, so we have to divide it by 100 to get in the dollars. So this is our tax paid. So this is the payment info. Now we have to gather all the data and prepare our order data. So that is going to be const order data. First of all we have here the user, that is going to be user ID. Then we have here our shipping info, that is going to be session dot metadata. Remember that we have stored the shipping info in the metadata, so that is going to be session dot metadata dot shipping info. Okay, and then we have here this payment info. Okay, and then we have here the order items. Okay, so these are the values, sorry, fields that we have set for the order. And now let's create the order. So I simply type here const order, that is going to be await order dot create. Okay, and that I will simply pass in here the order data, and we have to also import the order, so I will import that. So import order from the order model, like this. Okay, so that is reject. Okay, so now if I scroll down, now we have successfully created our order here. Now I will simply send here res dot status of 201, which is created dot json, and in that I will simply pass in here success is going to be true. Okay, so it will create the order and give us success true. So let's see if it works. I simply save details from here. Now let's go back to our here, and let's go to our home page. I will also add here this. I go to the cart, increase the quantity to 1, click on continue, and now if I click here this address, which is the park eve, and click on checkout. Okay, so now we have our error here that await is not allowed in non-async functions, so you have to go back, and that is going to be async. Save it, and now if I go back, reload this page. Okay, so we have here unexpected token, which is if I go back, let me check, that is going to be colon. Save it. Now if I go back, click this address and click on checkout. So we have our both products here, so this is 2 and this is 1. Now let's enter the card details. I enter here my CVC, click on pay, so it will now process the payment. So the payment is successful here. If I go back to my terminal, you can see that here we get here checkout.session.completed, and we get here 201 status code before this post for this post endpoint that have created our order.
So let's open our MongoDB and let's check it. I will simply connect from here, and after connecting that I will go to the buy it now database. I will click on the orders. You can see that here we have our orders here. Now in that we have our shipping info user. The order items, we have our both order items, two this and one this. In the payment info we have here the payment ID, status is paid, and then this is the tax amount, which is the amount total paid. Order status is processing. Alright, so now our order is successfully created on the successful payment. I hope that you understand. So now we have our orders in the database. Now we have to display the orders of the current user on the user profile. Okay, for example, if I go to my Chrome, here if I go to the profile, we have here the orders. Okay, so we have to display all the orders of the current user in the user profile. And before that I have seen a bug here that we are displaying here all 5 stars. Okay, so we have to correct that. So I go back to my VS Code and I go to the components. Here in the products, so not here in the layouts, we have filters, and here in the star ratings, here we have type 5. I have to use here rating. Save it. Now if I go back, you can see that here now it is correct. Okay, so now first of all let's handle our backend part for the orders. So I simply close this from here, go to the backend, controllers, order controllers. Okay, and then here at the top I will export const my orders. Okay, that is going to be async request response. Now in here first of all I have to get all the products of the current user, and also I have to implement the pagination for the orders. Okay, so what I do here is I first of all create here const res per page, how many results we want to display per page, for example 2. Then I will type here orders count, that is going to be await order dot count documents. So it will give us total number of orders. And now we have to implement the pagination, and for that I will use here my API filters. So API filters is going to be new API filters. Okay, in that we have to pass in here the query and then the query string. So I'll simply type here order, and then I will pass in here query, sorry, request dot query, and then I will use here dot pagination. In the pagination we have to pass in here the results per page. So I will pass that. Now it will implement the pagination on the orders. All right, so now after that we have to execute the query. So const orders is going to be await API filters dot query. Okay, and now we also have to now here we only have to get the orders of the current user. We don't want all orders. Okay, so we have to filter out the results. So for that I will simply type here dot find. Okay, so now in the find, I will type here that where user is going to be request dot user dot underscore id. So it will give us the orders of the current user. Okay, and now I also want to populate the shipping info and the user. Remember that if I go to the models, here you can see that we only have saved the ID of the shipping info. Okay, now on the front end we also have to display the street, city, state, address, all the details, but here we only have the ID. So we want to get the details of that address also. So for that I will use mongoose function, that is populate, that will populate this shipping info. Okay, so I will simply use here dot populate. Okay, so in that I have to pass the fields that I want to populate. So that is going to be shipping info and also the user. So it will expand the shipping info and the user instead of the IDs only. Okay, so now we have our orders here. So let's pass so return the response here. So res dot status, that is going to be 200, and then oops, that is dot json. In that I will pass here order count, then I will pass in here the res per page, and then I will pass in here the orders. Okay, So this is our controller function. We have successfully implemented the pagination. We are only getting here the orders of the user, current user, and also we are populating two fields. One is the shipping info and one is the user. And at the end we are returning the response. So now simply close it from here. Now I go to my pages, in the orders, create a new file that is called me.js. Okay, so in that I will simply copy this from here and I put that here, and that is going to be my orders. Okay, and this is going to be a protected route, and that is a get route. Simply save it. So this is our route. Close this from here. Now on the front end we have to get all the orders. Okay, so for that I will first of all go to the app. In the app, in the me, I create a new folder here that is called orders, and then in the orders I create a new file that is called page.jsx. Okay, so in here I have to get all the orders of the user. Okay, so I will actually copy this from here because we also have to use cookies in here to get the orders, because this is a protected route. So first of all that is going to be get orders. Okay, and that is going to be my orders page. Okay, so this is the name, and that is going to be orders. And what I will do here is, now I have to get in here the cookies, then I will get here the token, and now here I have to type /API/orders/me. Okay, so it will get the orders. Now I will return from here data. Okay, so I will pass in here the orders. Okay, if I log here orders, just to show you, simply save it. And if I go to my Chrome and if I go to the user profile, go to the orders. Okay, and if I go back to here, we have some issue here. That is going to be this .query.limit is not a function. Okay, so I think so we have issue on the backend. So in the controllers, order controllers, I type here order.find, save it, and now if I reload this page, so now you can see that here now we are on the /me/orders page. Okay, and if I go to the terminal, you can see that here where are the orders. You can see that now we have here the orders. So orders count 3, results are page 2, we only get here 2 results, like this. Okay, so now we are getting the orders on the terminal. Okay, now we have to create our component, save it from here, and now let's go to the components, create a new folder here that is called orders. Okay, so now I go back to my Git repo, and here I go to the source. In the components I have here orders. Now you have here order item and list orders. Okay, so I will simply copy this from here, the list orders. Okay, I go back, and in the orders I create a new file that is called list orders.jsx. That is orders. I put that here. Okay, and then I go back. Now I have to copy this order item that contains a single order and hard-coded values. Okay, so I will copy that from here, and the component name is order item.jsx. So I will type here order item.jsx, and I put that here. Simply save it, and simply save it from here. And actually we don't need here this sidebar because we have already added the layout. Okay, so I have to remove that from here, and we only need here this h3 and then the order item. Okay, so I will remove this from here, save it. Now if I go back, you can see that here we have to actually type here the list orders, save it. And now you can see that here we get here your orders, and it contains here the hard-coded values. So now let's loop through on all orders and display that here. So I simply go back. Here I have orders that I have passed in here. You can see that. Okay,
So I will simply type here that orders dot orders dot map. On each order I will display here the order item. Remember that we have here orders in there. Okay, so orders dot order, we will order on each item. And now we also have to implement the pagination, and which is quite simple. I will simply call here my custom pagination component. Okay, and in that I have just pass here res per page, and that is going to be orders dot res per page. Oops, res per page. And then I have to type in here the products count, that is going to be orders orders dot orders count. Save it from here. And now if I go back, uh, that is orders, save it. And now if I go back, you can see that here we get here two orders on the front page. If I click on two, you can see that I don't get here the third um, order. And you can see that we also have here page is equal to. Now just have to pass that page on the backend. Okay, so for that what I will do is I will simply go back and then go to the page.jsx. Here I have to pass, I also have to pass the page to the backend to get the new results. So I will simply type here const url params, and in that we have here page. So that is going to be search params, and we will get the search params from here. Okay, and we will pass here in the get orders. Okay, and we will get that here. So search params dot page, or by default it is going to be 1. Now we have to pass this on the backend. So for that I will use my package that I have used before. So search query, that is going to be query string. Okay, dot I have a function called stringify. In that I will pass in here the URL params. Okay, so now I will pass this search query to the backend. Okay, so I will pass that right here. Simply save it from here, and also I remove this from here. Save it. Now if I go back, you can see that here now I get here my third order. If I click on page 1, now I am on the page number 1, and this is page number 2. So pagination is also implemented on the orders page. So now let's display the details of the order. So I will simply go back to my VS Code and go on the order items. So for each order item, I will first of all type here key, that is going to be order dot id. Then I will pass in here the order. Okay, so now I will get the order here, and I have to display the details one by one. So first of all the order id, so that is going to be order dot id. Okay, or order underscore id, I think so. And for this processing, what I will do here is I will simply type that if order dot order status is equal to processing. Okay, then I will display here span, give it class of text dash red dash 500. Okay, and that I will display in here the order dot order status. Okay, dot to uppercase. Okay, and else I will copy this from here. I will display here green. Okay, if I simply save it from here, now if I go back, you can see that here if it is in processing, then I will display here red color. If otherwise I will display here the green color if it is shipped or delivered. Okay, so I also cut this from here, and I put that here and also here. Save it, and now we have here this dot as well. Okay, so now after that we have here the date. So I will display here order dot created at dot substring.
I will only display here the time, that is, oh sorry, date, that is from 0 to 10. Okay, and then I will display in here the username, so that is going to be order dot user dot name. Remember that we have populated the user from the backend. Now we can access the name here. Okay, and for the phone number I will use here dot shipping info dot phone number, and for the email I will use here user dot email. Save it. And now if I go back, so created at, I will use here question mark. Okay, so that is going to be order dot created at. If I log here the order, so log order, simply save it. And now if I check it here, you can see that here we have this create at. Okay, so we have typo on the backend. So right now I will just use it as it is. You can correct that from the backend in the model. Okay, so that is this. Save it, and now we get here the date. Now let's display the delivery address and then the payment details. Okay, so I scroll down, and here I have to display the street, that is going to be this. Okay, I will copy and paste all that here, that is going to be street. Then we have here the city, then we have here the state, then the zip code, and then we have here the country. And for the payment details, I will type here, or I paste that here, that is going to be shipping, sorry, payment info. So order dot payment info dot status dot to upper case. Save it. Now if I go back, you can see that here now we get here the delivery addresses, the payment status. Now let's display the tax and the total amount that user has paid. Okay, so it is going to be order dot payment info dot tax paid. Okay, so this is the tax paid, and then we have here the um, amount paid. Save it, and now we have here the tax amount and then the total paid. And now let's display the order items that user has purchased. So I will simply go back, and I have to use the loop here, so I will use this before this figure, that is going to be order dot order items dot map on each order item. In that I have to display all the items. So first of all I have to display in here the product name, so that is going to be item dot name. So this order item dot name, or just call it item. Okay, and dot substring, because we are going to have a giant product name, so I will display only here like 30 to 35 characters. Okay, and then I will display, simply save it. Now if I go back, you can see that here you get here only first 35 characters. You can also change that if you want. Okay, so now let's display the image and the other details. So for the image I will use here next image. Okay, so I will import image from next slash image. So in the source I will simply use here like item dot image. Save it, and now you can see that here we get here the product images. Great. So now for the alt text I will use here item dot name, and then we have to display in here the quantity, so that is going to be item dot quantity, and then here we have to display it the amount. So I will type here item dot price multiply by item dot quantity. Save it, and now you can see that here we get the all details. So we have here the image, the name of the product, the quantity, and then the total amount, like 698 this and 1299 this, and total is going to be this. Alright, if I go to the page 2, you can see that here we have this details. So we have 3 orders right now in our database, so it is displaying all the details here. I hope that you understand. And one more thing we have to do here is we also have to clear the cart items once user has purchased the item. For example, if I have purchased this item, I also have to clear the cart item. Sorry, I have to also clear the cart. Okay, so for that I will simply go to my VS Code. Okay, and then I go here in the context, in the cart context. Let's create a new function here. Let's call it const clear cart, and here I will simply set here local storage dot remove item, and that I have to simply pass in here the cart. So it will remove this cart from the local storage, and that will clear the cart. So now then I have to set items to cart. What is that? So set cart to state, like this. Simply save it, and now we have to simply pass that function here. Save it, and now I close this from here, and then I go back in here. I will simply pass in here const, that is going to be use context, and then here I will pass here the cart context. So from here we have access to the clear cart. Okay, so if I go to my the backend in the controller, in the order controllers, you can see that here on the success order, I can show you here. So on success, we are moving the user to /me/orders, and remember that we have also set here a flag that is order success is equal to true. So we will check that if order success is equal to true, then we will simply clear the cart items. Okay, so let me show you how it will work. I simply go back. Now I have to get this order success from the query. So I will simply type here const order success. Okay, that is going to be params dot get, and I put that here. And for the params, I will simply type here const params is going to be use search params. Okay, and for the redirection I also import here router. So router is going to be use router. Okay, and we have to import the use router also from next/navigation, not from here. Save it. So now we have here the value of order success. So what I will do here is I will simply use here use effect. Okay, I will simply check that if we have order success which is true, if it has true value, then I will simply clear the cart. Okay, then I also type here router dot replace to /me/orders. Okay, so we will simply reload this page. You can say that. Simply save it, and now let's test it out. Okay, so I will simply go back, and let's click here continue. Select this address, click on checkout, enter here the details, click on pay. So payment is successful, and you can see that here we get this error that we have to use here use client, because we have used here hook, so we have to make that client side component to use that. So I will paste that here, and now you can see that here we have our fourth order here, this one. If I go to the cart, you can see that we have 0 item in the cart is now empty, and this means that our clear cart is working properly. So in this way, with the help of that flag, we can clear the cart items after placing the order. So now from this video, we will start working on our admin routes. So in this video, we are basically first of all going to get all the products and display that on the admin panel. Okay, so in the all products, and remember that this is an admin only route, and now we have to protect these routes from the unauthorized users. Normal user cannot access the admin routes. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. First of all, I go back to my VS Code. Okay, so I go to the app. In the app, I create a new folder that is called admin. Okay, so all my admin routes will go under this admin. So slash localhost port 3000 slash admin and slash other routes. All right, and now in that I create my new folder that is called products. So that is going to be slash admin slash products. In that I create my page.jsx file. Okay, so in that I have to get all the products that I want to display. So I will simply actually copy this from here. All right, and I put that here. So I just need to pass in here the page number because I want to implement the pagination on all products in the admin panel. You can also implement the search and other filters if you want, but I will use only page here just to show you. Okay, so I will use the search query, use my query string package here, and then I will pass this search query in the slash API slash products and get back my data. Okay, and then I have to basically call that and get back here my data. Okay, and I pass this data here, and now I have to create my component, which is the products for the admin. So I go to my components, create a new folder here that is called admin. In that I create my file that is called products .jsx. Okay, so in that I have to basically add or display all the products on the admin panel, and I will use simple Tailwind table to display that. Okay, so I go to my Chrome, and here you can see that I am on my Git repo. I go to the source in the components. I go here in the admin, then here I have this products.jsx file. So in that you can see that I have just used this table here. Okay, I just give here some Tailwind classes like with, full, text, small, text left, and this way I have this head, t head, and then a table rows and table body here. And here I have three different buttons. One is to upload the images, one is to edit the product details. You can see that I have used here this pencil icon and then this trash icon for the to delete the product. So this is simply just a table, so I simply copy that from here, and then I go back and I just put that here. Okay, now here you can see that I have used here sidebar, but I will create a custom layout for the admin panel. So for that's why we don't need that sidebar here. So what I will do here is I will simply remove this part from here. Okay, and also I will remove this part. Okay, so I will create a layout in a minute. Okay, so this is our products components. I will use that here. So products from admin slash products, and I will remove that from here. Simply save it. And now for example, if I go back and I go in the all products, so I have to import the link from next slash router. So I will move this from here, and also I will import here link from next slash link. And now if I go back, so we have here link tag, and we have to use here href. So I use here href. Also on this link component, save it. And now you can see that here we get here the hard-coded values. So 12 products, and first of all the name of the product, then the stock price, and then the action buttons. Now we also have to set, first of all, set the layout for our admin dashboard. Okay, so basically I will use the same layout that I have used for the user panel, but I will display on the top. If I go back, I have used here user dashboard, but I will type here admin dashboard, and you can change that layout according to your needs. I just want to show you that how we can use nested layouts in different pages. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. Simply go back. I will basically go in the app directory in the admin. I will create a new file here that is called layout.jsx. Remember that with this layout.jsx we can implement the nested layouts. So for this folder I will use admin panel layout. So what I will do is I will simply go back in the me, and I will copy this layout from here. So this is user layout. You can I will simply paste that here. So I will change it to admin layout. Okay, so I will just change this to admin, but you can change other stuff as well. You can add your own custom fields or whatever you want. I simply save it from here, and now if I go back and I go to all products, you can see that here now we have here the admin dashboard. So now you can see that we have our products in this way. If I go to the user profile, your profile, I am on user dashboard, but if I go to the product, all products, I am on the admin dashboard. So in this way we can display the different layouts for different resources or different pages. So now let's display all the products here. I simply go back. So I go in the products, I close this layout from here and also this page. So I have here my data that I have passed from the page.jsx file. And first of all, let's display here data dot products count. Okay, if I go back now, you can see that here we have 5 products in the database. So I got here 5. Now let's display the other details like name, stock price, and actions. So for that, after this td, I will use a loop here and display all the table rows. Okay, so data dot products dot map, and I type here product. Okay, so I will move this tr inside this loop. Okay, and I move that inside. Oops, cut it from here and I put that here, save it, and now we have to display here the all the details. So first of all, I have here the product dot name, then we have here product dot stock. You can display the other details if you want, but I will display here these. So that is going to be product dot price. If I save it and go back, you can see that here now we have here the product name, stock, price, and we also have to display here the custom pagination. Okay, so I go back and I scroll down. So here after this table I will display the custom pagination. Okay, so I will use here a div dot, let's give margin bottom of 6, okay, to give some spacing, and in that I will use the custom pagination. So I will import my custom pagination, and in that we have to pass first of all res per page. Okay, so that is going to be data dot res per page, and then we have to display here the products count. So for the products count, I will use here data dot filtered products count. Simply save it, and now if I go back, I have here 3 buttons. If I go to page number 2, you can see that I'm on page number 2. I got here next to products. If I go to the page number 3, I am on the third page where I have only one product. So in this way we can display all the products in this way. Okay, you can also use a link tag here to give the link of this product. With that, you can simply click on that and go to that product details page. Okay, you can also do that. So now we have to handle these 3 buttons. We have to upload the images of the product, edit the product details, and delete the product. Okay, and before that, we also have to basically protect our routes from the unauthorized users, because this is admin only route and only admin can access that. But this user is a normal user. Okay, if I open my MongoDB compass here, if I go here in the users, you can see that here role is user. So right now the normal user can also access these admin routes, but we have to protect that. Okay, so for that, first of all, I go here in the middleware. So first of all, I go in the here, I close this from here, I go to this middleware.jsx, and actually let's do this. Okay, so now here we have to basically authorize the admin roles, and also we have to add here the protected routes. So right now we have just added here this. We also have to add here the slash shipping page. We have to also protect that from the unauthenticated users, and also we have to protect the admin slash admin slash path for all admin routes. This is going to be a protected routes. Only logged in user can access these. Okay, but we also have to make sure that the user role is also admin for the admin routes, and we have to do that here. Okay, so in this middleware, what I will do is I will first of all get here const url is going to be request dot next url dot path name. Okay, so I will get here path name, and then after that I will get here the user role. Okay, because you have to authorize that. So user role, I will get that with the request dot Next-Auth dot token. After token we have here the user. Okay, so user dot role. So now in this way we can get access to the URL and also the user role. So let's log that first of all, just to show you here the URL and then the user role. Okay, simply save it from here. So now if I go back and just reload this page, okay,
And if I go here, I can show you here that we get here log. Okay, where it is, let me log here, URL1, simply save it. Now if I reload this page, now let's go back and search that here. Okay, so you can see that here we get here path slash admin slash users. Okay, I get here all paths, and then I get here the user, which is the user role. Okay, so we can check that here. So now we have here the URL, and also we have your user role. Now we just have to verify that, and for that I will use here a if statement, that if URL dot starts with the admin. Okay, so we will check that if the URL starts with slash admin, this means that this is the admin route. Okay, and we make sure that and user role is not equal to the admin, this means that this user is not admin. Okay, so we will check that if user is accessing the admin route and user is not admin, this means that we have to redirect the user to the home page. So I will use here return next response, okay, dot redirect. In that we have to pass in here the URL. So I will use here new URL and I pass in here the path that is going to be slash and the URL that is going to be request dot URL. Okay, so now it will redirect the user to this page. Okay, and we also have to use the callback here. Okay, so I will use here callbacks. Okay, in that I have to use here authorized. In that I will simply check that if we will get the token, and we will return true if there is no token. Okay, so if there is no token, we will simply return true from here. Actually this is the short form of this. If not token, then I will simply return from here true. Simply save it. Okay, so now if I go back and I go here in the user dashboard and go to click on this all products, you can see that I am redirected to the home page because I am not the admin user. So in this way we can basically protect our routes from the unauthorized users for the admins. Okay, now we also have to disable these options because I don't want to show these options to the normal user. Okay, so for that I will simply go back to my VS Code. I will simply go to the components. In the layout I have here sidebar. Okay, so what I will do here is I will simply get the user from my state. So I will get here the user from the use context and I pass in here the auth context. Okay, so I will get the user from the auth context. Okay, and now I have to basically check the role. So I scroll down here, and after this UL I will simply check that if user dot role is equal to admin, okay, then I can only see the options, and then I will cut it from here and I have to go right here, simply paste it here, save it, and now if I go back you can see that I cannot see those options because this is a normal user. Okay, if I type here slash admin slash products, I am redirected back to the home page. If I click here, there is no option. Okay, so now we have successfully protected the front-end routes from the unauthorized users. Remember that we also have to authorize the role on the backend routes, and I will handle that in my next video. So now let's make this user admin. If I go back to my database, let's change the role to admin, and you can change that from this admin panel, but we will implement that later. Okay, right now we just update the role from here. Simply click on update, and now this user is admin. If I reload this page, I think so I have to sign in again. Sign in, enter my details here, click on login, and now if I go here, now you can see that here I get here all the admin routes. I can see all the products here because now this user is admin. Okay, so in this way we can simply protect our routes from the unauthorized users on the front end. So now I have created a separate account for the admin. If I go to my database, you can see that I have here gulam1@gmail.com, which is normal user,
and I have admin@gmail.com, which is the which has role admin. Okay, so we can easily test both the users. So in my previous video, I have successfully get all the products and display that in the admin dashboard. Here you can see that. So now in this video, I have to create the new product from the front end and save that in the database. We also have to protect that endpoint on the back end. Okay, we also have to make sure that the user role is admin. All right, so let's go to first of all to the backend. I go, and also one thing we have to handle here is that if you go to middleware, I have type here return is equal to true, which is wrong. If I go back just to show you, if you click here logout, if I and then I go to /me, you can see that here we get this error because we are not getting redirect to the login page. Okay, and because we have type here true, so we have to type here false. Save it, and now if I go back and reload this page, now I can go to the login page with the callback URL. Okay, so I will simply log in here, and now I can go to that page. Okay, if I log out, I will go to the login page. All right, so now let's first of all go to the backend. I go in the controllers, in the product controllers. We already have here our endpoint for the new product. We just have to save the user ID in the product. Okay, so I will simply type here request dot body dot user is going to be request dot user dot underscore ID. Okay, we also have to save the user ID in the product. And let me just make sure that we have a user field in the product. So I go to the product.js model, and we have here I think so we don't have here the user. Okay, so we also have to add here the user ID. Okay, so that is going to be a user field. Okay, so I will simply type here type, that is going to be mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID. Okay, and then for the reference I will use here user, and then I will type here required is going to be false. Simply save it and make sure to restart the server because we have updated our model. So now we have user field in our model. We also have to save the user ID in that like this, and it will add the user ID in the body, and we will pass request.body in this create function that will create the product and save that in the database. Okay, so let's close this from here. Now let's go to our pages, and then in the pages in the API, let's create a new folder for the admin. So in the API, create a new folder admin. Okay, and in the admin I create a new folder that is called products. Okay, so in the products I create my file that is called index.js. So my route is going to be /api/admin/product, and that is going to be a post route. Okay, so what I will do here is I will simply, for example, copy this from here and I put that here. Now this is going to be protected route, and that is going to be a post because we have to post the data, and that is going to be new product. Okay, I remove that from here. Okay, I will use here on error, save it, and let me just go here in the product, in the index. You don't have to use that here. Simply save it and also remove this from here because this is a admin route. And now only logged in user can post a product, but we want only the admin to post a product. Okay, so we have to authorize the role. All right, so for that I will go to my backend. In the middleware, in the auth, I create a new function here that will handle that. Okay, so I will type here const, that is going to be authorize roles. Okay, so with this we can authorize our roles. So in that I will simply pass in here the roles, so I will get that here. So I will simply type here return request response and then the next. Okay, so then I will simply check that if not roles dot includes. Okay, and we have to pass in here the request dot user dot role. This means that this user is not the admin or any other role. Okay, so again we will simply pass the roles in the authorized role. Okay, and then we will simply check that if this roles because we can have multiple roles here, we make sure that if that roles array doesn't contain the user role, this means that this user is not authorized. Okay, we simply have to return the error from here. So I will simply type here return next. In that I will simply use here my error handler. in that I will simply type here that role request dot user dot role is not allowed to access this resource. Okay, and I can simply put that in the bracket just to highlight that. Okay, so again we can pass multiple roles in here. In the authorized roles, we will simply check that if that roles array doesn't contain the user role, this means that user is not authorized to access that. So after this, if we also have to call the next to move on toward the next middleware, simply save it. Now we have to simply export that from here and use that. Save it, and now I go here and I use here second middleware that is going to be authorize roles. Okay, in that I have to pass in here the roles. So I have only one role here, that is going to be admin. You can pass more here if you want, if you have multiple roles. Okay, so now it will first of all make sure that user is authenticated. Okay, then it will make sure that user is admin, and then it will allow us to post the product. So in this way we can protect our routes from the unauthorized users. So now let's go to our front end and post a product. I simply go in the components in the admin, create a new file that is called new product.jsx. Okay, I simply go back to my Chrome, and here I have my new product.jsx in the admin folder. Okay, so here I have simply an array of categories, and you can put that also in the separate file of like constants or categories, whatever you have, but I put that here. After that I have a simple form here that has fields like name, description, price, and for the categories I have used here the drop down menu, which is select, and I have looped through on all categories and display the options one by one like this, which is pretty simple. And then I have the other fields as well, simple a form. So I copy that from here, go back, and I put that here. Okay, and we don't need here sidebar because we already have added that in our layout. Okay, so I will simply remove that from here and save it. Now let's first of all go to our app in the admin. Okay, so in the product I create a new folder here that is called new. In that I create a file that is called page .jsx. Okay, I go here, and what I will do here is I copy that and I put that here, and we don't need that here. Okay, and that is going to be like new product page, and we have to call here the component that is going to be new product. Okay, so new product like this, simply save it. And now let's go to our Chrome, and if I go here and click on new product, you can see that here now we are on the /admin/products/new, and here we have our create new product form. So product name, product description, price, seller/brand, stock, and we have here categories. Okay, from where we can select that. Okay, so now we have our form here. Now let's collect the data and pass that to the backend. So I simply go back. So first of all I simply create here a state variable that is going to be product. So that is going to be set product, that is going to be use state. Okay, so in that I first of all have here the name of the product, then I have here the description. Okay, so I have here the name, description, seller, price, stock, and categories. Okay, and I also have to import here the use state. Save it, and now I have to create here a on change. Okay, so for that I will simply type here const on change. Okay, in that I will simply type here set product. Okay, and now I will simply first of all type here, remember that this is an object. Okay, so what I will do is I will simply spread whatever in the product. Okay, then I have to set the value. So I have to set here key and then the value. So key is going to be name of the field, and then the value is going to be value. So I will simply type here e dot target dot name, and the value is going to be e dot target dot value. Okay, remember that each field has a name and value. Okay, So we will simply put the name here and then the value of that, and whatever in the product we will spread that here. Okay, so now we have to use this on change on all fields. So I scroll down, and after the name we also have to put here the value that is going to be name and then on change. Okay, so that is going to be on change like this. Oops. All right, we have to also pull out the const product. We have to pull out all the values name, and then we have here the category. Okay, so now I will simply copy that from here and use that on the description. In the same way I will use on the price, and for the category I will put that here, and then I have here the this, and then I have here the stock. So the value is going to be stock, value is going to be seller, then value is going to be category. Okay, then the price, and then the description. Save it, and now we have to create here our own submit handler. So I will simply type here const on submit. I will simply first of all prevent default, so e dot prevent default, and then I have to log here the product. Okay, so now I have to call that submit handler on the form, so that is going to be on submit. On submit, that is going to be submit handler. Let's call it submit handler like this. Save it, and now let's test it out. I simply go back, just put in here some gibberish. If I go to the inspect on the console, if I click here create product, alright, so we have to use here the use client first of all, because we have used here hooks. Save it, and now if I type here something gibberish, okay, click on create product, and we have here the name, description, category, price, and all that stuff. Okay, so now we have our values here, and now we have to pass these values on the backend. Okay, so and also these fields are required, you can see that here. And before that, let's replace this class with the class name. So I will simply type here class with class name. Okay, so I will simply save it. Okay, so now we have to create our product context. So I create a new file here that is going to be product context.js. Okay, so what I will do here is I will simply copy this from here and I put that here. Okay, and I will remove all the code from here. Okay, and keep one function here only. So first of all, that is going to be the product context. Okay, and I will remove all that from here. So, and then we have here this, so that is going to be product provider. Okay, so I don't need here this user field, I need here error, loading, and update it as well. Okay, and then I use here router, and now we have to get all the create a new function here. Okay, so I will simply create here new product. So new product, in that I will simply pass in here my product that I will have in my component. So that is going to be /API/admin. Okay, and then /products, and that is going to be a post route, and in the body I will pass in here the product. Okay, so I will type here that if data, then I will simply push router.replace to /admin/products. Okay, and if there's any error, I will simply set that error here, and now I have to put that new product right in here. Simply save it. Okay, and we also have to wrap global provider. Okay, so I will simply type here product provider. Okay, and I will put that after that right here, save it. And now if I go to my component here, I can get that here. Okay, so that is going to be const new product, that is going to be use context. Okay, and then I will simply pass in here the product context. Okay, so I will simply copy this function from here and I paste that here. Now I will pass that in the details to this new product function, save it. And now if I go back to this page, now let's create one product. So I type here product 6, also put that here. Let's type here 12 cameras temp, like this. For the stock I type here 10. Okay, so now if I click here create product, so now I have here 6 products. If I go to page number 3, now you can see that here I have this product 6. And if I just go here, go to the page number 3, I have here the product 6. Okay, so we will upload the images of this product in our next video. So now we have successfully created the route to create the product from the front end, from this form, and also we have protected our route from the unauthorized users on the backend. Okay, so if you have any question related to this video, you can post that in the comment section. I will try my best to respond there. So in my next video, I will first of all handle this upload images. We have to get all the images from the front end, and then we have to pass that to the back end, and that will upload the images to the Cloudinary and give us back the URLs that we will save in the product. Okay, so I hope that you understand. And also if I log out from here, now let's log in with the normal user account, login. Now that user cannot access those protected routes. If I type here this, you can see that I am redirected back to the home page. If I type here /admin/products/new, I am moved back to the home page. And now in this video we have to first of all handle here the upload images. We have to upload the images of the product so that user can see that on the front end. Okay, so let's first of all go to our backend and create our controller function, and then we will create the front end form that will basically send the images to the backend. So first of all, go to my VS Code. I go in my backend in the controllers, in the product controllers, and here I will create a new function. So export const, that is going to be upload product images. Okay, now it is going to be async request response and then the next. Okay, so in that, first of all, we have to prepare our uploader and set the folder. To save some time, I go to my auth controller. We have already written the code there, so I will copy this from here. Okay, also I copy this, copy that, and I go back here and I paste that here. So first of all, we will create our uploader. We will call our uploads from the util/Cloudinary. I have discussed all about that in my previous videos. So this time the folder is going to be buy it now, but this time it is going to be products. Okay, so it will upload all the images of the products in the products folder in our buy it now folder. So now we have to get here all the files. That is going to be request.files because there are multiple images, so we will get all the images, and then we have to loop through on all files and upload these one by one. So I create here an empty array of URLs. Okay, and then I use here loop. So for const file in file of files, I will simply have to upload the images. So I first of all get the path from the file. Okay, remember that each file has a path, and then I have to const new path is going to be await uploader. So we will call this uploader that we have just created here. Okay, and remember that we have to pass in here the path. Okay, so we will pass this path right here. That is going to be path. Okay, and now I will simply urls dot push to new. I will push the new path in the urls, and then I will simply remove that file fs dot unlink. I have to also import here fs file system. So I will import here fs from fs. Okay, so that is going to be fs dot unlink sync and pass in here the path. The path is going to be this. Okay, so now it will upload all the images one by one. Remember that we have this uploads function in our Cloudinary. If I can show you here in the utils, yes, here you can see that we will simply pass in here the file and then the folder. Then it will upload the file in that folder and give us back the result, which is going to be public ID and then the URL, and that is going to be here the new path. Okay, so we will, or we can type here image URL. Okay, so it will make more sense. So again we will simply prepare our uploader, pass in here the path and then the folder name. Then we get all the files from the request.files, and we will loop through on all files. First of all, get the path from first file. Okay, and then we will pass this path to the uploader. So now we have passed the path and then the folder name. Now this uploads will upload that file on our Cloudinary server and give us back the response, and we will store that response in this image URL, and then we will save this image URL object in the URLs. We will push that in this array, and then we will delete that file from our uploads folder, and now it will add all the images one by one. So now we have uploaded all the images. Now we just have to save that in the database, the URLs. So I will simply type here const product is going to be await product dot find by ID and update. Okay, so I will pass in here request dot query dot ID. Okay, and then in the data I will pass in here the images, that is going to be URLs. Okay, so it will save all the images in that, and then we have to simply return the response. So res dot status, that is going to be 200 dot json. In that I will simply pass in here data, that is going to be URLs. Okay, and I also pass the product in here. Simply save it, and also we can add a if check here. I simply copy that. We also have to handle that. Okay, so I will use here, I will move this const from here like this. Okay, so now it will check that if the product is there or not, and the product is not there, we will simply return the response that product not found. Okay, and if that exists, then we'll simply upload the files, and also we will simply save that in the product images field. And let me just make sure that we have images field in our yes, we have that. So we'll simply close that from here. Now let's go to the pages. Here in the admin, in the products, I have to create a new folder that is called upload underscore images. Okay, so in that I will simply create my id.js file. So id is going to be the product id. Okay, so I will simply go here in the auth, in the me, and then we have here the update. So I copy all that from here and I put that here. So here first of all we have to use here is authenticated user. Then I will also have to use in here authorize roles, that is going to be admin. Only admin can upload the images, and let's actually move that also here. Okay, so first of all we check that if user is authenticated or not, then it will authorize the role, and then it will use this upload middleware, or we can move that actually here at the start, and then I have to use here dot post. This is a post route, and then that is going to be upload product images. We also have to disable this body parser. I simply save it from here and close that. Now let's go to the front end and create our form. So I go to my Chrome. Cannot reassign variable with const. I think so I have fixed that. I simply have to type here let, save it, close this one, and now if I go back, so here I am on my buy it now official Git repo. So on the first branch we have all the components. I go in the components, then go in the admin, then we have here the upload images. So it is simply a form that will get all the images. So I copy that from here, and then I go back in the components in the admin, create a new file that is called upload images.jsx, and I put that here. Simply save it, and we don't have to use here the sidebar, so I will remove that like this, and also I will remove this from here. Save this one, and let's go in the app, in the admin, in the products. I create a new folder here that is going to be id. Okay, so in that I will create a new folder that is going to be upload underscore images. In that I create a new file that is called page.jsx. Okay, so our path is going to be slash admin slash products slash the id of the product and then slash upload images. Okay, so I will copy that from here, put that here. We don't need all that here. So, and then I will remove this from here, and we have to use here the upload images component. Okay, and we got here our params, and then we have to pass in here the id of the product. And remember that we can get the id from the params, so I will use pass in here the params.id. So we will pass the product id in our upload images component. Simply save it, and now if I go to my Chrome, if I click here, so I go back and I go in the components, then I go in the admin products, and here I have to type here product dot underscore id. Save it, and now if I go back and if I go to all products, click here, so now you can see that here I am on this page slash admin slash product slash the id and then slash upload images, and here we have to choose all the images one by one, and we will preview our images and then we will upload those images. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. I simply go back to my component, I close this from here and also this one. So first of all I have to make that use client, because this is a client side component, use client, and then let's create here first of all state variables. That is going to be images, then set images use state, and that is going to be an empty array. Oops. And also I need here images preview because I have to display that, so set images preview. Okay, and then I have to create here my own change, so const on change, and I can actually copy that from my other component, which is here in the components auth update profile. We have here the on change, we will simply use that, so I copy that from here and I put that here. Okay, so here in this case we only have one file, which is the avatar. Now in this case in the upload images we have multiple files. Okay, so we have just modified that. First of all I have to get all the files. That is going to be array dot from, and I pass in here the e dot target dot files. So now we have all the files in this variable. Okay, so what I will do here is I will first of all set here set images to this. Okay, and set images preview to this. Okay, so on change we will first of all set all the images to an empty array, and then we have to set all the images one by one. So files dot for each file I simply have to call this here. I also move that in here. So first of all we will create our reader, then if the ready state is going to be 2, then we will simply have to set the images here. Okay, so what I do is I will set here set images preview. Okay, so I will use here whatever in the old array. First of all, let's spread all the old array here. Okay, and then I will set here reader dot result. Alright, and then here we have to set the images, so that is going to be files. Alright, so I will simply set this here, but this time this is going to be the file. Okay, and also this is going to be file. Let me explain that. Save it from here. First of all, we will get all the files. Okay, we have all the files in e.target.values, and we will pass that in the array.form to get in the array form. So now we have here our files. We have to loop through on all files, and we also have to set the preview of those images, and also we have to set the images files in the images array so that we can pass that on the backend. Okay, so that's why we have two different variables here. So I will use the loop on file. So for each file, first of all, we have to create the reader. Okay, so we will use onload, and we check that if the reader.ready_state is equal to 2, this means that we have successfully read that file. So now we have to set the preview of that image. Okay, so we know that it will set one by one, so we will simply use here set images preview, that contains all the images preview, and then we will first of all spread whatever in the previous array, and then set the new value one by one. In the same way, we will set the images. We will set all the previous files, and then the new add start, it is going to be empty, so it will set the first file only, and after that it will keep adding other files. Alright, and then we will use here reader.read as a URL, pass in here the files. So in this way it will set the images preview and also the image file. Okay, so now let's use this images on our input fields and also this on change. So I scroll down here. So first of all, here we have this input field. Okay, you can see that this is a multiple. So now here I have just used here on change, that is going to be on change. Okay, and I think so that is it. Now after that we have to display all the images that we will display one by one right here. So what I will do here is I will simply use the loop here. So images preview dot map, for each image I have to display that here. So I will move this image inside the loop. Okay, and I will use here the image component from next/image. Okay, and then in the source I will pass in here the image, and then for the key I also pass in here the image. Alright, and the height is going to be 50, width is going to be 50, and it will display all the images preview. Save this from here, and now we have to create our submit handler. So I type here on submit is equal to submit handler. Okay, so I will first of all type here const submit handler e.prevent default, and then we have to create here our form data, because these are images, we have to send that in the form data. So now there are multiple images, so we have to use here loop. So images dot for each image I will set that in the form data. So form data dot append, in that I will set in here the name, that is going to be image, and then the image itself. So it will set all the images in the form data, and now we have to pass this form data on our backend. Simply save it from here. Now let's test it out. If I go back, if I click here choose files, so here I have these images, so I select these from here and click on open. So now you can see that here we get here the images preview. So we have 3 images here, and you can see that here we have 3 files, and this is going to be upload actually. So let's change it to upload, save it. Now let's go to the context, and in the product contexts let's create here a function. So I will simply copy that from here, and I put that here, that is going to be upload product images. We will pass in here the form data and then the ID of that product, and we also have here loading variable. Now this will take some time, so we have to set here loading, that is going to be true. Okay, so this time our path is going to be /API/admin/products, then /upload_images, then /the ID of that product. So that is going to be that ID, and in the body we have to pass in here the form data, And now we also have to set the header. So headers, we will have to set here the content type header. Now this is going to be multi-part slash form dash data. Okay, and this is also going to be a post request. And then we will check that if we have here data dot urls or we have data dot data, then we will simply set loading to false. Okay, and then we will simply move to this slash products. Okay, if I go to the backend in the controller, product controller, we have here this data. Okay, so simply save it from here, and now we have to simply scroll down and set in here the function. Save it from here. Now let's go back and import that here. So I will simply set in here use context, and I pass in here the product context. So from here we have to import this upload product images, then the error if there is any, then the loading, and then the clear errors. Okay, save it, and now we have to call this from here right here. So first of all we have to pass the form data, and then we have to pass in here the ID, that is going to be ID that we will get from here. Okay, save it, and I also copy that from here, scroll down right here. I will check that disabled if loading, then make it true, otherwise make it false. So if the images are being uploaded, we will simply disable that button. And also we can change the text here, if loading, then display here uploading, otherwise display here the upload. Okay, simply save it. Okay, so now let's test it out. If I simply go back, let's create here a new product just to test. Okay, and I will just type here this, then I go to page number 4 and I upload the images. So choose files, let's select this and this, click on open. So we have two images here. If I click on here upload, so you can see that here we get here uploading. So now if I simply go to the home page and I go to page number 4 and open this from here, so you can see that here we have both files here uploaded. If I open my Cloudinary server here, so here you can see that if I reload this page, you can see that here we have two new assets that we have just uploaded in our Cloudinary server. Okay, so this minute our files are uploaded, and we have also successfully attached that to our product right here. So in this way we can upload the product images of any product. Now one more thing that you can add in your code is that if I close that from here, in the backend, in the controllers, in the product controllers, here we have just uploaded the images to the Cloudinary server. But if you want to update the images, like you have uploaded 2 images, and after that we want to delete those images and upload the 5 other images, you can check that if this product already contains the images, then you can simply delete those and upload the new images. Okay, I hope that you can do that. And now in this video, let's handle the update and delete of the product. If you want to delete or update the product, so let's handle that. So first of all, on the backend we have to create two different controller functions, one to update the product and one to delete the product. So let's do that here. So I scroll down and create here a function. First of all, export const, that is going to be update product. Okay, async, first of all, request, response, and next. So first of all we have to get the details of the product, and if that product does not exist, then we have to simply throw the error. Okay, so what I will do here is I will simply use that, and also let's use here return next with new error handler and pass in here this message that is going to be product not found. So I put that here, and then for the code I will use here 404, and I remove this from here. Okay, so I also copy that from here and I put that right here. Okay, simply save it, and now I also have to copy this from here and I put that here. Okay, so if the product is not there, we will simply throw the error, but if product is there, then we have to update the details. Okay, so for that I will copy this from here actually, and I put that here. So it is going to be product. We will pass in here the product.find by id, the id of the product, and then in the body we have to pass the request.body that usually is passed from the front end. So request.body, and I will type here the product that we have just updated. Simply save it. This is our update product, and for the delete product I will simply copy that from here. Okay, and I'll paste that here. So that is going to be delete product, and we will check that if product is not there, we will simply throw this error, and if the product is there, then we simply have to remove that product, and that is going to be await product dot delete one. So it will delete that product, and remember that we also have to delete the images associated with that product, so we will simply also delete that. Okay, and then I will simply type here for loop. So for let I is equal to 0, then we will run this loop until the length, so that is going to be product. Okay, so product dot images dot length, and then I plus plus. So in that we will simply call here Cloudinary. So await Cloudinary dot v2 dot uploader dot destroy. Okay, so in the destroy we have to pass in here the public id, and it will destroy that image. So that is going to be product dot images of I dot public underscore underscore id. Okay, so we will pass all the ids one by one, and it will delete all the images from the Cloudinary server. Okay, and after that we will set here 200, and I type here success. That is going to be true. Simply save it. So this is our update and delete function, controller function. So I go to here in the pages, in the admin, in the product, I create a new file, folder, that is going to be id. In that I create my file that is called index.js. So I will copy this from here and I put that here. So that is going to be a put request, and that is going to be update product. Okay, in the same way we have here the delete product, and that is going to be delete. Okay, simply save it and close this from here. Now our backend is ready. Now let's go in the components. In the admin, create a new component here that is called update product dot jsx. Okay, so I will use this name, new product dot jsx component here, and I will change that to update product. Okay, so I will paste that here, and also I will paste that here. Okay, I also change the title to this, save it, and now I will go out here in the app, in the admin, in the product, and then here in the id, create a new file here that is called page.jsx. Okay, so what I will do here is I will simply copy this from here and I put that here. First of all, that is going to be update product, pass in here the data. Okay, so I will get here the params. First of all, params in the get product, I have to pass in here the param.id. Okay, so in that we will get the product details. Okay, so params and then params.id, and route is going to be slash api slash product and then slash the id of that product, and then I will simply have to set in here data dot product. Okay, so we will simply get the product details from here. Simply save it, And now let's test it out, and that is the ID. Okay, we have to pass in here the ID. Save it. Now close this from here. Now we have here the data. Okay, and we will set the data in the use state right here for all the fields like data.name. Okay, and this way I will set all the fields. So I simply save it from here, and now if I go back to my Chrome, and before that I go here in the components, in the admin, in the products, and here I have to add this ID for this pencil icon. So now if I go back to my Chrome and I go in the all products, if I click here this edit, okay, so you can see that here I get all the details of the product. Now I simply have to update the details. Okay, so for that I go back and I go to the context, and in the product context I will simply copy this function from here and I put that here. So that is going to be update product. We will pass in here the product and then the ID of that product. Okay, so our route is going to be slash API slash admin slash products and then slash the ID of that product. We will pass in here the product, and that is going to be a put request, and we will check that if data exists, then we will simply set here set updated to true, and we will replace to the slash this route. Okay, and if there is any error we will simply set that here. Simply save it, copy this update product, and I will set that here. Okay, so here first of all we have the update product, then we have here error, updated, set updated, and then we have here the clear errors. Okay, so I will simply set here use effect. So use effect. Okay, and we will set in here the error and then the updated. So if there is any error we will simply toast dot error here the error message, and then we will simply clear the errors from the state. Okay, and we also have to import the toast. Okay, and also I will check that here that if updated, then we will simply set in here toast dot success, that is going to be product updated, and then set updated to false. Okay, so in this way it will simply display the error if there's an error, and also it will display this success message on the update and also set the updated to false. Okay, and the submit handler we have to call here the update product, save it, and now if I go back, let's test it out. If I add here just one update product, so cast to field for undefined path for model. Okay, so you also have to set in here the pass in here the product, sorry, data dot underscore id of the product. If I simply save it, now if I go back, reload this once, type here one and click on update product. So again we have this error, add path id for model product. Okay, and I think so this is underscore. Alright, now if I click here update product, so you can see that here set updated is not a function, so that is the set updated. Okay, simply save it. So you can see that the product is updated here. If I reload it, so one is added here. If I type here like 48, click on update product, so product is updated here. Okay, if I even if I reload the page, the price is updating. So our product is updating successfully here. I hope that you understand. And also we have to actually add this use effect for the error in the upload images. Okay, so I will set that here and move this from here, and also I will import the toast, so if there's an error it will display that. Okay, great. So now our product is getting updated. Now we simply have to handle the delete part of the product. Okay, so I will simply have to go to the context, then the product context. So now I will simply copy this from here and I put that here. That is going to be delete product. In that we have to pass in here the ID only of the product. Okay, that is going to be delete. For this URL we don't have to pass anything here. So if we have here data dot success, then we will simply replace to /admin/product. Save it, and now we simply have to call that. So I go here in the components, in the admin, in the products, we have here this trash button. So what I will do here is I will add on click on here in here. So on click I will simply call my delete handler. In that I will pass the product ID, that is going to be product underscore ID. We have to create this delete handler. So I will go to the top and then here I will simply type here delete handler, pass in here, we will get the ID here, and then we simply have to call the delete product. In that we will pass the ID. So you have to get this delete product from the state. So const use context, we have to pass in here the product context, and we have to get that from here like this. Simply save it, and now let's test it out. If I go back and if I go to the all products, let's cannot destructure use context. Okay, and I think so we have to make that use client because we have used that here. If I go back and now if I go to page number 4, okay, so let's delete first of all this one, delete. So that product is gone, and also we have to actually add here use effect. Let me copy that from here. So I will copy that and I put that here. Okay, so I will import the use effect first of all and remove this from here, and also this updated. So I will import here the error and then the clear errors. Simply save it, and also have to import here toast. Save it. Okay, so now let's delete the second product, which is this one that also has images. So if I click here delete, so it will take some time. Okay, so now you can see that here the product is deleted successfully here also. And now in this video we will handle this orders part. We will display all the orders. Okay, and then also we have to display the order details. So let's first of all get all the orders and display that in the admin panel. So what I do is I simply go back to my VS Code, then I go to the app, and in the admin I have here, I have to create a new folder here that is called orders. Okay, so our route is going to be /admin/orders. In that I create my file that is called page.jsx. So to save some time I go to /me, and then here in the orders I can simply use that. So I copy it from here and I paste that here. So first of all that is admin orders page. Okay, and now here I have to get the orders, and this time that is going to be /API/orders and then / the search query, and we have used the query string as a package. Okay, and then we have to simply return the data from here, and then we will simply create our component here and pass the data in there. Okay, so I simply save that from here, and let me verify that if we have this route on the backend or not. So I go to my pages here in the orders. I think so we have to create one. I will simply go in the admin. Okay, create a new folder here that is called orders, and in that I create my file that is called index.js. So slash API slash admin slash orders, and in that we will get all the orders. So I will simply copy this from here and I put that here. Okay, so this is authenticated user and user must be admin, and this is a get route. And actually for the controllers, I go to the controllers. In the order controllers we have here my orders that will get the current user orders. So what I will do here is I will simply copy that from here and I put that here, and that is going to be get orders. In that we have our res per page orders count, and then we have to implement the pagination. Okay, and then in the find we have to pass here nothing. We want to get all the orders. We will expand the shipping info and then the user details and pass it result like this. Save it, and now I simply go back and add that here. That is going to be get orders. Okay, so now we have this as a backend route. So that is going to be slash API slash admin slash orders. Simply save it, and now we will pass the orders in our component. And to create the component, I will simply go to the components in the admin, and I go back to my Chrome, and here I have my components. I go to the admin. Now in the admin I have here orders.jsx. Okay, just a simple table to display all the products. So I copy that from here, go back, and I create a file that is called orders.jsx. So orders.jsx, and I put that here. So first of all we need to import the link, and before that we have to I think so remove this part from here. Okay, and I also remove this from here. Save it, and now we also have to import the link from next/link, and that is href. Okay, so let me, if I go back to my Chrome and if I click here all orders, so request failed status code 404. Okay, so I go to the admin orders page slash API slash admin slash orders. If you go to here in the pages admin orders, we have this file that is get orders, and we have to remove this slash from here, and also we have to put in here question mark. If I simply save it, and now if I go back, so you can see that here we get here your orders, and this is the details of all the orders. So now we have to simply get all the orders and display that display here one by one. So simply go back. Okay, and I close this one also, and first of all I will get here my orders. Okay, and here I will display that orders count, and then I have to loop through on all data and display one by one here. So I will use the loop in the t body, so that is going to be orders dot map. For each order I have to display a row, and that is orders. Okay, so I move this entire tr inside here, and I display here order.id underscore id. Simply save it, and now if I go back, and also I have to actually go here in the here and change the component to orders like this. Save it, and I remove this from here, and now if I go back, now that is going to be orders count. So I change that to orders. Oops. Okay, so that is dot orders count. Okay, so we have 4 orders in the database, so we will display that here. Now let's display the other details. So I go back, and after the id we have to display in here the order dot payment info dot amount paid, and here I will display here order dot order status. Save it, and now if I go back, you can see that here we get here the order id, and then the amount paid, and then the processing. Okay, And also actually we have to remove this main from here, we don't need that. Okay, so I remove that from here, save it. Now if I go back, now you can see that it is taking all the space. So now I'm successfully displaying the ordered list here. And now let's display the pagination, and for that I simply go back and I can go in the orders, list orders. I can copy that from here, this custom pagination. So I go back and I put that after the table. Okay, and I give here margin bottom of 6 and put that here, save it. And now we have to import the custom pagination, save it. Now if I go back, so now we get here the pagination. If I click on page number 2, now we are on page number 2. So pagination is also implemented here. Now let's display the order details. So if I click on this icon button, I have to display the order details, and also I can update the order status from there. Okay, so let's display the order details. So I go back and I close this from here, this one. And first of all, let's go back to the backend in the controllers, in the order controllers. So I will simply copy that from here, and that is going to be get order. Okay, I remove this from here. So I need here order. So await order dot find by id, and in the id I will simply pass in here request dot query dot id, and we will populate the shipping info and the user as well. Okay, so after that we have to check that if not order, then we will simply return next with new error handler, and I pass in here no order found with this id. Okay, and I pass in here 404 as the status code. Simply save it, and on the response I only have to pass in here the order. So I remove that from here and pass only order here. So now if I go back in the pages, I go to the admin in the orders. I create a new file here with the dynamic id .js. Okay, so I will simply copy this from here and I put that here. So for this I will use here get, and this is going to be get order. Okay, and that is it. Simply save it. Now our backend route is ready. Now we just have to display data on the front end. So I go back to the app in the admin in the orders, create a new folder here that is called id. Okay, in that I create my file that is called page.jsx. So I will simply copy this from here and I put that here. So that is going to be admin update, or I can say that admin order details page. Okay, save it, and now we have to get here the order. So I will pass in here the id. Okay, so that is going to be, and I also don't need here this one. Okay, so that is going to be slash api slash admin slash orders, and then slash the id, and that is going to be the id. We will pass in here the cookie and return the data, and we will get from here the params and pass in here the params dot id. Okay, and that is the get order. And now we have to pass in here in the order, I pass in here the data dot order. Okay, simply save it. Now we have to create our component. So I go back and I go back in the admin, and here I have the update order.jsx. Okay, so I will simply copy that from here, go back, and that is going to be update order.jsx, and I put that here. Simply save it. We don't need here sidebar, so I will remove that, and also I will remove that from here. Save it. Okay, so now if I go back and if I click on this pencil icon, we have to go to the admin orders and the id. Okay, so I will simply go here in the components admin orders, and here we have to pass in here order dot underscore id. Save it. So now if I go back, reload this page and click this pencil icon, so now this data is not defined, and that is going to be data. Okay, so we get here we have to also add here update order. Okay, save it, and now you can see that here this is the order details, where we will display all the order detail, and after that we have an option to update the order status. So let's display all the details here. So we close this from here and also close this from here, and actually to save some time I will go in the components in the orders in the order item, I think so. So what I will do here is I will simply first of all remove this line from here, and I copy this header, and I will copy all that from here, copy that, save it, and now if I go back and I will copy and paste till this div before HR, and I paste that. Okay, and I first of all get here my order, save it, and now if I go back, so image is not defined, we have to import the image, and from next/image, save it, and now you can see that here we get all the details of that basically order. If I go to the all orders and if I select this one, and here you can see that I have 3 different products. So now we are successfully displaying all the details of the product. Now we just have to handle this update part and also the delete order. And now in this video we have to first of all if I go here in the admin panel, I go in the all orders, and here I have to first of all update the order status of the user. Okay, and also I have to handle this delete button. So let's first of all go back to our backend. Go in the backend, in the controllers, in the order controllers. So I will simply copy this from here. Okay, and I will paste that right here. So that is going to be update order. Okay, so first of all I will get the order details, and also I will remove this from here. If order is not there, we will simply throw this error, and after that we have to update the order. So order is going to be await order dot find by id, and update we will pass here request dot query dot id, and in the body we have to pass in here the order status. So order status is going to be request dot body dot order status that we want to update. Okay, and let's change it to let, and after updating the order we simply have to return from here the order. Let's also display here send here success to true. Okay, so this is for the update, and to delete that I will simply copy this from here and I will paste that here, and that is going to be delete order. So I will simply search for the order. If order is not there, I will simply throw the error, and after that I will simply have to call in here await order dot delete one. Okay, so it will delete that order, and then we have to send here 200 and send here success to true. Simply save it, close this from here. Now let's go to our pages. Here I go to the admin, in the orders go to this file, and this is the put route, this is the delete route, and that is going to be update order, and that is going to be delete order. Okay, save it from here, and our backend part is ready. Now we just have to handle that on the front end. Now let's first of all go to the context and create a new context here, that is the order context.js. In here first of all I will simply copy and paste that here, and let me first of all change here this product to the order. Okay, and then I scroll down and I change this product to order context and this to order context as well. Okay, so first of all I need here the error, I need here um, this updated. Okay, and after that I will simply remove this from here. Okay, and then I don't need here this okay, save it from here. And now for the update order, I simply have to pass in here the ID of the order and then the order data. Okay, and then here I will simply use here axios.put slash API slash admin slash orders slash the ID of the order, and the body we will pass in here the orders data. Okay, and if data dot success, then I will simply set updated to true, then move the user to slash admin slash orders and slash the ID of that order. Okay, so this is for the update order. And for the delete order, that is going to be slash API slash admin slash orders slash the ID, and that is the delete. We have to pass in here only the ID, and if data dot success, I will move the user to slash orders, save it. And now we have to pass in here update order and delete order. Okay, save it. And now let's first of all close this from here, go to the app. In the global provider we have to add in here I will add in here the order provider, and I will put that after this product. Save it from here. And now let's close this one. And now let's go to our components. In the admin, here we have the update order. So first of all I get here the update order, then error, then clear errors, then updated and set updated. That is going to be use context, and I pass in here the order context. Okay, and then I have to get a state variable for the order status, so that is going to be order status, that is going to be set order status, and that is going to be use state, and I pass in here by default that is going to be order dot order status. Okay, this order dot order status. So this is our state variable. And now let's create our use effect. Okay, so in that first of all I check that if updated, then I will simply set updated to false, and I will toast dot success here order updated, and if there is any error, then I will simply toast dot error the error message, and then I will clear the errors, and that is updated. Okay, save it. And the dependency array we have to pass in here the error and updated. Okay, save it. And now we have to get our submit handler. So submit handler, and first of all I will set the order data, in that I will have to set the order status. Okay, now we have to pass this order data in the update order to our backend, so that is going to be update order, and I pass in here the order dot underscore ID. Okay, and then I will simply pass in here order data. Okay, so this is our submit handler. And now I scroll down. Okay, so this is our first of all this is our field. I have to set here first of all the value. So the value is going to be order status, and then we have to set here on change, that is going to be okay, so this is our on change. And then I have to simply type here on click. When we click on this button, we have to simply call the submit handler that will pass the data submit handler, and we will simply send the data to the backend, and that will update the order status. Okay, so now let's test it out. If I simply save it, go back, and if I click here, okay, so we have to use the use client, I think so. Yes, I'll copy that and I will put that here and save it. And now this loading is not defined. I will go to the context, order context, and I will remove this loading from here, save it. Okay, so now we have this detail here. Now if I click on shipped and click on update, so order updated. If I reload this page, you can see that it is also changed to shipped. If I reload it, the order status is updated. If I type here delivered, update, so now data is also updated here. If I go to all orders, you can see that here the status is delivered. So this means that our order status is successfully updating. Okay, and now we have to handle this part, which is this delete one. Okay, so for that I go back and I go to the components in the admin in the orders. So first of all, I will simply type here on click, and that is going to be, we have to call here our delete handler. Okay, in that I will simply have to pass here the order ID, so that is going to be order dot underscore ID. Now we have to create this delete handler. I go to the top and I create that here. So const delete handler, we will have our ID. So what I will do here is I will simply, actually I can copy this from here. Okay, so I have to import the use context, then the order context, then I will import here the delete order error and then the clear error. Okay, now in the delete order I will call that and pass in here the ID, save it, and then I have to also copy this use effect from here and I put that here. And if there's an error, we will simply display that. So I will also import here the use effect, simply save it. And now if I go back, we also have to make this component client side component, so I will paste that here, save it. Okay, so if I click here and if I delete this 160 order, so if I click on delete, that order is gone. Now we don't have that order here. Okay, if I delete this one, that is gone. Now if I reload this page, I have here only 2 orders. Okay, so I hope that you understand. We have successfully updated the order, and also we have successfully deleted the order. And now in this video we will handle these users. We will display all the registered user in the all users, and also we can simply edit the user and change the user details like role and other details, and also we can delete the user. Okay, so let's handle that in this video. So I simply go back. Now first of all I go to my backend. In the controllers we have this auth controllers. So let's first of all create all the controller functions. Okay, so what I will do here is I go in the order controllers and I will copy these 3 functions just to save some time. I will copy these 3 and paste that here. Okay, so first of all we have the get, let's call it get users. In that we are going to have our res per page, and then we have here the users count. Okay, we will pass the users count, and then we have to pass in here the user. Okay, so we will implement the pagination, and also we have to import the API filters here, and then we will use here users. Okay, and we don't have to actually populate here anything. Okay, so what I will do here is I will simply remove that, and now we have our users count, res per page, and users in this get users. And now let's handle the get user part. Okay, so and before that I copy that and I paste that here for the get user. Okay, because also we also want to get the details of a single user, and I will simply change it to user. Okay, and that is the user. Okay, so if there is no user, we will simply return this error, and after that we will simply remove this from here, and then we will simply pass in here our user. Okay, so that is for the get user. And now if I scroll down for the update user, so here I will simply change first of all this to user. So if there is no user, we will simply return the error, and also I will change it to user. Okay, and this is also user. Okay, and after that we will simply type here user dot find by id and update. We will pass in here request dot id and then request dot body. Let's remove this bracket, and also this one we will simply pass in here request dot body dot user data. Okay, and then we simply return the user from here. Okay, so this is the update user, and now we have here the delete user. So for the delete user, we simply have to change that to user. Okay, so if there is no user, we will simply return here that no user found with this id. Okay, and then user dot delete one, and that is kept small u, and then we will return here success true. Simply save it. Now we have here delete user, update user, get single user, and then the get all users with the pagination. Now we have to create the endpoint routes. So I simply close this from here, and I go to the pages. In the admin, I create a new folder with the name users. In that I create my first file that is called index.js. So in that we will simply copy this from here, and I put that here, and this is going to be an admin route, and that is going to be get users. Okay, and I remove that from here, simply save it. And after that in the users we create a new file here that is called id.js. So in that we will handle all other routes. Okay, and I copy this from here and put that here. So that is going to be get user for this get route, and for the put that is going to be update user, and that is going to be delete user. Okay, so I will remove this from here. So all of these are going to be admin routes. Okay, so now our backend is ready. Now let's go to our front end and display first of all users. So I go in the app, in the admin directory. In the admin, I create a new folder with the name users. So in the users I will have my page.jsx file. Okay, so route is going to be slash admin slash users. So I will simply copy this from here just to save some time and put that here. So first of all that is going to be admin users page. Okay, and then we have this users here. Okay, let's call it data, and then we have here get users and admin users page, that is users. Okay, and this is going to be get users. Okay, so we will get our cookie. Okay, and then we will simply pass in here slash api slash admin slash users, and we will pass in here our search query, and then we set the cookie in the header and pass that to the backend, and then we'll get back here our users, and we will pass this users as data in our users component that I will create in a minute. Okay, simply save it, and then I go back to the components in the admin. I go back to my Chrome, and then here I will go to this users.jsx in my admin folder. So I copy that from here. Simple, this is a table. Then I go back, create a new file with the name users.jsx, and I paste that here. Okay, so we'll first of all import the link. So we will simply first of all import the link from next/link and change it to ahref. Save it, and also we will remove this from here. Okay, and also we will remove this part from here. Save it, and now here I have to use here users like this. Okay, And if I log here data that I will get from my props, okay, save it. And now if I go back and if I click on all users, so you can see that here we are on /admin/users and we have some error. So order is not defined. Okay, so order is not defined. Where that is, I think so it is going to be on backend. So let me check that. I go in the backend in the controllers and the auth controllers, that is the user.count document. Okay, so now if I go back and reload this page, so now you can see that here we get this dummy data. Now we have to display all the users one by one, and on the console, now here we are going to get all the users. Okay, if I scroll down, so we have all the users here, 1 and 2. Okay, so now let's display that. So I close this from here and also remove this from here. So I simply scroll down and we have to loop through this tr. So I use here data dot users dot map, and for each user we have to display a single row. Okay, so I will move this tr inside the loop, and that is going to be first of all user dot name. Okay, and then here I will simply display here user dot underscore id. Okay, and let's also pass this as a key right here. Oops, we will simply paste that, save it. And now if I go back, you can see that here we have two users, so this one and this one. And also let's display here uh, data dot users dot length. Okay, so now we have two users. One is this, which is a normal user, and one is this admin@gmail.com, which is a admin user. So now we're displaying all the users. Now let's display the pagination, and for that I will simply scroll down just to copy that from here, and I put that here after this table. Okay, and we will import the custom pagination, and then we have here data, save it. So if I reload it, I will not get here the pagination because we only have here um, two users. And if you want to avoid this one, you can simply check that if data dot users dot length length is greater than data dot res per page, then we have to simply display that. So I will move that right here, save it. Now you will not get here the pagination because now we only have two users. Okay, so now we have to first of all handle this edit and delete part. Let's handle this delete part first. Okay, and actually I will close this from here and this one. Let's first of all go to our context, and the auth context, let's define our both functions here. Okay, so I will write here, so I will simply copy that from here and put that here, and that is going to be update user, and we will pass in here the id of the user. Okay, let me type here that we will get the id of the user and then the user data, and the path is going to be /api /admin, then /users, then / the id of the user, that is going to be this id. This is going to be a put request, and we will pass in here the user data. Okay, and if we get here data.success, we will simply set here set updated to true, and auto.replace to /admin /users, and then / the id of the user. Okay, and I think so we have defined here set updated, yes. Okay, so now we have here updated user. Now let's handle the delete user. So I copy that from here and put that here, and that is going to be delete. Okay, in that we will only get the ID of the user, and then that is going to be delete. Route is going to be same, we don't have to pass here in the body. And if res.success, then I will simply move the user to admin/users, save it, and I will simply add here update user and then the delete user. Okay, save it. So now let's close this one, and now let's actually first of all handle the update. So for the update, I will simply go in the app, in the admin, in the users. I will create here a new folder like this. Okay, that is going to be ID. In that I create my file that is called page.jsx. Okay, so I will simply copy this from here and I put that here. That is going to be admin user details update details page. Okay, and we will get here the get user, pass in here the ID, and then we have to pass in here the user, that is going to be data.user. Okay, so I will simply put that here, and now that is going to be get/API/users/ the ID of the user, and then I will simply return data from here. Okay, and simply save this from here. Now let's go to the components. In the admin, I go back here, I have my second component, which is the update user. So I simply copy that from here and go back, and I create a new file here with the name update user.jsx, and I put that here. Okay, first of all I will remove this sidebar. Okay, and also I will remove this part from here. So I will add here the update user. So we have passed user in there, so I will simply get here my user. Okay, and that is going to be use client. Okay, so first of all let's get here from the state error, then update user, then we have here the clear errors, then updated, and then set updated, and we will use our use context hook, pass in here the auth context. Okay, and now we also have to set the name, email, and the role of the user. So I will create here state variables, name, set name, and that is going to be use state, and we have simply use here user dot name. Remember that we have here this user, so the initial value is going to be the name of the user. Okay, in the same way we have our email and the role. Okay, and now after that I will simply create here my use effect. Okay, so in that first of all I will check that if updated, then I will simply set here set updated to false. Okay, and then toast dot success, we also have to import the toast dot success, and in that I will simply pass in here user updated. In the same way I will have here the error, so if there is any error I will simply toast dot error the error message, and then clear the errors from the state like this. And the dependency array I am going to have my error and updated. So now we have this. Now let's create our submit handler. So const submit handler. So first of all we have to prepare our user data. In that I will simply pass in here the name, email, and then the role. Okay, and then in the update user we simply pass in here the user.id. Okay, and then we have to pass in here the user data. Okay, so this is our submit handler. So now let's use that. First of all, on the form, on submit
I will use here the submit handler. Okay, and if I scroll down, so after this I have to set here the value that is going to be name. Okay, and then we will set here on change. Okay, so I will simply set here set name that is going to be e dot target dot value, and the same way I copy this from here, paste that here for the email. Okay, set email, and for the role I will simply use here set role that is going to be that is also value that is going to be role. Okay, so we will set the role here, and now we only have two roles, user for and the admin, and we will simply display two options only. Okay, simply save it, and now let's check it out. If I simply save it, and now if I go back and if I click here edit. Okay, so you can see that here we get here the full name, email, and the role. If I change the username to this, click on update, so user updated. If I reload the page, so you can see that the name is updated. I can also change the role of the user to admin. In this way I can make any user admin. Click on update, so user updated. If I go in the all users, you can see that now both users are admin. Even if I reload the page, now this user is a admin. Okay, so in this way we can simply update the user. So now let's handle this delete part. If I go back, um, oops, I will simply close all files. Now let's go to the component. In the admin we have our users. Okay, and also update user. So what I'll do is I will simply copy this from here and I put that here. So now here we need the error, clear errors, and then the delete user. I will remove this from here, and now let's import the use context, and then we have to import the auth context. Okay, save it, and now let's copy this part. Okay, and I put that here. We don't need here this updated part, and we only need here this error. Okay, so we will import the use effect. Okay, so now we also have to use here use client. So use client, save it. So now let's handle the delete part. So const delete handler, we will get the ID of the user, simply call it the delete user, and pass in here the ID like this. Okay, and now if I copy this from here and scroll down, so here we have this trash button. So on this A I will add on click, I will have to call in here the delete handler and pass in here user dot underscore ID, save it. And now if I go back, reload this page once, now if I click on delete, so you can see that user is deleted successfully. Now we only have here one user. Okay, so in this way we have successfully handled this part also. Now we are also displaying all the users. We can update the details of the user, and we can also delete that user from our database. Okay, so now we have completed all the options, new product, all products, edit and delete product. In the same we have handled the orders and then the all users. Okay, also we handle all these details. And now in this video let's handle the review part. We will first of all check display all the user reviews, and then we also have to create a form. With that we can simply post our review. Okay, so let's handle that. First of all I go back to my VS Code. Okay, and before that if I go to the inspect, and then I go here in the components, and if I scroll it down you can see that here we have here reviews array, which is empty. Okay, so we can simply loop through on this reviews array. With that we can simply display all the reviews, but right now we don't have any reviews. So let's first of all handle that, how we can post a new review on this product. Okay, so I go back in the backend in the controllers. Let's go to the product controller and create a function here. Okay, so what I will do here is I will simply copy this from here just to save some time, and then I put that here. Okay, so with this we can simply create, and also we can update the product review. Okay, so review, first of all we have to get from the body.
the rating that user has given, then the comment, and then the product ID that on which user has given the review, and we will get that from request.body. We will pass that from the front end. And now we have to prepare the review that we want to post. So that is going to be user request dot user dot id, and then we will simply display here, we have simply add here the rating that is going to be, we will wrap that in the number that is going to be rating, and then we have to pass in the comment. So this is the review object that we have to save in the database. We have here the user, rating, and then the comment. I will simply pass in here find by id, and that I will simply pass in here that product ID that we will pass in the request.body. So now we have here product. We will simply check that if product is not there, we will simply throw this error. And we also have to make sure that if user has already given the review, then we have to update that review. Otherwise we have to create a new review, and we can simply check that const is reviewed, and we will simply use here product dot reviews. Remember that we have reviews array in the product dot find. Okay, so with this find we can simply find the review in our reviews array. Okay, we will simply check that for each review dot user dot toString. Okay, we know that we have already saved a user in the review, so we will get that, convert that to string, and if that is equal to the request dot user dot underscore id dot to string, this means that the review exists. Okay, and if the review exists, we simply have to update that. So I will simply check that if is reviewed, then we will simply have to update that. Okay, else we simply have to push the review in product dot reviews dot push, and we'll push our review. Okay, if product is not reviewed, we will simply push the review in our reviews array in the product. Otherwise we have to update that. Okay, and for that I will simply type here product dot reviews dot for each review. Okay, I will simply check that if review dot user dot toStrings, I will simply copy that from here. Okay, and I paste that here. If that is the condition, then we will simply set the review dot comment to the comment, and then review dot rating is going to be rating. Okay, so we will simply if it is reviewed, then we will simply loop through on all the reviews of that product, and then we will simply find the review. For each review, if that review user is equal to the current user, this means that this is the same review. So we will simply set this comment, this one, and also we will update rating. Now we simply have handled that. If the review is already there, then we'll simply update that. Otherwise we will simply add the new review. Now we have to calculate the new ratings. We have the ratings field, which is this one in the models. We have to also update that. So for that, what I will do is I will simply type here product dot ratings. Okay, that is going to be product dot reviews dot reduce. We will use here the reduce JavaScript function that will basically reduce down the value to a single value. Okay, so in the reduce we have our accumulator. Okay, and then we have our item, the current item. So we will simply item dot rating. Okay, now we have to add the all previous rating one by one, and in this way we will get the sum of all ratings, and now we have to divide that sum of ratings by the review length. So that is going to be product dot reviews dot length. Okay, so now we have set the reviews and the rating. Now let's save that product. So await product dot save, so it will save the product in the database, and we will return here success to true. Save it. Okay, so this is our create product review function. Now let's close this one, go to the pages. In the API in the products, I create a new file here that is called review.js. Okay, so I will simply copy that from here and put that here, and this is going to be a protected route. So use is authenticated user, and that is going to be put, and we have to use here the create product review like this. Okay, so this is going to be our review.js. So now let's close this from here. Now backend is ready. Now let's handle the front end. So for that, I go to the components, create a new folder here that is called review. Okay, now go back to our so we have here the left hand side properties. I must be variable or a class property. So that is, if I go back to the backend in the controllers, in the product controllers, product dot ratings, and here we simply have to remove this question mark, save it, and now if I go back, now the error is gone. If I reload this page, so the error is gone. Okay, so now let's close this from here. Now let's go back to the here in the components we have this reviews folder. In that we have here new reviews.jsx. So I copy that from here. In that we have only two fields. One is to select the stars and one is to write the comment and then a post review button. So I copy that from here. Okay, then I go back, I go in the components in the review, create a new file here that is called new review.jsx and paste that here. Okay, save it. In that, first of all, we will have access to the product. Okay, and we will pass that. Okay, now let's create here first of all two state variables. One is the rating. Okay, and then one set rating here. Okay, and then after that I will simply get the user from the use context and then pass in here auth context. I will get the user from the state. Alright, and now what I will do here is I will first of all create my submit handler. So const submit handler. Okay, in that I will simply first of all prepare my review data. So review data is in that I will simply have to set the first of all rating, then the comment of the user, and then the product ID. So the product ID is going to be product dot underscore ID. We have to pass this review data on the backend, so we will handle that later. Okay, so that is going to be a colon like this. Save it, and now let's scroll down. So here we have the star rating. So by default the rating is going to be rating value that user will select, and then the number of star is going to be 5, and then this star rating has a function that is called change rating. Okay, so it is called when the user change the ratings. So if the user change rating, we simply have to set that, and that is going to be set ratings. In that we will simply pass that event. Okay, so with this function we can simply access the number of stars that user has selected. And for the comment, which is quite simple, I will simply add here value that is going to be comment, and then I will add here on change e.target.value. So now we have set the rating here and also the comment. And for the button I will add here on click. I will simply have to call in here the submit handler. Okay, in that I will have to pass here nothing. So I have created the submit handler already there. Simply save it. So now we have to create our, I go in the context, in the product context. Now let's create a function here. So I will simply copy this from here and I paste that here, and that is going to be post review. So post review, in that we have to pass in here the review data. Okay, so the path is going to be slash API slash product products and then slash the review, and that is a put request. And if data dot success, we will simply router dot replace the user to slash product and then slash the review data dot product ID. Okay, we will simply reload the page, and if there's an error we will simply set that. Simply save it, that is post review. I copy that from here and I put that here. Save it. Now if I go back, now let's get the post review from the product context like this. So now I will simply call in my post review and pass in here the review data. Alright, so now if I simply save it from here and now we have to use this new review component in our product details page. Okay, if I scroll down here, we have to add the new review component. So what I will do here is I will simply type here the new review. Okay, now in that I will simply have to pass the product. Okay, that is going to be the product. Simply save it. Okay, so now if I go back and if I reload this page, so you can see that here we get this form. You can simply design that. Here it is quite simple. So here we have your review. In the rating we have to select the stars and then write the comment. Okay, if I select here like 3 stars, so now it is 3. Okay, and for the review if I type here nice and if I click on post review, okay, and go to the inspect just to test on the console, we have this 404 error. Okay, so what I will do is I go in the context, in the product context, I will simply log here the error. So error dot response, save it. If I simply clear this, click on post review, and in the data we have here product not found. Okay, so we are getting this error. Okay, and actually what we can do is we can simply go to the new review, and we also have to get from here the error and then the clear errors. Okay, and I will use here the use effect and pass in here the error in the dependency array. Okay, so if there is any error, we will simply toast dot error the error and then clear the errors, save it. So now we have here this product not found. Okay, and the reason is that in the review data we have to pass in here product node underscore id. If I log here review data, okay, post review, and in that we have this product id which is exactly same. So product id. Okay, so if I go to the backend, in the backend in the controllers we have this product controllers and product id. So log this product id, save it. Okay, if I click here post review and let me check that, so we are getting here undefined, so we don't get here the product id in the request.body. If I type here like rating, okay, post review, and it is again undefined. Okay, so we have some issue here. I think so we have to go in the context, in the product context. We haven't passed any data in the body. Okay, we have to pass in here the review data, save it. And now if I select and type here nice, click on post review. Okay, so now if I reload this page, so you can see that here we get here this review which is 3 star and this is the 3 rating. Okay, now the user has given review to this product, we also have to display that review right in here. Okay, so what I can do here is I can simply go back. Okay, close this from here and also this product details. I will go in the helpers. Okay, create a new function here, export const get user review. Okay, in that we will pass all the reviews of that product and then the user id. Okay, so we will simply search here the user review. So let user review is going to be null. So reviews dot for each, you can also use here find. So review, simply check that if review dot user dot underscore id is equal to user id. This means that this is the same review. Then we will simply set here user review, that is going to be review. Okay, and at the end we will simply return from here the user review. Save it. Now we have this get user review to get the review of the user. So what I do is I will simply go in the components in the review, new review. So in the use effect I will simply type here const user review, that is going to be get user review. In that we have to simply pass in here the products dot review reviews and then the user dot underscore id. Okay, and then I will simply check that if user review exists, then I will simply have to set here rating to user review dot rating. Okay, in the same way I will set here the set comment, that is going to be user review dot comment. Okay, and I type here the user, I think so. And if I go back, you can see that here we get here the user rating and then the comment. Now let's update that. If I type here, click here 4 and click on post review, so cannot read properties undefined reading to string. Okay, so now you have posted 2 more reviews and we have some issue here. Okay, you can see that our rating is messed up. If I open my MongoDB here, you can see that this is the product. If I expand here the reviews, you can see that it is adding the review one by one rather than updating that. And the reason is that we don't have the user field in the review. Okay, so to handle that, what I do is I simply go back to my VS Code and I go in the backend in the controllers. I go here in the in the model, in the product, we have here these reviews. We also have to add here the user field, so I will simply copy this from here and I put that here. So here we have required is going to be true. Okay, so this is the object id, reference is going to be user, and required is true. Save it, and now we have this user field inside our model. So now it will work if I restart my server. Okay, so now I will simply close this from here. Now if I go back to my Chrome, let's go to the second product just to test. I go on this product and now let's give here 4 stars. Click here, type here nice, and now if I post review here, so you can see that here we get here 4 star. Okay, and if I type here like 3 stars post review, so you can see that now it is updating the review rather than adding the review one by one. Okay, so now the issue is solved. Okay, so now we have successfully posted the review. So now we also have to make sure that if the user can actually post a review or not. For example, if user haven't purchased this item, then we cannot allow user to post a review. Okay, so to handle that, what I do is I simply go back to my backend in the controllers. I go in the order controllers. I will create here a separate function. Okay, I will simply copy that and I put that here and I call it can review. Okay, in that I have to get first of all the product id. Const product id is going to be request dot query dot product id. So now we have to first of all get the order. So I type here const orders. So we will use here order dot find. Okay, now in the find we have to pass in here 2 conditions. One, make sure that the user is going to be request dot user dot underscore id. Okay, so in this way we will get all the orders of the current user, and we also have to add one more condition here, that make sure that the order items dot product is equal to the product id that user is currently on. Okay, and if that is the condition, then I will simply type here let can review is going to be orders dot length. If it is greater than or equal to 1, then this is going to be true, else it is going to be false. And then in the response we have to pass the can review. Okay, so if I go back to my MongoDB, you can see that here if I go to the orders, so in the orders we have the order items, and in order items we have this product. Okay, so you are simply checking that here. Make sure that the order ID is equal, order user is equal to the current user, and also if the order item contains the product ID, this means that user has purchased that item. So in that case, that is going to be true. Okay, so if I close this from here, now let's go to the pages. In the orders, I create a new file here that is called can_review.js. Okay, so I will simply copy that from here and I put that here. So that is going to be get route and then can review. Okay, and this is a protected route. I simply save it from here. Let's close this one, go to the context, then the order context. Okay, I copy this from here and I paste that here. So that is going to be can user review. That is going to be a get request. So that is /API/orders, and then the route we will pass here can_review, and we have to pass the product ID in the query. So product ID is going to be the ID that we will pass here. Okay, so we have sent the request. Now we will simply check that if data.canReview is there, then we will simply set here set can review to data.canReview. Save it. Now we have to define this. So I go to the top and I type here const. Okay, so I will simply set here can review and then the function that is can user review. Save this from here, close this one. Now let's go to the components in the product details. Okay, so I will simply type here, I will simply have to get here the can user review. Okay, and then can review from the order context. Okay, so I have to call that on the use effect. So I will simply type here use effect. So in that I will simply call here the can user review, and we have to pass in here the product._id. Okay, so now it will call that and set the can review. So I copy that from here, scroll down, and here we have our button, this one. So I will add here can review, then we can only post the review. Save it. Okay, and that is and save it. Now if I go back to here and if I reload this page, you can see that I haven't purchased this item, so I am not getting here the review. Okay, so now let's display the other user reviews here. Okay, to handle that, what I do is simply close this from here. Now we have to display here the reviews. So I go back in the components, in the review, create a new file here that is called reviews.jsx. So I go back to my Chrome and I go here in this reviews.jsx file and I simply copy that all the code from here. Let's go back and paste that here. So in that we will have access to the reviews. Okay, and after this div I will add a loop. So that is going to be reviews dot map, and for each review I have to display that. Okay, so I will move this article inside the loop. Save it. So now first of all I have to display here the in the P I will display here review dot user dot name. Okay, and on the posted date I will simply type here created at dot substring. Okay, and that is going to be 0 to 10. Okay, and for the comment I will type here review dot comment, and here I will type here review dot rating. Okay, and that is also going to be review dot rating. Save it. Now if I go back, if I reload this page, Also I have to actually go in the components in the product details. Here I have to call that, so reviews, pass in here reviews, that is going to be product dot reviews. Okay, and that is this. Save it. And now if I go back, so you can see that here we get here our review, that is nice, and then the rating in the stars here, posted date. And now let's display the user avatar, and for that I will simply go here and in the source review dot user dot avatar. Okay, if that exists, then I will simply display here review dot user dot avatar dot URL. Okay, and if the user image is not there, then we will simply display the default image, that is going to be images slash default dot png. Save it. Now if I go back, you can see that here we get here the default image, posted on date, the rating, and then the comment. And also if I close this from here, now let's go to the components in the product. In the product details, I have here one issue. Let me simply first of all comment this one. Let me show you. Save it. If I update the review here like 4-star, if I click on post review, you can see that the page is not refreshed. Okay, and to handle that, I will simply go in the backend, in the controllers, in the product controllers. I have to type here success. The spelling is wrong here. Save it. And now if I go back, reload this page. Okay, so now if I click here 3-star and click on post review, so this page not found, and the reason is that I go to the context auth product context, that is the product. Save it. And now if I go back and reload this page, so now if I click on 4-star post review, okay, so you can see that now it is refreshed and we get here 4. If I click here 3 post review, and now we have here 3, so now it is getting refreshed. So now we have successfully posting our review, updating that review. Also we are displaying the other users reviews here, and also we can simply uh, have a condition here that if user can or cannot, uh, if I go in the components product details, if user can or cannot give a review. Okay, so I hope that you understand. If you have any question, you can post that in the comment section. I will try my best to respond there. So we have successfully completed our e-commerce application, which is buy it now. Okay, so you can add more features if you want. You can definitely add more validations on the front end forms, and also you can add your own features. So now in this video, let's close up this project and deploy it on Vercel. Okay, so in this video, we will first of all connect our application with online database, and then we will publish our application on Vercel. So if I simply go back to my Chrome and I go here on the MongoDB cloud, you can see that here I don't have any database. Simply create a new account on mongodb.com and log in, and after that you simply have to create your database. Okay, so if I click here build a database, now I select here this free tier. Okay, and the name is going to be, let's call it buy it now. And if I click here create, so now it will create that for us. And now we have to basically give the username and password for the user for the database. Okay, and if I scroll down, you can see that I already have here 2 users. So if I will remove this one. Okay, now let's create one. I type here my name and password. Make sure to give a strong password here, but for the test purposes I simply use here Ghulam as well. And now if I click here create user, now we have successfully added here a new user. Okay, and then we simply have to, you can also allow some specific IPs to only access this database, but I will make it whitelist and everyone can access this database, and I will definitely delete this database after this video. So now click on finish and close. Okay, so now it will create that database for us. Okay, it will take some time. Now let's click here connect. Okay, so I select here drivers, and now we are using Node.js application, so I will select here Node.js. uh, and then this is the connection string that we have to add in our application. Okay, so what I do here is I will simply copy this from here, and then I go back to my VS Code, then I go in the next.config.js, and here I will simply add db underscore URI. Okay, that is going to be this. Okay, and let's call it db local URI. Okay, local URI like this. So now here we have to type our username and password. So remember that our user is Ghulam like this, and our password is also same. Okay, simply save it. Now this is our database connection string, that is URI. Okay, copy that, save it from here, and close this file. Now let's go to our backend config db connect.js, and you can simply type that here. Okay, so now it will use this db URI, which is the online database URL, and will save the data in the database. Okay, so now let's check it out. So now if I simply start here in my server, so npm run dev. Okay, and now if I simply go back and let's open that, so you can see that here we don't have any product here because we are now connected to our online database. Okay, so now let's register a user first of all, and then create our product. I click on sign in, register. Let's type here my name, and let's give here email, which is admin. Let's give here a password, click on register. Okay, so now we have successfully registered our account. So now if I simply click here browse collections, and you can see that here we have our products and then the users. Okay, if I click on users here, so we have our user. Now let's change its role to admin, and then click on update. So now we have our admin user in our database. So let's click on sign in, that is going to be admin@gmail.com. I type here my password, login. Okay, so now if I go to user profile, now let's create a user. So all products, new product. Let's type here some gibberish just to test. Okay, so if I click here create product, so the product will be created successfully. And now if I go to the home page, and now I have here one product. If I reload this page, you can see that it takes some time while it fetches the data. So let's add the loading file in our application so that it handle the loading part. So for that you can also use a CSS loader, and there is also a very useful package that is called React Loader Spinner that give us a lot of spinners, and it is quite popular package, and you can read more about that right here on their websites, on their documentation. If I go to the spinners, so you can see that there are a lot of spinners here. You can see the demos here like this. Okay, so now let's use one. Before that I will simply install this package. So let's install it. I go back and I install it, and I will go to here in the app, and I create here a file that is called loading.jsx. So first of all I will create a new component here, and that is going to be loading. Okay, and now in that I will simply use that. So first of all I give you a class div flex. Okay, and then height, screen, and then items, center, then justify dash center to center it. Okay, and now in that I will add my spinner. So I will use the blocks. Okay, so we have a block spinner in that. Okay, so if I go back and if I search here block, you can see that we have here this blocks. So I actually copy that from here, and this is the spinner. You can choose different if you want. So I will copy that and go back and I put that here. Okay, so that visible is going to be true, height is 80, width is 80. So blocks loading, and I think so that is it. If I simply save it, and now if I go back, if I reload this page, you also have to restart my server. So I will restart it, and now if I go back and reload this page, So we have some issue here. I think so we have to make this component use client. So use client, save it, and now let's check it out. If I go back and reload this page, if I reload it once again, you can see that we get here spinner, and then we get our products. Okay, so Next.js will automatically handle the loading. Okay, also you can add the title if you want. Like if I go to this app in the I go here in the, you can say that page.jsx, I can export here, export const, that is metadata. You can add your own metadata like tags, title, description. If I add here like title, I type here next.js 13 e-commerce app, save it, and now if I go back and reload this page, and also if I go to the layout, and sorry, in the head, if I comment out this one, save it, and now if I go back, reload this page, so now you can see that here we get here our title, which is Next.js 13 app. In the same way you can give titles to all of your pages. Okay, you can also give title, description, and other meta tags. So now let's deploy this application on Vercel. So now we have connected our application to online database, we have created a user, and also we have created a product, we have added the loading file. Now let's first of all generate the build, and actually before that let's also go to our backend. So now in the backend, in the apps, in the product, in this file, I also want to add here a code to make sure that the ID is correct that we get from here. Okay, for example, if user pass here some wrong ID, so we also have to handle that. So what I will do here is I will simply create here is valid ID. Okay, then mongoose dot is valid object ID, and pass in here the params dot id, params dot id. Okay, and then I add if check here that if not is valid ID, then I will simply return from here with the redirect, and I will get this redirect from next/navigation. Okay, we cannot use here router, so that's why we have to use this redirect from next/navigation. In that I will simply pass in here slash. Okay, if I save it, now let's test it out, save it, and now if I reload this page, it will work fine. If I remove some values from here, it will redirect us back to the home page because now the ID is invalid. Okay, so in this way you can add this code to all other files where we have ID. Okay, I hope that you can do that. Also we have to add the cores because you will get error after deploying the application about the cores, so that our front and backend can interact easily. And for the cores I will go to the middleware.js, and here I can add the code. So I can simply check here that if request dot next url dot path name dot starts with, okay, if I check that, if we already have the URL right here, so I will use here URL dot starts with the slash API. This means that we are sending the request to the backend. Okay, so that's why we need to set here code. So we check that if the URL starts with the slash API, okay, then what we will do is we will simply use here next response dot next dot headers dot append. Okay, now in that we will simply set the codes. So I will use here access control allow dash origin. Okay, and I will set it to all. Okay, so it will simply check that if the URL start with API, this means that we are sending the request to the backend, and for that we need to enable the cores. Okay, so I will set in the headers the access control allow region to all. Now it will handle the cores part for us. Simply close this file from here. So now let's deploy our application on Vercel, and before that we have to install the Vercel on our system. So simply type here npm i-g to install it globally, Vercel. Okay, and then add latest, and it will install it globally. And if you're on Mac, you have to add here sudo. I already have installed that. So after installing that, you simply have access to the Vercel here. Okay, so now I simply type here Vercel, press enter. Okay, so it will ask me that set up and deploy this application. I will type here yes. Okay, then it will ask you which scope do you want to deploy to, and this is my account which is already login. If you are not logged Vercel will ask you to log in, and then you will have this access. If I press here enter, now I have selected my account. Now link to existing project, no. So what's your project name? I type here buy it now, press enter. So in which directory is your code located? I press here enter. So setting up the project, now it will upload the project and deploy it on Vercel, and probably we are going to have an error. So I will simply type here no. Okay, so you can see that here we get the error. Okay, so what I will do here is I will simply open this link. Okay, open, and now you can see that here the it is failed. If I scroll down, so you can see that here we have some error in the use effect is not defined first of all. Okay, and then we have some issues here. Okay, we have here error connection refused because we have to also add the published URL. Let's first of all go to our upload images page.jsx. So I go to the app, then I go here in the admin, then products, then ID, then upload images, and here I think so we have to add here use effect. Okay, so if I move it down, we have to import that. Okay, like this, and if I go back, so after this we have some other errors. You can see that here error refuse because we get here where it is. You can see that here Axios error connect error refuse for this host, because if I go back I can show you here that we are actually using here this variable which is the process.env.api URL. If I open here my next.config.js file, you can see that here in the API URL we have passed this local host. Okay, so what I will do here is I will simply add here my URL that I will get from the Vercel. Okay, if I go back, most probably my URL is going to be if I will copy this from here, I will copy that and I go back and I put that here. Okay, if I simply save it from here, now we have added the API URL. Alright, so now if I type here npm run, and before that actually let's type also here https. Okay, then buy it now, and then this URL. If I simply save it from here, now if I type here npm run build to generate the local build just to test. So you can see that here we get here another error which is the reference error, that updated is not defined, and we have to go in the upload images again. I think so we forgot that. I go back in the admin, product, ID, upload images, page.jsx, and then here in this component we have to also we have this which is updated. I will remove this from here, save it, and now let's generate the build again. So you can see that this time the build is successful. It has generated all the files for us. So this means that our local build is successful. Alright, now we have to deploy this application on the Vercel again. So I simply type here Vercel, and before that I close this. And now if I type here Vercel and press here enter, so now it will deploy that again. So you can see that here this time our project is successfully deployed. If I open this URL from here, okay, if I click on this URL, click on open. Okay, so now you can see that here we get our application. Okay, so now you can see that here we didn't get any product here. I think so we have to now add this URL. If I go back, I think so we have added the wrong URL. If I open my next.config.js, so we have to actually add this URL. So I will copy that from here, copy that, and now add this URL. I paste that, save it. Now this is our URL, save it. Now deploy it again. It will take 2 minutes. Okay, so now if I simply go back and I close this from here, and now if I reload this page, so now you can see that here we get here our products. We just have to change and that to the this URL. Okay, so now we are getting here product, but there is one issue that I want to show you before closing this video. If I go to the sign in, we know that we have a user. If I add here admin@gmail, so now you can see that here I am logged in as admin@gmail.com. But if I click on this, I will get here this error. If I go to the inspect, I want to show you one thing here. If I go here in the application and then in the cookies, you can see that here now um, the Next.js has added this underscore underscore secure flag before our cookie name, which is nextauth.session.cookie. Okay, so this is our cookie, but this time it is using underscore underscore secure. Okay, so that's why it is not getting the cookie and we are getting here this error. So what we can do here is we can simply check that if we are in development, we have to use without secure, and if we are in production, we have to use this secure flag. Okay, so what I will do is I will simply go back. Now first of all, we also have to add one more variable here. Let's call it next. Okay, so next-auth underscore URL. Okay, and we have to type in here the same URL that we have used here. Okay, if you don't type here this variable, which is next-auth underscore URL, the authentication is not going to work. Okay, so make sure that you also add here next-auth underscore URL, and this URL should be equal to this URL. Okay, so now we have successfully added here next-auth URL. Now we simply have to manage our cookie. So I close it from here, and if I go to my helpers, in the helpers.js, I can simply create here a function to check. So I will simply type here export const get cookie name. Okay, because it is going to be different in different environments. So I will check that let cookie name is going to be empty string. So I will check that if process.env.node underscore env is going to be development, then we have different cookie name, and the same way if we have production, then we have different cookie name. Okay, and at the end we have to return from here the cookie name. Okay, so what I will do here is I will simply paste that here and paste that here for the production. Okay, so production, I go back and I copy this cookie name from here and I paste that here. So that is going to be underscore underscore secure dash next auth dot session token. Save it, and for this I will simply go to this app. Here in the me page.js we have here this cookie name. I copy that from here, and this is without underscore underscore secure. Save it. So now we will simply call this function that will give us the current cookie name according to the environment. So what I will do here is I will simply type here const cookie name is going to be get cookie name. Okay, now we got here the cookie name, so I will simply use this cookie name right here. Okay, so now it will get the cookie with this cookie name, and now here we also have to change the value. So I will simply add here, I will use this next auth session token dot name. Okay, so this is going to have two different properties. One is the name of the cookie and one is the value of the cookie. So for the name we will use this, and for the value we will use that value. So now it will get the cookie according to the variable. Okay, if I simply save it from here, now in the same way you have to add this code in all files where we are setting up the cookie in the header. Okay, so I hope that you can add that. You simply have to call this function, pass in a cookie name, and set here the cookie dot name. So let me show you that. If I deploy it again, so the application is deployed successfully. Now if I go back, and now if I go to the home page, okay, now let's check it out. So if I click here now, it is loading the page. Now you can see that I can simply access this /me because now it is getting the correct cookie. If I reload this page, I will stay here. So if I click here logout, you can see that I am successfully logged out from my application. Okay, so in this way we can simply deploy our application on Vercel. Okay, so I hope that you understand. Simply, first of all, you have to connect your application to the online database. Okay, and then simply add the course in the middleware.js. Simply set the allow access. Okay, if I can show you here, you have to simply set here access control allow region all, so it will handle the course for us. And then you have to add the deployed URL, okay, which is this one for the API URL, and also Next-Auth secret. And then you also have to get the cookie for production and for the development, like I have shown you before. And then simply have to deploy it on the Vercel and it will work properly. So I hope that you understand what we have discussed in this video, and I hope that you have enjoyed this project series. If you have any question, you can post that in the comment section. I will try my best to respond there, and I will see you in some other video.